Well, oh my, what is this? An early stream? Unbelievable, what the heck is going What the heck is going on? This is far too early. And playing some Among Us, I can't believe it. Elfie, hello there, how are you doing? My, what do we have here? What is it? It's a wild Earl. A wild Earl has appeared. Hi there, Cosmic Awakening, what's up? What's up, is that Carterior Motives? Yo. What a name, what a fancy name. How are you doing? I hope that I'm saying that name right. Oh my gosh, Seaglass Games.
Hey, 2 months, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Also,
hey,
chat. Woo.
Thank you so much for the 2-month subscription. Oh my goodness gracious. Could we put a little bit of hype in the chat? Oh, I said it right. Carterior Motives. I like it. It's like ulterior, but cartography. I don't know what the meaning of it is, but I love it. Hello there. I don't think that I recognize your name. I hope that you're having a good day. Celestial22, hi there. What's up? Zorpai, hello. How are you doing? Seaglass Games, how are you doing today? Hello. Reese is here. Aw, yeah. Mercs, hi there. Hello. Mercs, what's up? What? Did you just say, I hope that you like the Prime sub? The what? Mercs, did you just do a Prime sub? Did you do a Prime sub when I didn't see it? Did I not thank you for it? Oh dear. Mercs, what happened? I'm confused. How are you doing? Mercs, hello. Will, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Oh, Celestial, you're just doing the laundry. I meant to like, how are you doing? I hope that you're having a wonderful day. Hi there. I mean, laundry's important. Laundry's good. It may take a few hours to show up. You resub with Prime. Thank you so much, Mercs. Thank you very much. I don't know why it's going slow, but whenever it shows up, we'll have a double party, okay? You get the party right now. Yeah. Thank you, Mercs. Yeah, but there's some hype anyway. Boom. There's hype. Hype is necessary anyway. Thank you so much, Mercs. I appreciate it. I can't wait to celebrate it twice. Okay, I'm just gonna turn on the bot really quick. Okay, boom. I'm trying to get ready. I'm actually kind of late for my friends. I'm so early. This is so early for me, but it's late for them. In fact, I wonder if they're already, oh my gosh, they're already getting stuff started. Oh no, I should have started earlier. Crystal Summer, how are you doing? The dancing Pikachu, I know, look at him go. What a cutie. I love it so much. How are you doing? Is that Kitty Cat? Hi there, Kitty Cat. Hey, how are you doing today? Oh, today pretty dang good. I'm doing very good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm just vibing. I kind of tried to wake up early and get stuff ready. The King of Squirrel is here. Tatted Cat, how are you doing? The Raichus reminded you of the request that you can't get in Snap. Oh yeah, in Pokemon Snap. But Kitty Cat, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the party. We're gonna be playing Among Us with some friends today. We're going to be playing Friendly Among Us. In fact, I'm supposed to join them pretty soon. We're using proximity chat, so I don't actually know how to set this up. I don't actually know what I'm doing. So I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. King of Squirrel, how are you doing today? You said you had what? Something low because it doesn't count as a view. You just, oh, are you talking about the volume? Yeah. I don't think that I'm not sure. I think if you muted, it doesn't count as a view, but I'm not sure. Oh, Peps, it's Garrett. What the heck? Garrett, how are you doing? Goodness gracious. It's the Peps PNG, an OG friendo. How are you doing? What's up? What's up? Hi. It's Peps. Oh my gosh. Also, yeah, I'm just gonna turn on the camera because I'm already too slow. I'm already going too slow. I'm already in trouble. I'm already gonna get fussed at by my friends because I don't like waking up this early. It's too early. Okay, because my bed's not exposed, I'm just gonna make Squirrel tiny and laying on the ground. Like a little baby. The bed's supposed to be on the screen, but now it's not. So I'm just putting baby squirrel on the ground. So cute. So cute. Everybody loves a squirrel. Here, let me just adjust the chat just a teeny bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. Whoa, cool hoodie. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. The hoodie's from Walmart. If you want to buy it for $20, you can totally do it. You open the game, then you open the application. Genius, Mercs. Genius. Thanks so much for the intro. For the intro to proximity chat. All right, easy peasy. You think you're still sleeping, King of Squirrel? I'm not surprised. I'm actually, I don't have any water at the moment. Your mustache is remarkable. Remarkable. It makes me want to remark. Why, thank you, Mercs. Very sweet. You turn everything low so that it counts for them whenever you have to leave your computer. That's very sweet. Yeah, I'm not drinking any water. This early. I'm just saying I normally start like 2 hours later than this. There's also, like, there are people that are still working that are gonna miss out on the stream. Or at least part of it anyway. You say this early and it's 2 p.m. on my phone. It is 2 p.m. It's 2 p.m. I was saying it's early for a stream. Leela, how are you doing? What's up? You're being stared at by 2 cats who want food? Oh no. Oh no, you need to feed those cats. Oh good, I haven't missed any bloodshed. A-Star, is it all right that I don't even read your name? I don't even read your words in your voice. I read them in Brian. I read them in Brian language. Oh, ah! Peps, you're not allowed to just return after all this time and then get to, thank you so much for the cheer. For the 245 doggos. Doggos, hooray. Thank you so much, Peps. You're not allowed, OGs aren't allowed to just jump in the chat and then give away bits. That's against the rules. I can't believe it. Peps, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you, but it's all right. It's all right if you got things to do. I understand. I understand. You're a busy bean. You're a busy bean, Peps. I'm just glad that we got to see you. After all this time. After all this time. You were watching your friends play Minecraft? Mercs! Who knows if we're gonna be playing Minecraft later? We might play Minecraft with friends, I'm not sure. It all depends on them. Or we may play games by ourselves, like Katamari. That's what I'm thinking about doing. You've been working a lot? I'm glad you're making that money, Peps. Making that money. Make that money. Come on. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Peps. Yeah. Go make that money. Don't worry about it. We'll be hanging out here whenever if you want to jump in and say hi, which you just did. So sweet. Haley, what's up? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. You are Brian A-Star. It's true. That makes me want to remark. Remarkable. I say extremely remarkable. But yeah, A-Star, you are Brian now. It's because of all those, all the messages that you've sent. I don't want to say anymore. But yeah. Besides, it's got the devil with horns. The devil with horns face. Oh good, I haven't missed any bloodshed. Devilish face. Devilish face, devilish. Just like the title says, it's what? Does it say questionable kills? Is that what I put? Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh, if I get the killer, it's gonna be a hoot because I haven't played this game in forever. Oh, you're gonna go? Oh, I'll see you later, Celestial. Enjoy your food. Bye-bye, Celestial. Enjoy. Go get yourself that delicious food. We'll see you later. Also, hi there, Beowulf. What's up? Oi, Beowulf, how are you doing? You ready to watch some Among Us? You ready to watch the Earl run away from killers and still get killed? I make myself bait. I make myself as a crewmate. I make myself bait. As a killer, I kill at horrible times because I'm just like, I see somebody to die. I see somebody to kill. Just kill him immediately. Superficial Sloth. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah. Superficial Sloth. It's my favorite slothy friend. How are you doing? Peekaboo was just vibing in click on his stream. Oh, Zorpai. Yes. Jump between them. No worries. Whenever we play all together, that's just how it goes. Whenever we play together, there's like almost there's tons of people that are watching all of them at the same time. That's just how it is. It's so very sweet and supportive. Zorpai. You're welcome to hop between them. I'm actually gonna check what Clicky's doing right now because I'm confused. I'm confused how much time I have. I don't have too much time. Long live double screen. Turn on all the screens. Watch all the streams at the same time. Maximum support. Ellis, how are you doing? Hey, hope you're having a wonderful day. What's up? Happy Friday, everybody. I hope that y'all's Friday is going fantastic. Yesterday I was off. I'm sorry for being gone. I was with my family. I'm still doing my birthday week is still going on. So I'm still receiving presents. I'm still celebrating. In fact, I think that my roommate is wanting to go to an arcade or something, so I might have even more birthday stuff. And then I promise we'll get right back to things. I'm sorry. This dang old birthday week it's stretching on. This birthday's longer than it should have been. How dare? I can't believe that I do it. Let me see. What's Click? Oh, Click's already. What? They're already playing. They're already playing. Okay, I think I have to join in, don't I? I think that I'm running out of time. I think that they're testing proximity chat and I'm not gonna be able to test it. Wait, it's Friday? What the heck? It is, right? Or is it Thursday? What time? What day is it? Kitty Cat. Oh, okay, it is Friday. Kitty Cat, you bamboozled me. You bamboozled me. It is Friday. I feel you though, Kitty Cat, because I was confused as well. When was my birthday? My birthday was on May 2nd. It was on May 2nd. We even did a 24-hour stream with this here smoke machine, which I guess the smoke machine's gonna stick around. But it's only gonna turn on for special occasions. You gotta get some things done. Oh, no worries, Crystal Summer, get your stuff done. It was nice to talk with you for just a moment. That's how you found me, Tatted Cat. You found me during the birthday stream. I imagined that you had found us before that. Hooray! Oh, thank you, Peps. I'm an old man. I'm an old man now. I'm getting old. I tell you what. 24 years young. I can't believe that things have gone downhill so quickly. Pep's very sweet. Thank you. Okay, so am I supposed to get in on this game right now? Shiva, how are you doing? What's up? I've got my comfy hoodie on. I've got sweatpants and a hoodie on. I'm just vibing. You watched a good chunk of it. Holy crap, 24 hours. A good chunk of it. Oh, you don't, just 12 hours. Just watch a 12-hour video or so. No worries. Did they explain how to set it up? I mean, I have it installed. Egyptian Sun Goddess. Hey, how are you doing? Ellis, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you like the hoodie. So sweet. I almost said your zombie food. I am zombie food. How are you doing? King LOL, thanks for the follow, my friend. What's up? Oh, this is Arisa. This is not with King LOL. Thank you so much for the follow. I already said it, but hey, yeah, but this is with streamy friends. This is with streamy old friends. We got we're gonna be playing with One Topic, with Clicky, with Ari Centauri, with I don't know, like a bunch of people. I'm not actually sure everybody that's going to be playing, but I do need to. Let me see. Of course we're going to be in on this game, but yeah. So right now I think Sabrina. I don't know who that is. Salty the Alien. But yeah. We're gonna be playing with Was that you doing Hawaii 5-0? People have said that before. But no, I've never seen it before. Better dive in there, Kenny. I know Elfie. Elfie's watching all the streams at the same time, and they're like, "Where's Kenny?" I'll get over there. King LOL. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Hi there. Hi, King LOL. Upside downy face. Big smiley face. King LOL. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi there. Hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, they're frozen, but I suppose that they like joined up. I'm confused. I don't know. Oh, there's a code. There's a code and stuff. Okay, so I think that we should get the game started. And then maybe I can talk to y'all while we play, but I also will hopefully have opportunity to talk with y'all after the stream, maybe in between games or something like that. But I hope to have some time to talk. But I did want to kind of just jump right into this game. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. So listen, we're gonna have to stick together. We're gonna have to just stick it out. We're gonna just have to start playing this game. Let me see. First stream of yours that I joined while you're here. I hope you're doing well. Egyptian Sun Goddess, so sweet. I'm doing fantastic. That's so nice of you to say. Let me see. You get your first COVID shot this Monday? Ice Queen. That's awesome sauce. I need to go get mine. I must go get mine. Kitty Cat, you're here because you saw me in OT's chat? That's so sweet. It was weird because you were watching all of Katie's videos and there was a crossover between Twitch and YouTube. Am I rambling? No, Kitty Cat, you're not rambling. You're not rambling. You're totally welcome. How are you doing, Kitty Cat? I'm glad to see you. Hello. It's me, the Earl of Suds. I have a soap somewhere behind me. I don't know. I've got like one soap on my shelf. I actually saw Katie yesterday. How you doing? I'm so glad to see you, Kitty Cat. You're welcome here anytime that you want. we just like goofing around. I play lots of games, as you can see on the side here. I mean, we may play Katamari Damacy later. We might play Minecraft. Portal franchise is a game that I definitely want to play soon. We're gonna play some Skyrim. I mean, it's just straight up goofiness around here. I play Stardew Valley every single week. I don't know. We just love vibing and playing games. Oh my goodness, PQ. Thank you very much for the follow. That's such a cute name. P. Can I just call you P? How are you doing? You're so sweet to jump in the chat. Thank you so much for the follow. You're gonna go for a bike ride, so you'll be on lurk mode. Boom! Leela, go get your bike ridden. You have the Pfizer running through your veins? Ooh, all right. There's Pfizer running through my veins. I am empowered by the vaccination. Endless power. What kind of special abilities have you unlocked, Peps? Have you unlocked some have you unlocked the next part of human evolution? Have you unlocked anything? Come on, tell me about those skill points. How'd you spend those skill points from getting that from that vac shot? You got another win on Fall Guys? Hey, congratulations! I am Zombie Food is now professional Fall Guys. Very professional. Wolfie, how are you doing? Hey, Wolfie, how are you doing? I see you talking a lot in the Discord. I hope that you're having a good time over there. Also, I just messed up my own Zoom. Yeah, Wolfie, how are you doing? You're immortal? Wow, Peps, that's quite an unlock. That's the last skill point. How'd you do that? 5 wins as a professional? I'm Zombie Food. There are literally professional gamers that haven't gotten a single win. So I don't want to hear you being too humble. Don't be too humble. You should pat yourself on the back. Some people can't get a single win in Fall Guys. I'm fine. My meds are helping. What? No, Wolfie, I wasn't saying you shouldn't talk. I wasn't saying stop talking in Discord. No, you're all right. You're all right. How about me? Pretty good. I'm actually gonna drink some of this energy drink right now, and I'm gonna feel even better, I think. Okay, you're always shocked when it happens? I am too, honestly. It's so hard. Also, P is fine. So sweet. P. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello. Okay, it looks like they started. No, they started. Okay, I'm just going to wait for the next game, and then I'm going to jump in, okay? Okay, so we can vibe until everybody dies. And whenever everybody dies, then it'll be party time. I'm already deafened to them. So I'm just jumping in the chat so that they know that I'm there. I'm like fully on mute. I think that I have to join up their game. So I'm gonna start, oh wait, no, I can't join them during, I don't think. Let me see. I'm just gonna open up the chat and like get stuff ready so that we can, look, now I have the squisha. Look at the baby, the sweet squishy down at the bottom. It can now block off the thing. You see, just chatting practice has been going well. Alfie! What? Unbelievable. Wolfie. No, that's not what I meant. My meds are helping with my anxiety, allowing me to talk. Oh, that's good, Wolfie. I'm glad that you're comfortable. I'm glad that you're comfy. Just chatting. Oh, 420. Whoa.
$4.20. You can't stop me. Feels birthday man.
What the heck? Whoa, with the big 420. Thank you for the big 420. Oh, snap. I don't know who that was, but thank you so much. Hey, CK Dexter. What's up, my friend? CK Dexter in the chat. How are you doing? Also, who's tipping 420? Thank you so much. Feels birthday man does sound. It's you, Peps. Thank you for the 420. Hey, blessed numbers. Blessed numbers, Peps. Thank you so much for the big tip. The big tip, how dare you? Calico's here. Ah, yeah, the baby's on the screen. There's a baby over there, and over here, and a little baby over here. We must let BB sleep. BB sleep on my hand. Calico, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Take a sip. All right. Here we go. All right. He sipped it up. CK Dexter. Welcome back. Who was that? Okay, I'm gonna join their game, you guys. I gotta join it before they get upsetty with me. Before they get upsetty spaghetti. Oh no, they're messaging me. Help! Help! Okay, I think I'm ready. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. I'm gonna pause my music just in case that accidentally start this thing. Oh, I don't like groups. Oh. Wait a second. How does this work? I don't think it's working. No. Help. I can't hear anything. I've got prox chat on. Where is it? Why isn't the little window on? What? Did the window shut off? What the heck? I turned it on. I turned on better CrewLink and I launched it through CrewLink. What? Oh.
There it is.
Hello?
Wait.
Oh, there we go.
Hello. Hi.
No,
Oh, no.
it works.
Earl.
Oh.
Oh,
Earl, you're broadcasting all the audio.
Oh.
Echo.
Earl.
oh God. Hang on. I'll fix that. Why? Ah, I defaulted again. Sorry. Jeez, bummer. Hang on. This is easy for me to fix. I just have to adjust it real quick. There we go. Oh, jeez, that's loud. Stop it. Okay. Oh dear. Is that better?
Earl? No, no, echo, Earl.
Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah.
You're broadcasting your stream audio, Earl.
I know. I press the system. It says chat mic. It's on. It's microphone chat mic. What? I don't understand what's happening. Chat mic only has I wonder if it's only chat mic only has mic on it. I wonder if I have to restart the whole thing. What? Oh yeah, from ClickSide too. I don't know why it's broken right now. I'm so confused. I wonder if you have to fix it through Windows. I wonder if you have to go straight down to like Windows sound settings to change it. Yeah, I bet it is. Stupid thing probably doesn't work. It's probably Windows. Okay, I'm just gonna restart. Oh boy, bummer. I didn't want to bother anybody. Oh no. Okay. I hope it works now. Oh no. No. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed.
If we don't care about that, I'll make a little clicky change thing here. Let me see.
Hello. Thank you.
Is it working now?
Where's go? Hi,
I
Earl.
hear everybody.
Hi.
Much better.
Hello.
Earl.
I'm so embarrassed. Is it okay? It's working.
Yes.
Stupid Windows. I even changed it to the right thing, but it was the Windows settings. Oh.
Imposters here dead. Okay, there you go. I have imposters here dead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we ready?
Oh my goodness! Oh, what happened?
Oh no!
Are
I
we
hope
doing
we're ready.
two imposters or one?
Just one.
Everybody smell nice. Sorry.
Did someone disconnect?
Dan.
Did someone leave?
Dan
Oh
left.
no. Why?
What happened?
Okay,
Should we
bye.
back out or what should we do? Should we play anyway?
Help!
And
Mama, don't kill me. Mama, don't.
Oh my gosh, this is so weird.
Everyone ran off. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to get...
This is so strange. I can like hear them and stuff. How you guys doing?
What's happening?
I know.
Just leaving.
I'm scared. I can't hear anything. We win.
Okay.
Winner. Oh no! They turned off the game. Help! Okay, they're restarting it. We win. Have you drank any water today? I have drank water. I am gonna drink water. Okay. Yeah. That wasn't my fault this time. Corgi Butt, thank you so much for the follow. And Sophia, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much for the follows. Hope that y'all are having a great day. Okay, let me just, the quickest victory ever. Just 0 effort. Oh yeah, I don't think that I think I turned off all the audio in this game. Let me turn it back on. There's music, right? I thought. Okay, hopefully this isn't too loud. No, that doesn't sound too loud, right? That's probably good. Looney, thank you for the. Oh no, I just closed it. I just closed the game. Looney, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Whoops, I just closed Among Us. Hang on. No, we'll test the music now. It's working. Hey, yeah, that's what's happening. Can y'all tell that I'm nervous? Hello.
Oh yes.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you start immediately. Ah!
Well, Earl, that's why I asked.
I couldn't hear anything.
Imposter. Here we go.
Showing variety.
Bye.
There's only one imposter. I'm gonna find you.
Oh god, I'm being chased. Oh, Palm, I guess.
It's so strange hearing them. I hate it. I don't want to hear their filthy voices. Oh! Oh! Meltdown! Meltdown on the everybody to the deck. Meltdown! Wait a second. Gotta do this first. Let me just get stuff away. Oh dear, we can't see. Oh! I wish that I was an imposter so that I could be like, oh, that was a good kill. I wish that it could have been something exciting so that y'all could. Hey there.
Kill me, please.
I would if I could.
What sounds are you just making?
I would if I could. But I
You
can't.
would? Hey, that's rude.
I'll see you later.
So rude.
Bye bye.
Won't
It's
kill-
good to. It's good to. La da da da. I wonder if you can hear through walls. I think you can. Oh! Comms sabotaged. I can't. I help. Comms.
Salty.
Hey, you're free! Oh!
Oh my god, that jump scared the hell out of me. Jesus.
Okay, I think it's clicky
it's
because
not
I saw
Palma?
him duck
Oh.
into comms where I found the body, and then he left really, really quick. And then I went back into comms and I found it.
I don't know. Click's always suspicious.
No, it's
Yeah,
clicky.
I always
I
get
want him
vote
right now.
no. No.
Oh no.
I think it's Sabrina. It's obvious.
Click.
She's
I saw you
someone
duck
else.
into comms, and then you
But
left.
you're saying
Salty
that as
was
the
acting
imposter, though.
suspicious. I'm voting Salty just in
Oh
case.
my god.
Oh,
what?
it was
Click.
almost
Wait,
close.
what?
Bye.
What?
This went really well.
Earl, why did you vote?
Not the
I just.
Okay,
It's
you feel
just.
so
It's just a
exposed.
hunch.
Right?
It's a hunch.
It's a bad hunch.
Oh.
It's a
Ah!
bad hunch.
Dang it!
Whoa! Yeah, 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 yeah!
Good job.
Peps underscore ping gifted a tier 1 sub to Zorkai.
Hey, that's not true.
Oh,
Oh my god.
savage.
All
I
right, so we
said
want,
I like your hair dye.
want private voting? We can do that.
Gives me a sense of security.
Well, I like your hair, Sabrina. Has
I think
everyone
that
seen
went
Sabrina's
really
new
well. I
hairstyle?
got one kill and then I died. I think
I don't know what the
that's
hairstyle was
maybe
before,
right.
but I went and dropped you a follow, Sabrina, and I thought you looked super cute.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for coming.
Of course.
Should we have 2 imposters maybe with 8 people?
Yeah, now that we've got some more people.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I was figuring out how to mute myself. Okay, I'm muted. I'm so sorry. I was like looking at stuff. Thank you, Pep, so much for the gifted sub. Oh my gosh, I couldn't say anything because I was gonna say it to everybody. Look, they all left. What are they doing? Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Okay, I figured out what the mutes are. Heck yeah, now I'm all alone. I'm just today. It's just going great. I wasn't even listening to them. Okay, there's a new one. All right, I'll join a new one. Not a valid user. How are you doing? Oh, what's up, Sky? Thank you for the follow. Hi there. Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, there we go. Now it works. Kareem, thanks for jumping in. Don't forget tomorrow's the Lego stream if you don't want to miss that.
How are you fellow kids doing?
Hello, Kareem. Thank you for jumping in here. Not a valid user. Mike D.
Very, very.
How are
pasty
you doing?
Oh, that's good.
I figured it out.
Very good.
Oh, maybe I'm getting imposter again.
Oh.
Aw, Ari told you to follow. That's so sweet. Ari's a sweet bean.
Oh.
Not me.
Huh.
Oh, we're in this one.
It's not I. Should we
Why
test
is
it?
it?
I don't think it's me.
Who's doing that?
Someone is echoing.
It's
Who's the guilty
let's
party?
see.
I'm muted, but now I'm not muted. Am I
Test, test.
echoing?
Let's see.
Oh,
Test.
Test.
Beep boop boop boop.
It's not me.
Is it me? I don't think.
honestly, you all sound echoey to me.
Yeah,
It's getting
same.
kind of
I just
ethereal.
checked.
Oh, it's
my
beautiful.
settings.
No, it's not me. I'm clean.
I'm
Am
clean as well.
I have no idea.
I think I'm good.
One person walk away from
Whoa! Yeah.
Kenny, I'm so glad I found you. I've enjoyed these 5 months greatly.
Oh.
Yeah.
I want to leave.
Bye. Is it me?
No.
Okay, I just muted and it kept happening.
I might just be like a
Oh,
crew
it's
link
done now.
glitch.
It's done now, right?
It could be a glitch.
Okay.
I have a task in the launch. Whoops.
What?
I'm gonna be here all hello.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription, Kayla.
Our audio
I so
weirding?
appreciate it.
You and
Thank
me?
you, Kayla.
Oh, you know
You
what?
sweet,
I
sweet
think
bean.
You aren't close to me.
Maybe we
Yes,
should
I'm
all
here.
refresh.
I think I'm hearing
all
you. We
chat's
should probably
on.
all refresh.
No.
Control R.
Oh wait. Okay. Control R. What? What is a refresh? Did that work? What the heck? Oh, I don't think.
There's no more echo.
Yeah, there's no echo. But how can I hear you?
Thing anymore.
But we can hear each other, right? Isn't that like? Doesn't that
Yeah, I can
defeat
hear
the
you. I can
purpose?
hear How far are you away, Suds?
Can anybody still hear me?
I don't think.
me.
Oh, I found the body.
Oh.
No.
I found the dead
Oh, it
body.
wasn't Ann.
So it wasn't OT.
Weird.
What's
But
happening?
they're two imposters, so it could be.
That was in
Oh,
the
that's right. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Two imposters.
Ooh.
So
Oh.
it doesn't. You can both be imposters, actually.
What? Ann and I?
Kayla, thank you so much. Ice Queen, thank you for the 3 bits. Y'all are so sweet. Doing a hype train during the game. And it's at 69%. Thank you guys. This was in
Wait.
the reactor room. I just walked in and it was like by the table over there where you do the crystal.
I'm right underneath the button doing the balloon thing, the balloon fan thing, bottom right.
I was
Moving
playing with
wires.
Sult and someone else.
Tatted Cat,
Yeah.
welcome to the Discord. Thanks for joining in.
What's the quest at the very top of the map? The task.
You'd know if you were there.
I just don't know what it is.
Ooh.
Whoa! Yeah!
It's at the very top of the map.
A_star_100
Hey, Star!
gifted a tier
Thank
1
you for the
sub to
gifted
Rich
sub.
I
Paul.
think it's
Very
probably
top of
OT.
map.
It sounds
Dang!
pretty
Thank you.
Yeah, he
I
does.
appreciate
Oh my God,
it.
Is this salty and click? This is nuts.
Stop!
Oh my God.
Well,
it's you.
none of
Stop.
us were by
Oh
the
no
body,
way,
so I
everyone!
doubt it.
You've made a
Oh.
massive
Oh
mistake.
no!
You've made such a mistake.
What's happening?
I don't think so. I think we made it correct.
Salty.
Oh my
I
gosh!
think that's
Diablo Queen, thank you for the biddies!
We're 6 people. We're fucked. Anyway.
I think we
so,
made the right call.
I literally don't know what's happening right now.
I am gonna clean the trash.
I'm running away. I hope we still can't hear each other. I don't really know how proximity chat works at all, but I feel like I'm in danger.
Oh no, someone died or what?
Where was it?
Oh,
I
oh
was in
wow.
the cafeteria the whole time.
Where you do the
That was a
card
double
thing,
kill.
No, no, we
Oh wait, no, we
Hmm?
voted OT out. Sorry, I
Yeah.
already forgot.
It,
Odie was
is it called
booted.
admin?
Who killed Odie? I didn't vote.
We all did. It was-
No, I
he died
didn't.
by democracy. He died from democracy. It's fine.
He died from sussing me out.
The Canadian dies from democracy. How ironic.
Okay, so it was an admin, Anne?
Yes, in admin. Yes.
I was in the. I did the like weather balloon task, and I saw Salt and Clicky in like in the cafeteria area.
Yeah, I haven't left the cafeteria. I did the asteroids in the cafeteria, and then I was just leaving to go do the task that's right above the asteroids, and that's when I saw you run out of that room.
So, Erp, where were you exactly? You're the only.
I had to go back. I had to go back and do the turtle thing or the ship thing way at the, oh crap, I don't have any time. At the very beginning where we spawned. What?
I did not pass you.
What? All right, OT part 2. Bye everybody.
Oh no.
Let's see if we lose. If we got no imposters, right, this will kill us. Come on, don't auto lose. Yes, we got at least one right.
Oh no. Help! I just wanted to kill Palma. I couldn't help it. I had to do it. Wait, so nobody can hear me, right?
No, we can hear you.
What?
Hello, Ari.
I still have to mute myself? Better crew link my butt. Whoa! Yeah! The King of Squirrel! Hey! Thank you so much for the sub! 4 months, baby! Thank you so much. And Shadow Bell, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't even have to do anything because I'm a failed imposter. Ghosts can talk together, but Salty's alive.
I have one task remaining.
Salt's alive. He shouldn't be able to hear me. That doesn't make any sense. Salt can hear me, and we can like hear through walls. This is busted. It's busted. Skull Kid, thank you for the 100 bits. What the heck? Hey, yo. No, I said, can you hear me? And he said, yeah. He said that he could hear me. I'm muted right now.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
Launchpad.
Okay.
I'm muted.
Hello, we have come to Launchpad.
I'm telling you, this game's busted. No, I was talking to Salty. Skull Kid, thank you for those pride bits. I appreciate it. What the heck? Y'all got 5 subs.
My last one, so I gotta wait for a second. Okay.
What's happening? This game is busted. Better crew link my foot is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to sabby things. Hang on. I think it's Salt.
What? That was totally a sound kill. There was no way to see who could have done that.
I think Salt's got a busted voice.
Dropped on your knife. Did he fall down the stairs?
See, they can hear Odie.
More than Click and.
No, not today.
Not today. Not today.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
And now it turns out it was Anne all along.
Ari, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, it was her. Got it.
But everybody could hear each other. They could hear me as a ghost.
Wait, they could hear you?
I think so. Didn't you hear me, Salt?
Oh, I was alive until that very last round. So I only heard you when I was alive.
Oh, could you hear Earl as a ghost?
Yeah, as I was a ghost and Salt could hear me. I muted myself for the rest of the time.
Go into your settings again. Open your settings, and then see how high your voice distance is set. Because mine's in the very middle.
5.3.
Yeah, same, dude. Same.
I can't change the lobby's info, but it says imposters here dead. I don't know. Yeah, it says that, but I can't handle any of those.
That was the haunting thing we were talking about, Click. That's when you decided to...
Yeah, I know what it is. I found the setting before, but should we...
Hey, Merps, what's up? How are you doing? Hi, Merps. Hope you're having a splendid day. You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Y'all are so sweet.
What?
Thank you so much.
Oh, I like it. I think it's funny. Although you guys were a little quiet, but that could just be like a glitch that'll sort itself out. But I could hear you, and I think it's funny to be able to hear the ghosts, but people might have their own preferences.
Yeah, but Salty wasn't an imposter and could hear me.
Yeah, that's if it's doing a glitch like that, that's definitely not good.
Not Gucci.
I think it's
maybe turn it off.
I think it's gonna be distracting.
Yeah.
Sounds
This
good.
prox is fun either way.
Does anybody have
Hey,
a
Di,
way
what's
to...
up? Hi there. Hi, Di. Hello.
Okay.
Hope you're having a splendid day. Elfie, you gonna lurk it up?
To capture,
lurk it up, friendo.
It shows you like.
You want to stop by and send love? Thank you so much,
I'm trying to
Merps.
capture that in OBS.
Yeah.
I have a window capture that says it's capturing the crew link overlay, but it's not actually showing up.
Mine's captured mine's just from desktop. I'm not even using a window capture because I'm doing full desktop. They can see it.
Capture, better crew link, but better crew link GUI.
Oh, when I do that, it just shows like the little box.
Who did that? I can't see.
Let's stick together.
La 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 la. Sabrina peeled off. Oh, I'm all alone with Ann and Salt.
Hi.
Oh.
Hi.
Where's the power again? Oh, it's on.
Kraftmachen.
Ah.
This is the one I did. It was the leaves.
Oh, it's here. Wow, that's awkward.
I pressed the buttons.
I trusted you last time, Earl. I trusted you last time.
Palmer, right here.
I came here to talk
I had to do it, Palmer.
I just wanted a nice conversation.
I died just to kill you. It was.
I was so excited to talk to you, and now I'm heartbroken.
You didn't say a word.
No.
It's never have friends. Oh, come here.
Yeah, that's a good
everyone.
idea. Salt!
We can hug.
Or click on scared.
Hold on, I have another task
come
right
and
here.
hug my cheeks.
After that Freddy rap, I don't know if I can trust you.
Oh, yo, snap to a new rap.
There's too many people.
All right, I gotta go this way. See ya.
What is this?
Oh yeah, it's Earl's
I'm gonna die.
Where you get
Hot
pizza
girl.
and a big piece of ass. Awesome music plays. Yeah.
Dang it, I shouldn't have said anything. Help!
You
Tell
saw
you
my
the
body.
story.
I'm gonna vent right now. Right now, I'm gonna vent if you don't stop.
Hot foxy,
Sabrina.
freaking cheek all day long.
Come look at
I mean,
my
if you were the
body down
imposter, I'm
here.
surprised you haven't actually killed me.
No, no, he can't kill you. I would have. Oh, no.
No. I found Otis.
Ann, how are you doing?
Oh,
Annalise.
Oh no,
Hi,
okay,
OT.
die, what a shame.
Did Sabrina?
Oh,
kill
he
you?
was just. So I'm in reactor right now. I'm doing Simon Says, and he just left, and I didn't see anybody else in here. So whoever it was didn't come from reactor.
So it's
Then
either
it must have been
self-report or
outside.
event. Oh my god.
Did you see anybody else near there?
No, I didn't. Oh, I don't know if you were asking, but I didn't.
I was being terrorized by
I
the
was-
click, so it's probably all
I was
good.
with Earl the whole time. I was
Yeah.
doing the snap rap. So we were innocent.
Innocent but suffering, yes.
Okay, so the people unaccounted for are Palma,
Oh,
Palma and Sabrina.
I was at the very bottom doing the
think
little
Palmer
hot
did
air
it.
balloon floating things.
Uh-huh, Sabrina.
Oh, I was on my way to my reactor, but I didn't get there. So I didn't
it's
even
Sabrina.
get on yet.
Sabrina was tracking me
think
down
so?
in the
Sabrina?
kitchen.
Sabrina the witch?
I'm
No,
voting
I was in the
Sabrina.
hallway. I didn't even get there yet.
Sorry, Sabrina.
I
I hate for us to meet under such
There it is. There it
circumstances.
is. We got it. We got
I
redemption.
feel bad now. I hope I was right, otherwise I'm gonna feel guilty for a long time.
Do we not know?
I feel so bad. I feel horrible now.
Oh.
What?
We murdered someone.
Were we wrong?
Oh,
We
no.
just we were 6 people, so we had to vote someone, otherwise they could double and win. So if we didn't get it right, we're fricked.
All right, I'll just
But
do
we
my
would have been
task.
fricked anyway, so it's like, yeah, this is freaking.
Kill me. Kill me
I
like
am
you
gonna-
hate me.
Oh,
Oh, stacked?
Oh.
Stacked up?
stab me like, choke me like you choke me when you choke me.
Go ahead, Palmer. You know you want to do it.
No.
Just finish me off. Come on, Palmer.
Stop it.
Nobody's-
I would if I had the opportunity.
Nobody has to know.
I would do it. Right in
Come
front
on,
of you,
come on to
Ann.
the broom closet over here.
I was
It'll be quiet. Just kidding. I'm gonna try to do my tasks.
scared.
Let's go and do that.
I got a thing to do right here. See you later. Have fun dying in there by yourself. Oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
I trust you. Oh, I trust you.
Trust me, Palma.
Okay, Ann. Okay.
Oh, you can't hold the door. That's a shame. Yeah.
Him sneaking up on that one year.
Come on. We got 3 of us.
Okay.
We should be good. Oh, no. It's the oxygen.
Please.
I have 2 things to do in here.
Okay.
Come on, Palmer. Here's your opportunity.
I haven't done any of my tasks. I'm scared.
Finish me off, Palmer. Come on now.
Oh.
Alone
Alright,
with
we'll
a
do it.
cowboy. Oh, I got one thing
I'm
to
just
do
kidding. I'm
over
just
here.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Hold that door.
No.
There you go.
Hey. Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
oh, body. Uh-oh. You didn't do that, did you?
No. Oh, there wasn't. Okay.
I think that somebody vented in there, right?
It is.
The girl who bakes. How are you doing? What's up? Thank you so much for the sub. 10 months.
Wait,
oh
where
my
is this?
gosh. Please put some hype in the chat for my friendo. Thank you, Erica.
You should know. It's where you left it.
Who are you saying that to?
Yeah, I think Palma should be good.
Oh, I messed up on that. Oh, wait.
I was.
You're hoping
Mike,
that
can
gets
you
someone
explain?
like, oh my god, you're right.
Herbs.
Yes.
Yeah, Mom and Kenny's good
another one
because
to
they were
unknown
hanging out.
user.
Salt?
No,
so much,
somebody's
man.
marinating somebody then
Me?
because it's not somebody's marinating somebody.
Don't
Palma's
make me
good.
hungry. Me and Earl were hanging out, accusing each other the whole time. So
Palma's
I think
Gucci.
Earl is safe.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
it was a kill in the. Somebody must have vented out of there.
Then it's got to be Anne. I was fixing top.
It could be
oxygen.
Anne. I believe
I
you.
was fixing boss oxygen.
Were you? Because it was taking a long time.
I was just
Hey, Glock,
on
I'm
my
playing
way
with
down
friends,
there,
I'm sorry.
And when I came to it,
Red Artemis, how are you doing?
I
I
don't
know who it is. It's Ann.
no, I think it's Ari.
Uh-oh.
It's not me. I
sorry.
promise.
It's
I
Ari.
promise. I promise.
Hey, yeah, baby.
I died, but I still won.
That's what it's all about.
There it is.
Hey, Bugs, how are you doing? What's up? Hi, Bugs. Hope you're having a splendid day. Hello.
Okay.
Oh, it was
Happy Mother's
fine.
Day, Sabrina's mom.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Sabrina. It was great meeting you. Oh,
Mother's Day?
Huh?
Sabrina
Mother's
flew
Day.
away on
The
her
will.
witch's
Oh.
broom. Is that what it's called?
I can hear things again.
The teenage
This is gonna be
witch.
tough on 2 imposters.
And I didn't vote you.
Click a heavy
Thank you, Paul.
A
You
tie.
spared me, and even if you were
a
killer, I
tie
was
on my
okay with
head.
it.
Yeah, I spared you, Paul. I promise I wouldn't.
I'm gonna set up a new
I
room on
wouldn't
1
fake
imposter.
you.
Okay.
Oh, yes. I thought that you could adjust it now.
Oh.
You can
I
adjust.
thought that you could too.
You can
Maybe
adjust
we just
it.
didn't try.
Poor Odie. Alright, see you in a second. Pretty sure that you can adjust it now. I thought that you were gonna say the teenage weeaboo. Sabrina, the teenage weeaboo. I mean, I could have. I could have. Sabrina, I don't know. Was she an anime fan? Maybe she likes Kiki's Delivery Service.
Bebop.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi there.
Oh,
Why?
hey.
Oh, he. So, is Odie doing something? Just looking at this wall over here?
It's a fine wall, OT.
It's a nice wall.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it
Being
over
a
here.
door. He's being a Rux door.
Hey, how are you doing, Dog and the Doggo? Thanks for being here. Hi there!
We're
Dog and the
doing Legion
Doggo!
right now. Where'd you go?
Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh, that's a long name. Holy moly. Is that like Trollero? Is that... Thank you for the follow. What is happening right now?
I don't know.
Hi.
Hello.
So, who's not gonna do the keys? Who's the imposter that's not gonna
I don't
do the
have
keys
keys. I don't have keys to do.
Yeah, I don't have keys either, so we'll
OT doesn't know how this game works. Don't worry. Come on, Palma. We're gonna be all right.
Okay, I trust you.
Don't.
Please,
I
just
will.
spare me. I'm such a good boy.
I'll kill you second.
Make it fast.
What is? There's no words on these. What the heck?
Hey, boys.
Hey boys, where we dropping?
Oh,
wait, this Ann. Nice hat.
Okay, find black ball thing.
I gotta find the ship-looking thing. Where is it?
What are you finding, people?
I found a planet.
I found 2 dead people.
Come on, double kill, Palma. Let's do it. Come on, Palma. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it.
Stack
Okay,
it, stack
I'll get
it.
in. Oh no! Oh, click got away. Oh wait, I don't need to go down here. What am I doing down here?
Oh gosh, please.
You guys have fun. See you later.
Simon says.
Let me in. Let me out.
Being
Ah.
sus.
Ah!
Red is not speaking.
Leave me alone.
That's stack kill territory.
Uh-oh. I'm just gonna do all my work over here. Nobody's gonna fuss about. What? That was a perfect card swipe. This game is broken. They refixed it. You guys, I used to be a card swipe pro. I was a card swipe pro, and then they adjusted it. They changed the timing. They broke their own game. This downloading time. Bleep, bloop, bloop, bloop. All right. Now it's time for the professional to show himself. Professional time. Here we
Somebody's
go.
yelling. What happened? Somebody's yelling.
Ari, you're dead.
Hi.
Where do I kill you?
Oh, hi.
You
Hi,
picked-
everybody.
Hi.
Oh, this feels safe.
Party.
OT is sus.
OT,
I'm going.
OT ran away from me when I was trying
OT.
to have an alliance. Anybody want to go to? I got a task over here. I'm just gonna go.
I don't want to do task with anybody. Stay away.
Don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill anybody yet. Gotta fake a few more tasks and then I'm ready to kill.
Uh-oh, did you hear that, Clicky? Can't hear you.
Oh yeah, very serious. I'm actually done. I'm done with my tasks. What about you, Click?
He's quiet. He's not chatty.
He's muted. Salty, you done with your tasks?
No, I've got 3 left.
I could follow you. I don't have any tasks.
Are you gonna kill me?
Clicky can report me, I guess.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh, there you go. Now we can hear you, Click.
Oh, that's
let's
weird.
see. Oh, it's in this
My
other
voice
room
thing
up
must
here.
have crashed. That was odd.
Your handsome voice has
People thought it was
returned.
Creepy. I'm just standing and watching people.
Yeah, you're just
Oh,
just
did it change
silent
around?
observer.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
I
he
had-
was just.
Who was it? Was it? Yeah, it was you. Are you like you're not talking?
Here,
I
we
don't
gotta
like
go.
it. And I'm like, hello. What do you mean? Like, oh my god, you're so creepy. Like, what? What is it?
What did I say?
I have no
Nothing.
clue.
The worst thing. What do you
I
got,
got
Salt?
one right here. I have 2 more over at laboratory.
I'll walk with you.
No, all right, all right.
Okay.
Let's do it, Bobby, as well. No, assist.
We're just like the only ones alive still. La 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 la.
Oh crap! I had him in the
Oh.
comms. We gotta go fix comms.
Wait, which one do you?
We
can still
do?
the which one do you
Can
have?
you still do it?
Yeah, you can still do it.
It's just harder to find, like where it is.
Oh yeah, it's right
It's
here.
2 discs.
Oh, nice, beautiful, beautiful.
There we go.
Oh
I
yes,
had- I
that's
had
that's
one
what I
more
like
in
to see.
here. Oh,
Very
right, right,
nice. Oh, this is gonna take forever.
right. Oh yeah, that
Ah!
was
Already
over
killed
one.
Ann.
No. Oh
that's
god, you guys. I
Oh,
think
God,
it's
Papa said
OT.
too.
There's no way. OT, guys, listen. I came into medbay from
What'd you
the
say?
left.
Is Devlin leaving?
and
Oh,
OT
Devlin,
was
thanks for
already
saying
in
hi.
there,
We'll see you
which
later.
means He
Hiding in the
had to
bathroom.
come up from specimen. He
No.
he
I
hung out
actually
with
came
me.
from the left, but I hung out in the bathroom for ages.
The bathroom?
Mhm.
Why?
Why? Did you
I
eat
wanted to
chili
tell
for
Salty a
lunch?
secret.
Sneaky
So
potty
OT and I
kills.
went down to specimen
What do you mean
together.
Salty? Salty wasn't with you. Salty was with me and Erp. What are you talking
I
about?
know, he ran away from me ages ago. Salty, do you remember me
did.
trying to tell you a secret?
Yeah, he wouldn't turn on the lights, right? I'm like, dude, are you gonna fix those lights? He's like, no, I'm waiting for someone to kill. And then we ran around the lights. He was chasing me. He wanted to tell me a little secret.
I feel like I'm sus of OT because we went down to specimen together and found Ann at the same time.
Yeah.
But then he immediately accused me.
Yeah, what did you see, OT? Why are you accusing Ari?
So right now I'm
He's been
testing to see
accusing me
who's
since the
most
beginning.
quiet. The
Why?
quietest person so far right now is Earl, and that's who I'm gonna vote for.
It's not Earl. It's
Okay,
OT.
I think it's OD. That's
Erp
pretty
was with us
sus.
the whole time.
Yeah.
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 There's only one imposter. Good luck, everyone. You did the wrong.
You sussed the wrong bean.
Good luck.
Yeah, at least we know if it's right or wrong now because there's only one imposter.
If it's
Come
not,
on.
Oh.
oh god, oh god, oh
Really?
jeez.
Salty, did you do
Hacking
something
frick.
suspicious?
I
A while
have
ago.
I have that one task left. Remember that one task? I haven't. What do you mean suspicious? Let
Yeah,
me know.
we
I'm
still
just
have-
saying.
I'll tell you.
Right, we still have. Wait, I can hear. Hello, talk to us. I can hear you. Through the
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh,
Beep boop.
was that on purpose?
Yeah, I
Okay.
buttoned so that we could vote out the sucker.
Oh,
Ooh,
'Cause
so
it's-
is it you, Earl?
Yeah, because I buttoned so that
What?
y'all could vote me out. Genius move.
yeah,
No.
That is a
I'm-
move. That's a move.
I'm done with my tasks and have been for a while. I was following
I have that
around
one
Clicky
left
and
in the
Salt.
medical. I had that one left. I started it, and I have to go up and finish it. That one left, and that's it. On my side.
Were Palma and
I
Ann
didn't-
killed on the same round?
No, I don't. Wait, were they?
Because there's only one imposter, right?
Yes.
Wait a second.
I can't
I
believe
was
it
with
wasn't OT.
Click
He's
and
acting
Salt
so
for a
sus
long
the whole
time.
Because Ari
Yeah.
and OT were calling each other out last time, right? And it wasn't OT.
It's not me, guys. I
But
promise.
we were together the whole last. We were together for.
You and Earl were?
No, me, Earl, and Salt.
Yeah, we were
The
all
whole
together.
time? There
Not
wasn't
the
any
whole
time
time.
where one of you was somewhere
But
else?
for 2 kills?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, guys. R.I.P.
Hey, Storm Shield! Storm Shield, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What's up? How are y'all doing? Hey, Storm Shield. Hi, Raiders. Hope y'all had a wonderful stream. Thank you for coming over. I'm playing with... Oh my gosh.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh no.
Already buttoned. Oh, no.
I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Click's gonna kill us.
I
Yeah,
wonder who it
I
could
think
be.
so. I
Come
think
on, let's
so,
fix
Earl.
the emergency. Quickly, before the
Yeah, you do
imposter wins.
Oh, no. No. That was pretty slick.
Hey, Goof, everyone. Never listen to Click when he says I'm sus.
He was there for so long, man. You marinated us.
You did, dude.
This is delicious.
Oh my god.
It wasn't. It was
Slicky
listening to Click
clicky.
Oh, can I have the red
Whenever
color
Click says
or-
I'm sus, I'm not.
Marinated so hard. Football lover, what's up? How are you doing? Thanks for jumping in the chat. Thank you so much, Storm Shield, for the raid. I hope that you had a wonderful stream, my friend. I appreciate it.
I want my red color.
So wait, who
Fine.
Was the
You
imposter? Was it
filthy,
OT?
filthy
There was only one
imposter.
imposter,
Oh, there
Salty.
was. It was only one. See what happens when you suss me out, OT?
Oh.
What do you mean? I didn't do
Yikes.
anything, Salty.
You
There were
sussed
2
out
people that I
Ari,
was sus of.
and then you
Earl
sussed
for a
me.
quick second, and-
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
You're shooting everywhere. Odie
Odie
starts blasting.
Minutes, and then you found the bodies, and Ari and OT were just like, "Oh no, they were the only ones." We're like, "We 3 were together the whole time."
Yeah,
We
got
were.
cleared. We were.
You
for a
killed
minute,
quick.
yeah. You were safe in my book.
Oh yeah, the cooldown timer is low, which is with 7 people it needs to be low, but yeah. I think. Yeah, where did I kill the first one? I killed Palma down in Specimen at least.
I am experiencing
Diablo Queen, what's up?
yeehaw
How are
hate
you
crimes.
doing?
Oh
Hello.
yeah. Oh no, and I killed in Specimen. Palma
Click,
I
he
killed
keeps
in
killing
Yeah.
me.
Rest in peace, Palma. I will remember.
I'm sorry.
Here we go.
I found love within.
Thanks, Click.
Stab you back to life.
Go on, I'm busy.
Finally, we've got a soundtrack.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, my
Alright,
turn.
who has keys? Yeah, I'll just keys over here.
I have this.
Who's
No,
first?
there's no keys.
I don't have no keys.
OT?
Odie the faker! Key faker! Laughs. I'm scared. I don't want to get caught in a dark hallway in here. as he's running towards me. Hi there, Earl. Here I come. Oh. No. Please don't kill me. Dirty dishes. Hello. Hi, dirty dishes. Hope you're having a splendid day. A splendid day indeed, I say. Just getting my stuff done. Oh, I hate this one. Sometimes I'll just mess up the last number and I'll jack up the whole thing. It's a bummer. Oh. Time to find a dead body. Dead body, dead body, dead body. Ah, everyone's okay? What? This is the slowest killer I've ever seen. How do I mess up the last number? Oh, well, not the last, the second to last. The second to last number, I'll just misclick on the 9. I'll get too excited. I'm like, I'm going super fast. Oh.
Yes, you know the times. Hey,
Vitals are good, right?
A piece of information. You know the times when someone is too close to you and they breathe like in your mouth and it's really gross.
Yeah.
Basically, what plants do.
Not like that.
Flatten the curve in the.
All right, I've got a social distance from Click. Let's get. Shh. Don't tell me we're in here. At least Click will keep me alive because I can be the second imposter. Twisting. I haven't seen like anybody. Oh, this Twicky. There we go. I feel like everybody's going to observe my tactics and then be better next Among Us night, but it's a price.
That's not how it works. Hi, Earl. You gonna murder me? Oh God, it's Earl. All right, try to catch me, Earl.
Ah! Come back here!
Okay, go for it.
Just kidding. Odie accepts death. Top 10 times that OT accepted death. All right. What are we gonna? What are we gonna? Oh. Ah. Somebody dead? Everybody's alive. Vitals are good.
Any longer.
Vitals
hey,
are,
Earl.
Palma,
You can run and you
What?
can.
yeah, no, the vitals are good. Nobody's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's Palma, because I don't know. I've seen everybody else kill.
You are done.
I'm done now.
I'm gonna do it.
I would never kill you.
Earl, what are you doing?
Now I'm much safer.
I'm blocked in.
Leave the premises.
Leave me.
Leave. Leave.
What's happening? Hey!
Oh!
Palma!
Goodness.
Palma murdered. I can't believe it. That's why it took so long. It's because it was Palma the whole time.
If it was me, I would not have targeted Clicky first, because then it would be too obvious, because that would be a petty move.
It was at the end. Why'd you wait so long to kill?
One alone this entire
No!
time, and you chased after me, Earl.
Yeah, and then I didn't kill you. I mean, I'm
Me
a
and OT were
listen.
beginning. We were
I am
together at the
an
start.
aggressive killer. That's why I killed Palma right on the table and got caught.
Earl.
I'm an aggressive killer. Palma did this.
Earl.
Palma was too shy. He was too shy. He was
Goodbye,
sticking his
Earl.
2 fingers together and going, ooh, woo, not kill nobody.
Stop.
Me kill nobody
Gross.
yet.
Wait, who's
did.
everybody voting for?
We're voting for
Earl.
Palma. Here, vote
It's
me out
Earl.
next. Vote me out next. Vote Palma first. It's him. I'm hard sussing him. I saw the murder. You know what to do.
There's only one killer, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, only one.
So if it's not Earl, it's probably Paul.
Yeah, you had a 50-50 shot. Boo.
Oh,
Ah!
Is it really?
I can't believe this. Diablo Queen, thank you for the sip. I appreciate it. Can imposters kill each other? There's only one imposter, but no, they can't.
don't do that. Don't do that.
Alright.
These guys, unbelievable. How dare.
With like everything.
Get away, get away. Don't kill
That
Ann.
was me.
No,
by the
don't
way.
kill Ann.
Just
I'm trying to
putting
get
it
still
out
so I
there.
kill you then. Alright, get still. Alright. Ah! Stop it! I'm trying to. No!
Thank you.
Well,
Palma, you lied to me.
Die, you would have thrown too. You would have thrown too. Everybody throws.
Oh
You made
my
me kill
goodness.
Earl.
Oh my
This is so
goodness.
sad, chat.
Sorry,
This is
Palma.
so
Sorry.
sad. Oh my god, this is so sad.
Baby Earl dead.
Believe you didn't
I
kill me
could have
earlier.
killed you, Ann. I could have killed you.
Him. Oh,
You took my friend.
I'm too
Sad.
innocent for this.
I'm so sad right now. I'm so sad.
Palma, you gotta vote.
Oh, my bad. It's totally Ann. Sorry.
What?
Okay.
It kind of
Betrayal.
worked. I mean, he killed half
Also
the people.
betrayed.
All right, let's see
Pretty
what happens.
successful in one way.
I would say it was pretty successful.
And then...
I'm proud of him.
there we go.
Yay.
Oh, man.
Half
Yay.
playing science.
Good job.
I'm proud of you, Palma.
You did good, Palma.
You
Thank
killed. You killed real good.
Yeah.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick.
Okay.
Quickly start.
Human function? What?
Whew.
Oh,
Imagine being a
hey,
human.
Have you heard the newest hip bop that all the kids are listening to?
Yes, my Spotify.
I'm scared. What?
My FNAF.
No! No! I will deafen
Any
you
betrayal
all.
in
I
here
looked up
verified
what the
criminal.
key bind for deafen is. I already know what it's right control. If anybody wants to use it.
Really?
I think right alt is mute. I
Really?
think right control is deafen. Yeah.
Am I about to crash
No.
everything?
If you
Hey, oopsies! is here. Hooray! And Corgi Butt, thank you so much for chilling with us. Hey, get yourself some good sleep, my friend. Thanks for being here. Corgi, it was nice to see you. Hi there. Oopsie. Hooray. Thank you. You like my chicken hat? My chicken hat? I'm a chicken boy. Chicken boy, chicken boy, chicken boy. Oopsie. Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. Yay! Hooray! And 5 months. 5 months. Chicken dial. There you go. Dice got stabby chicken.
Yes, I can do that. Like,
Okay.
here is the romantic thing that the groom wanted to play for the wifey.
This one's for both of you.
My new rap.
So we get wed and divorced in the same day. Lovely.
Oh, that is a speed running life. Hell yeah.
I pronounce you Palm and Clicky.
My chat is telling
oh,
me
it's
that
our
that
wedding.
mods
Oh.
could be time me out in my own stream. You have no power here, mortal. Wifey. Oh yeah, wasn't that a hip song a couple of years ago? Wifey, Wi-Fi, wifey. Wasn't that a thing?
Wi-Fi funeral.
Those two. Yeah, it's kind of funeral, yeah, but I think it was
TikTok.
those TikTok kids that made it or something like that.
Palma, you know about TikTok. You're TikTok famous. Tell us about it.
Don't tell them about those things.
Come on, Palma. I've seen it.
TikTok.
Not nowhere near enough to do the shameful
me.
things that I do.
Oh, I've
Tell me,
seen you,
Palma.
Palma.
Tell me.
It's only like, I don't even know, maybe 4,000. I got one good viral one.
Oh, I've been watching.
Oh no, I had to delete one.
Come on,
Someone
Palma.
exposed me to
Give
OT
me your
yesterday and I had to
addies.
delete it.
Yeah, give me your OnlyFans, baby.
Okay, it's actually it's called Patreon.
What?
Only
Wait,
patrons.
new room? Oh,
He's been waiting for us.
Oh, he is? What? Why does he do that?
Yes.
Dang stupid thing. Let me see. Oh, what? You can't time out me? That's illegal. Hey, that's illegal. You can't time out the streamer. I didn't even do anything wrong. Not this time anyway. I did nothing wrong. Oh, we got a new. Oh dear, we got a new room. Oh dear, whoopsies. Let me hop into this new room. What a mess. What a jolly good mess.
Which is yourself.
Yo, yo, yo. I'm back.
Aw.
My goodness.
Aw.
You gotta love yourself. Here we go. I am the imposter.
Look at those squirrelies! I know, the squirrel's finally here, oopsie. I can't wait for my emotes. I'm just waiting for them. When do I get them? Ah! The sketchies should be soon. They should be soon. I'm so excited. It's gonna be amazing. Amazing. Squirrely! Hey, yo! I want a squirrel!
Are you actually the killer? Do you want to hang out?
I'm
I
not
wish
the
I
killer.
was, but I am gonna fix the ship's navigation because no one else seems to be able to steer this shit pile.
I'll put on the ship shields because no one else knows how to shield the ship.
Come
That's
close.
fine.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm doing shit.
Hi.
Wait, I just did those.
Hi. Hi.
Oh my god.
What?
Hi, Ann.
You're getting really bad at calling me out. Though.
What happened to these wires?
You can literally ask your chat.
No. Cards, what? Cards white first time?
Well, the first
Mm-hmm.
time, but we're not playing with visuals.
Oh, wait, shields are visible.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, we gotta go to, the do. I've got an idea. Watch this. Time for me to figure this out. Professional. Oh! Salt, click oat. Salt, click oat, okay. Salt, click oat, let me see how, click oat. Click oat, let me see. Oh, all right, I'm watching it. Palma just went up. Palma just went up. Roger that. Okay. Here we go. Oh, Palma's coming over.
Hey. who's
Palma's
talking
coming
trash?
over here. Palma's coming
Who's
over here.
talking trash?
Palma's over here. Palma's in
Can't
med.
follow the voices.
Palma's in
I'm
med bay.
wearing your hat.
Palma's in med bay. Oh, he's out of med bay.
Hey.
Anne's hanging out with Ari. Palma's in here with me.
I'm gonna do it.
Palma's in here with me.
You know you can't be on security cams.
Palma, you could be the killer though.
Hey, can anybody hear us? Hey.
Cause you take
Hey.
forever to kill.
Hey.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Hey!
We played with Kieran and
How rude!
Oh,
How many imposters are there? 1 or 2?
one.
0.
Why is
Zero?
OT laughing
OT,
like a
what are you
maniac?
laughing?
Who could have
What
predicted
happened?
this?
We're all in
I hope
admin
this is
right
a
now. Let's set the
lesson.
scene. We're all in admin, and Click and I are doing a dance for the camera.
Palma's
because
so
I'm
unlucky.
liking it, and I think to myself, why don't
How
I
does
run
he
over
keep
to
getting it over and over?
Palma's standing on the corpse of Earl right now.
I'm on cams! I'm on cams!
So
I'm
defensive.
literally on cams.
Wait, somebody was on cams, but then they weren't on cams anymore.
Ooh, sneaky. Someone could have vented in though, killed him while he was on cams. That's a classic sneaky kill. But, Palma,
Yikes.
you're very
I
But
understand
Palma-
it's us. It's understandable.
Wait,
we
is
have
somebody
it like
else
in-
claiming that they were on cams? Because
Palma's claiming he's on cams, but Earl's corpse is underneath.
Top 10 anime
somebody
betrayals.
was on cams though, so
Oh,
if nobody else
Oh.
is saying that they were on cams, then Palma's
I'm the only
probably
dead
trying to
one.
trick 'cause
Why
someone
did
was
Palma
on
pick me
cams.
first?
Yeah.
He was standing in the
That's
camera,
hateful.
but
I was
Salty
bait.
underwater?
I think so.
I was bait.
Bye, Palma.
What?
Victory, justice. Justice for Earl. Because you made fun of him. I know, he killed me because he was like, no, Baka.
It was.
I-
Oh my God.
Yes.
Okay.
I was a sacrifice. I told Palma that he wouldn't kill me.
I'm
then-
petty, okay?
I said, Palma, you won't do it. You won't do it. And he said, I will too do it, Baka. Then he killed me.
I'm
Oh.
petty. You can't do this to
Senpai,
me.
And then he senpai'd you. Oh, someone left.
Salty's gonna adjust his audio.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a good idea.
audio.
Oh, Ari, hello.
Palma, that was very
Hello,
hateful.
sorry.
I'm sorry, Earl. You hurt my feelings. I had to get revenge.
Hey, Ann.
You're so sensitive. Oh
here, come on.
my.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Somebody in my chat wants to know how you got your hat.
Stabby, stabby.
The hat?
Yeah.
Stabbing us is showing up
You
mom.
just go to the computer.
Who died from a stab
Oh,
wound?
is this hat in the options?
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I could have a little baby robot.
It's not in mine, Ann.
Zoom.
I think it's a special one.
So,
You go to hat, and then
Now I
there's,
can hear
like,
you.
the Halloween
yeah,
hats.
now you sound okay. Now it doesn't.
I don't
And
have
did
the
you pay to
Halloween
win?
hats.
And paid to
because
win.
it's-
Pumpkin.
My audio.
Well, you have the pumpkin?
Which hat?
I haven't had the pumpkin in so. Wait, how do you have the Halloween hats?
Weird.
I don't have a pumpkin.
I also have the Christmas one.
I don't have those
How?
either.
How do you have the
Wait,
seasonal
what else?
ones?
Oh, I'm
I
a
don't
businessman.
And are you a hacker?
No.
Oh, I have like
They're
nothing
just
fun.
available.
Business.
I don't know how.
Yes, I am business
Mm,
casual. No
business.
But give
I don't
me a
have any special ones
reindeer.
either. I have a zipper on my head.
Business
Oh,
professional.
My thing was the pumpkin hat for so long, but then my Among Us updated, and the pumpkin! I miss you. I
And
want a
the real
hat.
pumpkin. All hail. All hail the real pumpkin.
I'll wear the pumpkin in your honor.
Oh my gosh, Anne, you look like wait, no, you don't. I got confused.
You look like Jack Skellington as a pumpkin.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jack Skellington because he's the Pumpkin King, but he doesn't actually have a pumpkin head. He has a skull.
Jack.
Oh, right.
It's only
Have
in
you-
the
have you
first
seen my
song
child,
that
by
he's
the way?
dressed
I
up
made
like
it
a
myself.
scarecrow.
Your baby. Oh
I'm
my
so
gosh.
tired of the same.
Yeah.
What did you breed with? Look at this thing.
I mean, no, it's more like it's a snot pile. It
You
I
made
had
it.
COVID a couple of weeks ago.
All by
It's kinda
yourself.
splooshed out.
It's
Yeah.
this is a COVID
Okay, I'm gonna
sploosh.
start the game. This
Is that true?
getting weird.
OT, our conversations
Oh,
are.
okay.
This is pretty much a standard.
Aw.
Aha!
Master, what a shame. I mean, oh
Aw.
no, it's proximity.
October, so that I can have.
Oh no, they heard me.
Oh,
I don't have any tasks.
It's a housewife, Earl.
Palma, don't kill me again, please.
I would never do it back to back.
Oh, don't worry. I'll stipple it out. I'll kill somebody else first.
Yeah, I'm very
Thanks, Palma.
specific with
That's
my
real
murders.
sweet.
It is. I would never target twice. That's just rude. That's hate crime.
Now that's hateful.
The lower wires first.
no, the order is random, I think.
Swipey. Swiping time. Oh boy. I'm nervous. Hi there.
Ooh.
My name's
straight
Nervous.
wires.
I am filling up gas.
I'm gonna fix this lights.
Tell us who it is before you die.
Please help.
Hello, Erp.
Please help
I
me.
have. I
You did it.
Do you want to stab me now?
Oh, I want to stab you, yes. If only I had the blade.
Oh no. Blaine. Isn't that an old?
That didn't work. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, so me and Ari are completely safe. That's all I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
We were sussing out Click, and then there's his body as we're talking mad trash about Click.
What? Talking mad trash and then he dies.
Not mad
Very
trash.
suspicious.
I just said I had a light
was
sus,
kidding.
but then
We were
we
just-
found
we
his
were
body.
No.
I want to hear if anyone has anything to say for themselves. Because I know who it's not.
What?
He's trying to be
Philosophical.
Yeah, he's trying to be deep.
Echo.
Who's?
Maybe we should refresh.
Uh-oh.
Getting an echo.
I do hear an echo.
Oh my gosh.
Refresh.
All right,
I-
good.
I was
Hello?
hanging out with the same 3 people the entire time.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, wait. Who's sus on who? What's happening?
Since I was hanging out with the same people, I know who it's not.
Who was that?
And if Palma and Ari are safe, that only leaves one.
What?
And who is that?
Who
Who'd
could
that
it
be?
Earl? Who
What?
could it be?
No, I did the lighties and then I went over to Cam's
Oh, he was
to be
dead in
killed by
lights.
Palma next time.
Poor Earl.
What?
Next time.
No! Palma was gonna kill me.
I don't know.
I hope that's
Good luck,
right.
you guys. Good luck.
Oh no.
Y'all stack too much. Stop being in groups.
No, it is hard. It's hard.
Clicky was all by his lonesome.
That's what you get for making my snot sound.
I couldn't help it.
Oh my god.
Click tested me.
I'm not talking about the child.
jeez.
He said, "Don't kill me." I had to do it.
Do we want the middle map, Mirha? The long
Huh?
stream
Yeah,
map?
go for it.
Okay, I'll switch maps.
Oh yeah, we're not playing the new map, huh? Strange.
So, what is this?
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Let's see now. I am scrolling.
I don't know why we're not playing the new map. I want to play on the new map. I love the the airship is super duper fun. I hope that we play that today.
Earl, welcome back as well. Oh, and now Palma's here.
Oh hi there. It's your local killer.
Oh my god, hi. It like briefly disconnected me and I was scared.
That was
you didn't
quick
like
click.
me anymore, and now I'm
Aw.
happy.
No, it would never be like that quick.
Are
I would
we
tell
going
you.
to play airship sometime? Hmm?
I would just tell you right away.
Huh?
That's the New Year set.
Aw.
Bigger maps are for the kills. Give me the kills. Sorry, Kenny, but you were eliminated. It's in the title.
I'm also here.
It's in the title. Stardew Valley mods. Oh, I mean, questionable kills. That's what it says.
Okay.
Spidey Cat, we need those kills. Give me some
Be a
kills.
pirate.
Let me kill everybody.
Oh, no, Ann. A pirate. Everyone look out for Ann.
Oh no. The booty thief.
Oh, how
Oh,
about
no.
a shame if I were the imposter?
I wish I was the imposter.
Me too. I like killing one
How
person.
much do I do this? Okay.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Right.
It's me and the boys running down the hallway.
Me and the boys. Where are we going? Up or
I've got stuff both places. I'll go lefty with you.
I gotta do this one real quick.
Ow!
Oh, the door's probably gonna close.
I have reactor
Alright.
task.
Ari, don't
Hello.
kill us. We're friends.
There's only one killer, so if there's 3 of us, we're safe.
Oh, dude,
That's
snuck
true.
in.
Oh, there's 4 of us. We're in danger.
That killed darkness up.
Wait, are
Oh!
there 2 killers?
No, there's one. I was just
Oh,
joking.
I thought there was only one
Hi,
still.
Salty.
Oh, I thought there was one. Right?
Oh, never mind. Everyone's here. No, there's just one killer, Earl.
Just one.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
lonely.
wait
One over
for Earl.
here.
That's fine.
Beepo, beepo, beep.
All right, we're alone,
Nice.
Earl.
I'm putting in sticks.
Oh, what a shame. There's people right over here. There's a party.
Hello.
Never mind.
It's a
bye. I'll find
party.
someone else.
There we go. Mine are done over here in this area. I can go,
I see.
up to the greenhouse now.
Ooh, I brought-
Odie says, "Oh, we're not all alone. See you
I
later."
have greenhouse tasks too, so I could go there too.
I've got a greenhouse task.
I've got 4 up there.
OT said, "You're not alone. All right, see you later."
Uh-oh.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh.
There's 3 of them. They should be fine. I'm gonna try to get my stuff done.
Uh-oh.
Don't you dare.
Okay, there you are.
I'm trying to do some tasks over here while they're fixing that
Same
thing.
here,
You leave me alone.
Interesting.
It's
Ah.
Click.
The killer is
Well,
probably
bye,
in here right
man.
now.
Who is it?
I mean,
it's not over here?
statistically- Oh,
Why? Do you know that because it's you, Palma?
I have this task, though.
No.
I'm going to Cafe. Who's gonna kill me in Cafe? You think it's poor Palma again? Yeah. If it takes this long for a kill, it's probably Palma.
Hey, don't you lie.
What? Oh, no, I was just talking to somebody.
Earl, who are you talking to? Are you
I was talking
yourself?
to people.
I have a present for you.
Oh, Preston, a knife in the chest? Oh, thank you.
Yo, listen up to my... Okay, no, let's go fix it.
Get out of here. Palma's faking a task over there. I gotta get out of here. Oh, Palma. No, they know that we were together.
Oh,
They-
no, don't touch me!
They can't know, Palma.
No!
They can't know.
Okay.
Oh,
No, together?
no.
Hello.
Golly, I'm scared. I think it might be.
Wait,
Oh,
what? What was that at?
Oh.
Click,
Hey, Click.
Oh no.
click.
Why were you running away?
Click left with Anne, and then Anne left the living
I was
world.
up in admin. What are you talking about?
No, that's untrue.
Ari, I remember this last time when you called out OT and it was very wrong.
But it was also
Do you
not
remem- do you-
me.
It was Odie that
remember
called
that
out
time?
Ari, and then
That's
Ari
true.
shot
Maybe
back.
That's true, yeah.
Also,
Oh,
this was a
okay.
pretty the Anne was pretty much just dead right where Click left from.
Could have been Palma.
No.
There's also...
No,
If
it
it was
couldn't
me, I wouldn't have got away with it.
Where was the body? Because Anne stayed longer. She went to the what's it called? I don't know what
O2?
the room is called. The first room? No, not O2. The first room. I went towards O2.
She was
Someone could
dead
have
in the
entered from that
hallway.
direction.
She was dead in the hallway, kind of a little bit to the right of the O2 pad where you punch in the numbers. And I just passed you. I'm sure you can confirm that, even though you just said you were an admin.
Was it Odie before he walked into CAF with
No,
us,
I was
Palma?
going towards admin. I never said I was in admin.
Oh, you know, guys, you guys gotta vote, guys.
It's not. Oh.
I don't know. Odie walked
I
into
always
CAF.
get- I
I'm
always get
nervous.
randomly sussed when it's not me. I hate this.
Click, I didn't vote for you.
Thank you, Palma. I'm proud of you.
Did Click voted for himself?
I knew that.
Wow.
Such bad time. Everyone's together the whole time. It's like I have to kill someone. And
Yeah,
like,
it's
oh,
really
right,
hard
Ari-
when
and
when
then Ari
everybody
comes around the
sticks
corner in a
together.
second, like, oh, frick.
Yeah.
You just gotta kill
Sorry.
somebody.
Yeah.
One kill's a win in my book.
Proximity is like more difficult when it's more fun, but it's also more difficult.
Yeah,
It
it
definitely is
encourages
more
you to stick
difficult.
together, which is not good
Yeah.
for the murderer.
Yeah.
And it's also more fun. because
Oh, yeah.
you can yell at each other.
Oh, are we doing clicky keyboard?
Are we mashing keyboards? What are we doing?
What?
I'm just typing. I
Oh.
can mute myself.
Oh, okay. That was Ari. Oh no. Sorry,
That
Ari.
was
I'm
really
sorry.
fast typing.
No, it's
Oh,
okay.
what a
It's
shame if I
okay.
were imposter.
I just smashed the
Run
crap
away
out of my
really
keyboard.
quickly.
That's the key.
Oh,
Okay.
boy.
Welcome to the station.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my stream.
Palma.
Listen up to the new rap.
Did you forget how it started?
Yeah, I forgot for a sec. I started singing instead, like, choke me like you hate me. But then I...
You're just playing the greatest
wrong.
hits.
Oh hi.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello?
Beep, boop, bop, beep, boop, beep.
Hello?
Oh, is anybody there?
Hello?
Give us a sign.
Give us a sign.
Hello?
Close.
What's your
Why can't I
name?
touch the computer?
Oh. Uh-oh. No. Meltdown. Melting.
Meltdown.
I'm melting. Let us through. It's important.
Let's trying to
Hello?
save.
Oh.
I was just
Oh.
downloading, and I thought I was talking
I
to a couple
found-
of people, but everyone left, and I was just talking to myself half the time.
Oh.
no.
Aw.
You're
sad.
singing the
I found
song of
one
your
by the
people.
entrance to the pathway up to reactor.
Ooh.
Oh, reactor.
Okay, so this happened. OT, you might think I'm sus, but this
Good
happened
gal.
after I
Thank
came
you
up,
so much
because
for the
when I went up to fix
250. I
reactor,
appreciate it.
OT
Hey,
was
Champion
already
the
there on
Raven
left
Queen's
side, so
here.
I'm to the
Hi,
right
Gav.
side.
Hi, Champion the Raven Queen. How are y'all
So
doing?
somebody had to come after me. Salt
Where was
was
the body?
Where'd you
coming
say that
after
it
me,
was?
and then
Did you say that it was
Paul and
under
Click were hanging out
Decontam?
most of the time.
Where was the body at? Decontam?
Was it in it or
Yeah,
under
down
it?
by the entrance.
All right, well.
Inside.
So Ari, then OT, and it's probably not Anne, mine, Erp. It's probably Palma.
Palma's trying to order one of those pecan juice
Yeah,
thingies.
Palma
It looks
was down to the
disgusting.
right.
I'm on the vending machine and it looks so nasty. I want a soda. I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Trying to get a drink. I didn't see you over in Calf. That's where I was. But I was down to the south, so Palma could have been in there.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hate crimes.
Oh.
Hey, who voted me? What a hater.
What a sussy.
What a sussy. No. That's horrible.
Don't be such a
Somebody hold my hand. Hold my toes and I can prove my innocence.
No.
toes.
That's
Yes.
for
Oh,
OnlyFans
no.
only.
Oh no.
No toes. I don't want to go over there with Ari by
Ordering V1.
myself. Please
It's a
don't.
peach drink.
It's that booty. The booty
It's a
drink.
booty juice.
What? Please don't say that.
Oh, hello.
I don't want to go over there.
I'm down here.
I'm scared of them.
Right now.
Thank you.
No.
Follow Palma. He's innocent.
Yeah, keep Palma alive.
Do this download.
No, I can't see anything.
Okay.
Palma.
Guys,
Wait
this
for
is
me.
not how it works.
Are we gonna
Wait
fix
for
lights?
me. Yeah,
Fix-
Guys,
go
friends,
Oh,
lights.
together.
fine.
Fix
It's-
lights.
Don't panic.
Come-
Don't panic, everyone.
Everybody stay calm.
It's important to
Stay together.
Oh!
Oh,
Hey!
hey!
You- oh.
And another person dies, Ari. Same
Palma.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Was that you, Palma? I couldn't see it. I just saw the
Clicky,
button pop up. Oh, no.
Oh my
It's either-
gosh.
It's either Palm or Erp.
It's
I can't tell
Earl.
the colors apart.
I
But I think
did
it's Earl.
not
It
see.
is
I
Earl.
think Click was in the front. I think
He
it's
tried
Palma.
to do a sneaky. It
No,
was
it's Palma.
Earl.
It was dark. It was Palma.
If it was me, it'd be obvious.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
What is the
dark. Mine was
typing?
Fixed. It was fixed.
Oh my
Erp.
God.
You would have noticed that if you were not the imposter.
What?
Ugh.
Yeah, it was.
Wait,
one-
who
What'd
are
you
you
say?
guys voting for?
You've been caught,
Lights were
Wyatt.
fixed.
What was fixed?
The lights.
Lights.
Yeah. At the end.
It wasn't dark. Yeah.
Yeah, at the end it was fixed. I said we were walking up in the dark, and I couldn't tell who.
And
I
the-
couldn't tell who did the kill. But
Then
you were in the
lied
front, so I don't think it was
actually
Click.
flipped.
I don't
No,
think
it's
it was
not
Click
me.
because he was the
It
furthest
was
one in
of
the
you
front.
Guys, but I am slightly colorblind, so I can't tell you apart. So it's one of you guys. It's either Palm or Erp.
It'd be Erp. It'd be Wyatt.
Palma killed.
I voted Erp. If it's not Erp, it's Palm.
Thank you, Click.
You're welcome.
Oh.
It's me. I'm
How
just kidding.
dare! I can't believe it.
How dare.
It's always got to be one of the neighbors.
It's the eyebrows.
It's either Oklahoma or it's Texas every time. Yeehaw! I got 2. That's a personal record. Nice.
Not dying is my record.
You're on a roll.
Hey,
All but one earlier. I was pretty proud of that.
Dang it.
I actually won as imposter. I am very proud of myself. Once.
Oh.
At the beginning, yeah.
No, it wasn't the beginning. It was like 5 or 6.
When you murdered me? How dare you?
Yeah.
I
was
remember when
very
OT
satisfying.
died.
Oh yeah, you got voted out and died. Yeah, I didn't even kill you.
That's true. OT is the head
Do we
susser.
have enough people for airship? 7?
Oh yeah, totally.
We can try it. We can try it.
Oh yeah,
Mm,
with a
but
big
it's,
cooldown. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Up the cool.
Big
Okay.
30.
Give
Yeah.
it a shot.
Oh look at that!
Oh,
I'm wearing your face mask. Oh, I left. Freaking heck.
Oh. Oh no. Unrequited love. All right, wait. Switching again. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. How many are we gonna? Okay, let me just slap in this new code. Here we go. Darn it! I didn't notice that the lights were fixed. That was a complete bonehead move. I wasn't even paying attention. I was so excited about killing. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I should have paid attention to the lights. Kenny always voted off. I'm no good at this game, but it's fun. It's fun, but I'm no good at it. Oh, thank you very much, Raging. Thank you very much for the follow. Also, thank you, Baroness, for the follow earlier. Here we go.
I'm a little worried about you. Are you feeling a little
Are we all in suits?
anxiety, a little bit of attachment?
This is a nice event with all these suits. Mm.
So that's good.
Look, you're wearing my mask.
Oh.
yeah, you moved.
I
Never
like
mind.
that. I almost called you Myanmar.
Oh, that's what you reserve for little
You wear my
Pat. That's not
mask,
me.
Myanmar.
No.
Cosita preciosa.
No, ¿por qué?
What's happening?
What is happening?
Help.
Who wants to join my conga line?
Salt, hold me. I'm
Oh,
scared.
Ready.
Come on, shake your body, baby, do the conga.
Okay,
No,
wait,
shake your
wait,
body,
wait.
do
How we doing
the
there?
We're going.
shake your
We're
body,
not
do
going.
the
Yeah,
conga.
we're
It's a
going.
stationary conga.
Oh, we just stand
Oh,
here.
you gotta hit the. Oh my gosh, Earl, what's happening to us?
We're stuck.
Oh,
Ah!
wow.
There we go.
They fused to
That's
me game
kinda
one.
cool.
Conga line.
Alright, here we go.
No.
What's this? Notice it's a bulge.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, I am
Ow,
not
wow.
I am not the totally.
I am the
I
pasta.
walked out.
So many options. Where do I go?
Food.
Where's the kitchen? Where's the kitchen? I'm starving.
Oh yeah, the new map.
This map is
Crap.
gigantic.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think I gotta go down. I think I gotta go down here. Go take a look around. Look at all these guns. What? There's guns down here. Careful.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Did somebody say guns?
This is Texas.
This wait a second. I'm gonna go up to Oklahoma. It's right in the meeting room's Oklahoma. Don't kill you? All right. Wave, wave, woo. Oh, where's that? There we go. Why's that gotta be so hard to do? I hate that task. Zooming, baby. Oh, jeez. The labyrinth. How do I get through? Ah! Dead end. What? How do I? Oh. Oh, you have to go through the middle. Who's locking the doors? Oh, wait. Oh, that door's open. This is so confusing. I hate this place. Ah! Wait. Oh, no. You can't go through there. Huh?
Oh,
Who's laughing over there?
Nothing.
It's
Who's it?
OT.
What? Okay. All right.
You alone?
No, leave me alone. Are you home alone? Excuse me, let me. No, I'm right here.
Don't get me. Don't get me.
Ah, yes. OT pretending to
Wait,
be
so
the
if
killer
I
for
get
10 minutes
something
straight
else-
ASMR.
I could just say it's Earl that did it.
Oh, yeah, it's me.
I mean, you could, but that wouldn't be nice.
I like
That
how
would
to
be
angle
mean.
this. Here
I
we
can
go.
never tell if that
Go.
door's open. Are you doing this whole... Oh, enjoy your buttons.
Wait. Oh my.
Could be anybody on camis. Nobody's on the viewing deck. But what about...
Doing my tasks. What the fuck is this?
Hey, what? It's a family-friendly stream! Oh, did I just see somebody arrive? Oh. I hear footsteps. I hear footsteps. Salty, is that you? Is that you walking around?
This stupid one.
I thought I heard
So
you.
bad. 5.
I think the last one's up here.
7. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Oh no! Avert steering! Which way do you go? Ah! How do I get to the steering thing? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's been done. Oh, splinted. We're all good. Literally, crisis averted. All right, photo time. Photo booth. Ah, boy. If you like it so much, you shoulda took a picture of it. All right, we just gotta slap these. I don't know how to grab these photos. Ah! This is difficult. Okay, I think oh my gosh. Where are the lights things at? Oh, there's so many of them. Which one do I go to? Oh. Who fixed that?
I'm all alone. Come kill me. What?
Oh.
No!
Whoa. Who fixed
Hey,
lights?
he said, "Oh no, I didn't know he was there." Did you know he was there?
Oh no.
That's so funny.
Who fixed lights?
That's so funny. Ari was
Me and
running
Palma
past me
fixed
being
lights.
like, Salty's good, I hope he doesn't die, and now Bakari and Salty
Aw.
are dead.
Me and Palma were hanging out.
So Earl, have you been the only one on your own?
I saw Salt down with you at the electrical, but that's basically all that I've seen.
Immediately throwing sus. I haven't seen
No,
Salty.
I wasn't saying that you killed him. No, you left first. You left first. I'm not throwing sus.
Oh my
I was just saying that was the one time that I saw people was whenever you were
Palma, what do you
pretending
think?
to be the imposter. I don't think
You
it's
and Anna
okay.
What
been together
happened?
the whole time?
Me and Ann have been together the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Earl. That could only mean one thing.
What?
I'll give you
No.
all the
OT
moral
was the one that was
story.
chasing me around and
Oh.
saying, "I'm gonna kill you. Is he alone?" I thought you were joking. I thought Odie was joking at the time.
I'm not sure. I mean, only heard OT when we were in the room, but maybe that was because the. Oh gosh.
I don't even.
Oh no.
I'm not 100% sure it's OT, but you saying that y'all together? Oh no! Odie, don't kill me first. Just kill somebody else. Ah!
Probably refresh the sound.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
we should.
it sounds weird. I don't know how to do
Get
it.
out of here. Get out of here. This vibe.
Get out of here. I'm walking here. Oh.
I'm never gonna get to this thing. I'm gonna die.
Oh wait, I don't think you can walk through
Ah!
here. You can't walk through
No,
there.
no, I'm not.
Gotta fix the lights. Quick. Uh-oh. Oops. Oh, dang it.
Oh, Earl.
Hi there.
Ah, dang it.
How are y'all doing?
Yeah, we were right.
The entire last round is trying to do a stupid burger.
I can't believe
Refresh,
that.
your audio is.
No,
Wow.
to
I can
be
hear
fair.
you.
What is it, Control R?
Map.
Yeah, we refreshed
Yeah.
our audios because.
Oh, I pressed Control R whenever you said refresh.
Press the manual refresh button on the top left of your little
Congrats.
window.
Yeah.
Everyone sounds good to me now.
Okay. There we go. Manual
Been alive
refresh.
For ages.
Echo
No,
again.
it's
Is
still-
that on my end?
it's still-
I was
I don't
in
hear
the
it.
records room and I said, I was like, I'm all alone. Why don't you come kill
I
me?
just
And then Earl
refreshed.
killed me.
Yeah, I think it's salty.
He follows orders like a good.
Yeah, you said somebody should kill me, and I was like, all right.
I know, you're like, well, you're not gonna tell me twice.
Gav, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it, you sweet bean.
Sames.
Can you
My
hear me?
chat is clipping when I try to do the burger, and it's embarrassing. and I
Gav!
don't
Thank you. Maybe suggest a higher cooldown again? Oh.
Hear you?
Oh,
You
okay.
sound
okay.
fine. Everyone
Okay,
sound fine
Hi,
the whole time.
Salty.
Should our
Hey, Ann.
cooldown be turned up? It's a little easy to kill everybody.
Oh yeah, on a big
Oh
map
my
like that,
god,
yeah,
Herb.
okay.
It was
That's
pretty
your
easy.
real name.
If it isn't.
Yeah, I think that
Oh.
this map is good for the setup we have right now because since there's so many tasks and they're so far away, it's a lot easier to get people alone.
Yeah.
Plus, because we all start in different places too.
I found Clicky all by himself singing the song of his people.
Yes.
What song is that?
The FNAF rap.
I can't say it. I'm family friendly. Whoa! Yo, Cat and
1K for the victory, less than 3.
Oh, it's me. Oops, I wasn't muted. Hey, Tatted Cat with the 1K. Holy moly.
That's the ghost, the entire.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gigantic bits.
About you?
You said what?
Task here, though.
What?
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 I was just not talking shit.
I don't have any tasks here, but I want to watch Click Kill Anne.
Okay,
What?
that's fine.
Well, so that I can report it to protect you.
Wait, does anyone?
Wait, I'm gonna make a burger.
Is this the burger? Do you have the burger?
Yep, I've got the
I don't have
burger.
Okay, let's see how fast you can do it, unless you're faking it.
Oh, I can do it faster than you.
Alright, alright.
Boom, donezo.
What?
2 meats,
Oh
1
my
lettuce
God.
in the middle, baby.
I can't tell the bun from the meat apart. It's the worst.
Oh no.
Oh, you can't? The buns on the buns on the side with the other bun. They're together. The buns are together.
Tomato, onion.
Don't beep. Don't.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Friendly stream.
Sorry.
Well, that's
Sorry,
whenever I
children.
killed Click, I was like, family friendly.
Tomato, onion,
This
bun.
Minecraft server.
Oh no.
Not on my dad's Christian Minecraft server. I'm gonna look at these pictures.
Ooh, we have pictures.
I see Palma doing something. Ah! Five Nights at Freddy's. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Oh. Oh. Oh.
I got you on this side.
Oh, hi, Ari. Well,
Hi.
now you're trapped.
Okay,
I
fine.
wanted to go with you. I wish you could do it
Oh
at the same
my.
time.
I can't believe he finally got his revenge.
I have this one
Darn
too.
it. And that's gonna be hard to find too, I think.
I don't like being murdered here.
That was a good one.
You do first.
All right. There's no way that we're gonna get a task win here. Holy moly. This map is just a mess. They better figure out its Click. But he's got to kill again. It's too old now. I can never tell if I should just like carry these or if I should just toss them. Tossing. Here we go. Zoom. Get in there. Yatta. All right. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, that was actually easy. Gap room. You can do tasks so efficiently whenever you're dead. Top 10 best things about being dead. Quick tasks.
Well, the one time I've been to Japan, but when
Uh-oh, better hurry. Don't find my body yet.
Japanese is not perfect.
Please
They're
don't
always
find my
like,
body.
"Oh, sugoi."
No, leave it alone, leave it alone, leave it alone. Is she talking Japanese?
Oh my god, I thought Anne stabbed me. Holy shit, that scared the hell out of me. Oh my god. Oh.
You're
Oh,
safe for now.
Oh, my nerves. Oh, I'm too old for this shit.
I found Earl. Oh golly, where am I? I'm like in the hallway.
Earl's pretty, Clicky's pretty
Are you
convincing.
well?
I gotta admit.
Drinking and I tried to breathe it in. Don't do
What
that.
a rascal. What an
Yeah,
absolute
plenty of time.
rascal.
Earl is like in the hallway when you come down from, oh gosh, is it like records? Like if you're on the right side trying to fix the crash course, avert crash course on the right side.
You're watching Apex
you
voice
go
actors
out
do
from there, I
this?
think you go into records and then you go down and there's like a hallway. I think that it's going
Were they
towards
doing the
left, it's
voices
going
while they
towards
were
the
doing it?
engine. I think.
Hey, how are you
That's where
doing?
Earl is.
The official, oh no, not the Gabba Gooba Lab.
Left
No!
side of the map. I missed half of that
And it's the official
And
one.
that's understandable. Kind of like
Oopsies,
the
I'm
middle
dead.
of the map.
First kill
Say
too.
for
You know,
this
maybe
one.
we will get
Did
maybe
somebody
we will
say
get
I'm
task.
sus?
Chat, I can't.
I don't know.
Palma's being exceptionally quiet.
Oh, I'm just
Yeah.
admiring the
Oh
company,
my
the
goodness.
ambiance. I've been on security.
The facial hair is
I was
strong
watching
with
you
this
guys,
friend
I was
group.
really hoping
Odie's
I
looks
could find
great.
somebody to
Clicks
kill
looks
on
great.
games. And then I was like, ooh, let's
Does
watch this
Palma
guy, and I
have
realized I was
facial hair
watching
again?
myself on my own camera like an idiot.
Palma got the strong
so,
facial hair.
Given that I did that, I think I'm safe.
I know Anne's got a mean mustache. Hey, it's Linz. What's up?
Literally the only
Linz. How are you doing? I'm
I saw
dead.
myself on cam.
Dead Earl. Dead Earl. Dead Earl.
Oh my.
I was killed early. Killed early. Okay. Let's get some stuff done. Let's get all of our tasks done. Task time. Okay, I never knew exactly how to do this until they finally made it so that it's like the arrow points. I think at the beginning of this new map, they didn't have the arrow or something. I was super confused. Oh, this is all good practice. Thanks a lot for killing me. Oh my gosh, it's way up here. Stop, there it is. Goodness gracious. Free hugs in your title? I came to claim them. My big hugs. Big hugs for everybody. And if I'm the imposter, you get a little surprise knife with the hug. But not this time. Not this time. Only hugs. Sweet, sweet hugs. Oh. Let me just get my things done. Getting my stuff. Oh, all right, I win. I've finished all my tasks. There we go. Now we can just sit back and enjoy the show. Just let Click kill everybody. Come on. Just relax. Kick back. I would like to watch though. Let's see if we can see if I can find the munchkin. Where is the munchkin? I want to watch. Are you gonna haunt? That's what I'm gonna do. But I think that everybody can hear me, so I don't want to turn on my audio. Where? Goodness gracious. I'm here flying around this map at Mach 10, and I can't find. Huh? That's a big pencil. I did never notice the pencil before. Did I miss a room? Oh.
Why is no one else dead?
Whoa. Can you not hear me? He can't. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
We also, Yuki-chan, we also have a emotional support channel in the Discord if you ever want.
Cutting in on other people's streams is so rude. Ooh. I'm just gonna be careful not to say anything too sus, just in case that this stupid thing bugs out. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. What? These doors are so frustrating.
Oh my god, man.
What? So what? Oh, it's probably a vent. Dang it. So sneak. This is why I couldn't survive. This is why I couldn't stay alive. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Found you. I don't think Click can hear me. But I'll distract as good as I can.
See if I can count.
Oh, I don't think he can. Click! Somebody!
Hey.
So none of us have died. All right.
Party over here.
Two of them.
Help! Somebody!
I thought I was done.
Oh, we gotta go. Do
I love that it's green. I can see the green of me talking, but nobody can hear.
I constantly try to run with the map open because I can't find my way anywhere. It always...
Or really good at this
There's a
game.
body right here.
Wait.
Oh, OT found it. It was Ari, which means it's Alma.
It's
No!
Alma!
No! Don't you dare!
Oh,
Don't
no.
you dare! I would have never made it this
The
far.
only one not in the
That was
squad.
awesome.
No. Okay, so
Oh,
Ari
I
wasn't.
heard
No!
you say, walking
Ali-
past me, I need to find Ari.
Yeah, because Ari was my alibi.
No, I did
She was
not
the
get
only
killed
one
on
that was my
cams.
alibi.
Sorry.
Thank goodness
She was
not.
my alibi. Don't fall for these
Alibi
lies.
for what?
Because we were hanging out and we both determined that it wasn't me because we thought it might have been Salt.
Oh, that's
Oh.
extra sauce. That's extra sauce.
Alright.
Okay, fine. Do it. Do what you must. Commit the yeehaw hate crime.
I mean, yeah, we will. We will.
Go
Oh,
ahead. Go
no.
ahead. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret
I mean,
it.
you're the only vote we're waiting for. I mean, we're just waiting for you.
Yeah.
I'm being petty. Okay, I'm gonna vote. I'm voting.
Do it! Do it! Like everyone has done. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
Someone
Oh,
thought
yeah.
it was
Oh
Soul
my
Food.
gosh!
Watch what happens.
This is going poorly. Oh, thank you, Mai. Thank you. It's a super cozy hoodie. I didn't get to wear it yesterday because it was too hot. It was too hot, but I finally get to vibe in the hoodie. I get to wear it with pride. Palma! Palma? I wonder if he can hear me. Palma! Palma, sweet baby boy. Okay, friendo. Oh, hi there.
Hello.
Oh, you can hear me. Hooray!
Yeah, I was deafened for a minute, but now I'm not.
Go squad. Goes. Where's Palma?
I don't know. Doing something. Probably killing someone.
No, he's dead. Palma! Palma, sweet baby child.
I need to do a murder.
Palma. Palma! Sweet.
Yeah, I know it.
Sweet OK Bean.
I knew it.
No way, quick.
Oh no! I'm sorry,
Are you,
Palma.
are you really gonna
I
try
always
that?
come back to real
Hey,
stream
Ann?
as least I can do. Yes!
Ann, no,
I
I'm
love
sorry,
Blues.
Palma.
Are you really gonna try that?
I
Salty.
love everybody who's
With
here.
salty
Thank you all for
all over
hanging
the
out with
place.
me, by the way. I'm having a lot of fun.
Listen,
I hope that
listen
you
to
guys
him.
are having fun
And he
too.
does
I
this
know that
every
when I'm
time
playing
when
Among
he's
Us,
like,
I don't
this
talk
is
to chat
I
as much as I
promise
usually
you,
do,
I will
so
play
I
people
hope that
talking
you're having
like
fun
that.
and thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Listen to the anime.
Ari's just
Ann.
ignoring.
Ditto to my chat and Ari's chat.
Oh, am I unmuted? I'm so
No, it's
sorry.
fine. No, I agree. I agree, Ari.
No way, Ann. What have you done?
I thought I was muted.
No,
I'm
you're
the same
fine,
way.
you're fine, just 'cause we're both dead.
My chat needed to hear it.
My brain can't.
And
take
you
it.
have made us
It's
lose.
very obvious. It's very obvious, OT. Come on.
He has such a clear.
Rest in peace. Oh! Oh my gosh. That was not very cash money. A cacophony. Oh no, I can't hear anybody. But it's alright. Oh no. What happened?
You're you mod for Twos? That's awesome.
Is this
Hello?
the apology
my
room?
gosh.
Is this the apology room?
Palm, I was
think
looking
in my
for you
right
as a
place?
ghost. I was looking for you.
I was
calling
too.
out.
I was looking for the
calling
good
out your
people.
name. I couldn't find you. We were
was so
playing Ring
sad.
Around the Rosie.
Okay, there it is.
Oh, we haven't.
All right, bye. They should really fix this game so that you can switch maps. For heaven's sake! I mean, come on now. Don't worry, we don't need you, lad. We're self-sufficient and cool. You can't spell sufficient. But you need my help with spelling. I'm here for you, Fredo. Don't worry. You don't have to be self-sufficient. No, I'll still read. I promise. Okay. All right, let's hop in. So many maps. Oh my.
Oh wait.
Oh, whoa. 3 imposters. Oh no.
This is gonna be tricky. If the imposter wins this round, you have my props. Because
Okay.
it's totally not me, y'all.
Everybody watch who doesn't have keys.
Yeah,
I
props to
don't
the
have
to the
don't have
killer.
keys. Yeah,
Don't have a
there's not
task here.
keys.
There's no keys. I just did a
Not everyone has to
course
be
though.
picky.
What'd you
did
just
that
do,
one.
Ann?
That's how you
Oh, you did you?
nervousify people.
Oh, okay.
This who's tank.
You're the only one that faked a task with me. I have an unusual amount of confidence.
Oh, hi.
You're faking tasks.
No, you faked it. I think 2 people do
I
it.
had it for real.
I had it for real too.
I had
It was easy
real.
for me. I'm a professional.
Wait, I'll follow you to the lights.
Yeah. You're top
Hey.
faker. I trust you.
I trust you.
Hello, this is. Oh, hi.
Uh
I'm gonna watch people.
huh. Yeah, all right. What
Imagine
is-
spying on people.
Imagine watching that cams. Hi there, Ari.
Imagine.
Hey,
Ari.
La 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 la.
Imagine nodes.
Just imagine.
Ah, I messed it up.
Oh no.
At the very end, the last dot, I let go of it. There we go.
Oh.
All right, let's go do it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, double raid. Thank you guys so much. Frog City and Corrupt Glitch, thank you so much for the raids. Oh my gosh. I'm playing Among Us with my friends. I so appreciate it. Hi there. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, you guys, you sweet beans. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the chat. How was y'all stream? I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I'm sorry. I was talking to my chat.
Oh, okay.
2 raids.
Also wondering if... What? Dude,
What?
You're popular. Life isn't fixed yet. Should we go and see if someone's dead?
Yeah, let's go check it out. What were y'all playing? Were y'all, let me see, or, oh.
See?
I just say, hey, now I can say hi to everybody. What's up? Moss Green, who's sus? Not me. No, this is great. Yes, Moss, very sus. Noreen's, how are you doing? What were y'all playing? It didn't show me. It didn't show me what y'all were playing. Stardew Valley, nice.
The last time I saw Earl, he was with Anne.
Should we kill Anne?
Yeah. Me and Earl.
I did the, just to pause it really quick. Yeah, I've still got the Stardew Valley mods list. I've still got it attached to my title because I forgot to remove it. But that's excellent. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for coming over here, you guys. Oh boy.
Mama, believe in me.
No, don't do this to me.
My trust,
Palma,
Don't do this to
And
me.
do it, Palma.
KJP! Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh my gracious, KJP, thanks for jumping in. What's up? I'm playing Among Us with my friends right now on proximity chat for the very first time. KJP, raid! Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Hi, friendos, coming over from KJP. Off to sleep now? Oh, we'll see you later, Corrupted Glitch. Get yourself some rest. You just streamed. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go get yourself some rest. Get yourself some water. KJP's here. A friendo. Hooray! Hi, KJP. You keep forgetting your own raid message? What? How are you doing? I hope that I'm saying that right. Hi there, Gabby. Hope that y'all having a great time. Oi. We're vibing. Oh, Di fixed it. Oh, snap. Thank you, Di. Thank you for fixing up my title. But yeah, we're playing proximity chat. I think I'm supposed to be doing tasks. Oh, too late. We lose. No. No. Poor Anne. Not fair.
So sad.
Yeah, what's happening? What? You know being a cook in this game is bad because you make sustenance? No, Ruri, no, not sustenance. Oh my god. Not sus, no. Not sus puns are the worst puns. Oh. Sustenance. More raiders. Diablo Queen, there's so many beans.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, hello, world.
I forgot we were in prox chat, so that when I left, I stopped hearing you guys. I was like, oh wait.
Yeah.
Anne,
Rest in peace, Anne. Anne was with me.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you.
so sad. Aw.
It was sad but funny.
All the
I
sadness.
skipped.
I did
because
laugh.
Friendships are more important.
Mwah. I love you too.
Oh.
Oh, who was that kiss for?
What's that?
No,
Wait,
It was for the snot baby.
fogging up my helmet.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I had to.
Oh.
This is not your child.
And I honestly thought because the lights were out that you wouldn't
Robert.
see me kill Earl, so.
Cooldown is 32 seconds.
Oh, I saw the whole
It is,
thing.
it's very
What?
long.
Oh, we're
This
starting?
is gonna be so.
Oh.
Yeah, this is gonna be so
Oh.
sad if I'm the master.
Oh, it's me.
Ow, wow.
Gonda, what's up? Hello,
And
Gonda.
yes, watch me do it.
Yo, listen up to my new rap. I just
Look, I did things.
got a
Yo,
friend.
yo, yo.
Hot
Oh,
girls. I'm just gonna do
Freddy.
this. Hot girl singing. Oh yeah, it's Freddy's Pizza. Oh, wait, OT is rating. Give me a second.
Oh.
Oh, if you raid some pizza, hello.
Ah! No! What? Oh my gosh, what is this stupid game? Hey, Gonda, welcome to the chat. Hey! Well, there's not that many people. I was wondering why Odie was gone. Yeah, this game sucks. This game sucks. I was rapping. I was rapping for Jesus with Click. I can't believe it. Now's the chance to do all your tasks. I mean, I could try, but it's not gonna happen. It's not. There's no way that we're gonna get a task win. There's too few people. Now we're even missing Odie. Not a chance. Not a chance. Besides, he's a savage. Look, he's already killed another person. He's already killed 2. No, you're dead.
Hey!
Palma, what happened?
Earl, I was trying to hang out with Click because he got raided, and I was listening to his little speech about how he loves
Yeah.
people, and then he stabbed me.
He
like
said,
the
"Oh,
whole
I just
day.
got raided," and then he stabbed me.
I know, wasn't that rude?
It was
I was trying to
rude.
support him, and then boom, knife in the back. Figuratively,
I can't.
literally.
He went sicko mode. I can't believe it.
He did. He did. He
I'm
hit
just
me
scanning my
hard.
ghost. My ethereal form has been scanned for science.
Oh, that's what it's for.
Oh, science.
I guess I should put this camera up then.
Oh, I thought that it was for. I thought it was for Instagram. Let's see. I'm gonna go
Do
down
it for
here.
the gram.
I'm getting scanned for the gram.
Oh, I should probably do my jobs.
Yeah, do your jobs. Maybe Click a lose because he got raided.
Yeah.
Have over.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, for real, we're screwed.
It's not salty.
Wait, who could this
Oh,
have
yo! You like the proximity mod? I know it's fun, right?
You and Anne
It's
were
crazy.
together, and then Click joined us later,
It's
right?
super fun.
No, I also
Norians,
thought-
thank you for the follow. I don't know if I thanked you for that, but I appreciate it. Do it for the gram.
Spinny thing.
1 gram of
Then I went to
Instagram.
oxygen, and then I ran up to
Y'all should do hide and seek with proximity. That's scary. I don't like that.
So I was over on the opposite side of you guys. No. I would've
Dead
given them
silence.
salty, thank you.
I was on the opposite side. Empty air.
No, but it wasn't. It wasn't me.
I hear lies.
I think I heard that too, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. Are we hearing the same
So
thing?
strange. How curious. How peculiar.
Guild cooldown is also long.
I
It's
see.
a fire game.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Kayleen or Kaylin. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hello. Measuring in grams, I'll have you know, Di. I was doing some chemistry. I was doing some chemistry yesterday. I'm taking a little bit of a chemistry course, so yeah, we're switching to metric, you guys. No more Imperial scum. Imperial scum down. The rebels will win.
No, but I weren't there.
I weren't
Oh,
there.
yeah, I mean, if she would have killed right there, but.
Oh no.
I'm so sad. Guy Fieri looks like a combination between a spice. I'm so sad. I hate this. I hate
Yay!
I feel better.
I feel vindicated.
I should start
I'm no
guild
longer a
searching
clicky
people.
stan after today.
I'm a clicky sit. I'm done.
Palma,
Yes.
that's okay, Palma. I stand you enough for the both of us.
Okay. 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 I'll take that. I'll take that. You just wait till I get that plushie, sir. You just wait.
Yeah, cool down a bit.
Click
lower.
uses flattery.
like
It's
not
super
much, though,
effective.
Down to 30 or something.
Yeah.
It was pretty well balanced.
Should we turn off the confirm task bar thing?
Oh yeah, taskbar updates. Yeah, only during meetings.
I wasn't even looking at it.
Yeah.
With so few people, it's too easy to fake. Or it's easy, yeah.
Woo!
Why do you look so nice today?
And
Arf?
taskbar
I
off,
have to dress up for
or,
my
like,
next death.
only at
When you kill me, right when you get raided. Hey, a raid! Stab!
Oh,
Yeah, we got the same treatment.
wasn't that smooth?
Welcome.
It
I
was
trying to
rude.
participate. I was like, let's just support the
Yeah,
homie, and then he just stabs us.
I think it was pretty.
Hi there,
it was
Click
pretty
Stream.
smooth.
Hi.
Say hi to the stream. Hi. Oh my god. My insides are all over the place. Oh,
My
thank
insides
you.
are outsides now.
Twice in a
Oh
row.
no.
Oh no, somebody.
Lose
That's in
weight.
here.
Yeah,
Somebody.
same.
Hey, you
I
wanna
lost some weight, alright. Hey there, Clicky. You want to lose 10 ugly pounds? You just got to chop your head off. Come on now, Clicky. Don't.
Double
No,
chin
I
removal,
just
please.
said something mean and Click didn't even notice. Thank goodness. All right, bye
Oh
bye.
my god, I can't.
I'm
believe
outta
you were
here.
mean to- Oh, this is not my. I can't believe you were mean to me. I will never forgive you.
On
for
my
any
stream?
sound that I heard. Yeah.
Click's gonna kill me, Palma. Hold my hand.
Okay, okay. Touch
Hold
me.
my hand.
Okay.
Click no.
Hey, stop. I'm looking for a space atom. Okay, I found it.
Oh. Okay. Maybe we're all good, guys.
Yeah, maybe.
You didn't
I'm
need to
gonna
tell me
scan.
to Find my heart, Clicky.
Okay, let's see. Does it twitch? Oh, he
Beep
did the
boop beep
twitch.
boop beep beep beep.
Doing?
Oh! I just twitched a little bit.
Palma, do you have a
Yep.
scan?
Okay. I don't. I was just watching.
Alright, yeah. So, Erp is
Okay,
safe.
ready?
Hello,
Okay.
Ari.
I'm
How many
totes.
have you killed?
Yeah, Ari.
I've not killed
Where's the
anybody,
body?
actually.
Can you tell us where the first body is?
Actually,
I really haven't
yeah,
killed
show us
anybody.
the first body you killed.
Yeah, I want to go find it. I'll just go find it. No
anyone
worries.
standing still
Oh
just
my
then?
god.
Was anyone
Okay,
standing
Erp, I
still?
saw you do the med thing. You twitched in the right way, so I believe that you are in.
You are
Your
twitching
body
right.
is a temple.
I am.
Your body is a temple.
Your
Be
body is
wary
my
of stack
temple.
kill, guys. Okay.
Oh, I ain't standing on no
Alright,
stack.
I still have tasks in lab. That's why I went.
I want to go down, take a look.
Okay, well,
No, I'm
scared,
sticking
don't
with y'all.
separate.
I'm sticking with y'all guys.
I have tasks in office and down left, but
I've got some office.
ooh, let's go office.
Let's go to the office.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an office.
Oh, well, well, well.
I
Nobody's
am there.
Oh,
dead.
hi.
I think it's Palma. Nobody's dead yet.
No.
Wow.
Wow, that was dirty. That was toxic.
What? Stop
I'm
it.
just kidding. You're so sweet, Palma.
I just want everyone to be friends.
I hate the killing mechanic in this game.
It's so sad.
Where's the hand-holding mechanic?
Watching you through the wall.
Come here, hold my hand, Erp.
Hold my hand while I hold this
Oh
knife.
my gosh.
Come on, we gotta go fix the.
Yeah, we
lock.
gotta go fix the lights, Sonny. You gotta come on this way. Palma's abandoning us.
I'm doing asteroids.
light.
I'm
Oh
on
my-
asteroids.
Palma, I don't
This is not
see
light.
it.
This is very not light.
This is
You
dark.
think a bunch of people are dead? Maybe
Yes.
I think this body's
did it, I
piling
did
up.
it.
Okay, because we have all been together the whole time. Let's call a meeting. Oh,
Meeting? But we won't know who it is. How few people are there? All right, I'm gonna call this meeting. Here we go. Oh wait, I should check. Should check this real quick. Nobody's dead. No need for a meeting. Nobody's dead. Nobody's dead. Oh no. Oh no. Excuse me. Excuse me. We are gathered here together in the sight of love, true love. Now someone's dead. I always die first. I hate this game.
Oh, Erp
Hi,
is dead.
everybody.
No.
Vitals, his heart stopped beating, and I think it's Ari.
Oh, no, wait. Do you know where he was? Or no, you saw him on Vitals.
SK Poem, how are you doing? Oi! How are you doing, friendo? Hope you have any good
First time
day.
in my life, I trust what Clicky is saying.
Me and Salty were buddies.
Ari, you're the only one, and you mysteriously left our group. Like, oh, I have tasks.
Oh my gosh. Hey, it's Vio, the imposter. The official
normal when I'm
imposter of
trying
the
to get my
chat.
job done.
Vio.
No,
Hello.
Good job, dude.
when you're a crewmate.
What's up? Also, thank you, Ali, for the follow. I appreciate it. If you're still in the chat,
Just a guy doing his best.
thank you, Ali.
Uh-huh. I think, yeah, best at stabbing.
No, I wouldn't know anything about.
Vio, how are you
stabbing.
doing? My number one Baba Booey.
Very, yeah,
Baba Booey.
I wouldn't. I'm innocent. That's what.
Oh.
If you do the
Well,
math.
okay, I guess you're free to go then.
Yes, thank you. If you do the math, what you will see
Oh my
is
gosh.
that anybody can sneak away for a
Everybody else has
second in the
voted.
dark,
Uh-huh.
and
But I
that's
can't
just
count, so
numbers.
that's okay.
That's just math.
I can't count.
Oh, sorry. I can count. And I'm telling you.
Uh-huh. And you voted for me, you rascal. Oh.
I didn't vote for you. I think Anne probably voted for you.
Anne?
No, I
What?
voted Ari.
I am so betrayed.
Oh,
buddy, buddy.
how
Having
dare.
A nice time together, like you're
How
having a
dare.
picnic.
Having
You
a
killed the
picnic.
yolk.
Yes, indeed. Ah,
Oh my gosh.
Indeed. Oh no.
that was such a nice picnic, except
Indeed.
The first time, but that's kind of
Sorry, I had. You were so right. As soon as I saw Quick you
Whoa.
and Palma, I was like, oh, I gotta go find her.
Whoa, somebody was quick draw McGraw.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, what a shame if I were the imposter.
My turn. Egg revenge.
Oh, I have a.
Oh, there goes somebody. Oh, Salty. Alone with the baby. And no audio. Sneaky Salty. Salty hasn't made a peep.
Oh, that was me. Hello.
That wasn't a peep. That was nasty. That was a herb.
No, that was express for you. Hello, Salt. Very close together. It would be a shame if one of us had something really sharp in their pants.
Hey! I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Gonna leave those two alone. Poor Salt can't defend himself. Salt can't even say anything. It's the worst. La 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 la.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi there. You want to kill me again?
No, I don't. Not this time.
No. Next time. All right.
Next time.
Doodle-doo. Now I just need somebody to watch me scan. Oi, come watch me scan, Palma.
Go that way.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
La 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 la
Oh,
la.
you're scanning?
It's probably Click. He was being real suspicious around Salt.
I don't have medbay scan. Do you have
Scanny,
it?
scannies.
It's always him.
Do you have medbay scan, Palma?
No, I don't. I don't have anything here.
It's a little off. The way he got
What
on the
happened?
platform looked a
Wait,
little
what?
off. I'm not gonna lie. And you weren't
What?
exactly in the center.
What? Palma, you watched
it.
it.
Was a little sus.
Palma, you watched the second. You watched whenever I did it with Click. It didn't look like that.
I'm never paying attention to anything.
Oh well, that's all right.
Close attention. Wait.
Hey, KK Studios, how you doing, my friend? Hey.
What?
Wait a second. We got two beans jumping in the chat. How are y'all doing? Hope y'all having a good day, my friends. I'm goofing around with the friendos.
I'm leaving. I'm gonna go die by myself.
Palma, I'll go with you.
Okay.
Come on, let's all go die down here.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck on dying. I've got one job.
I
What?
just gotta count to 10. Shouldn't be hard. Don't kill me.
Oh, don't hit
Don't be
9.
left
Don't hit
alone.
9. Don't hit 9. You are alone with me, but thankfully I'm not the killer. Because I would have killed you right there. Guaranteed. 100% chance.
Well, actually, no, because somebody just left us, and it would
Oh,
have been
poo.
100% sus on you.
I'm not that good at this game.
Okay, I have comms.
Runs away. Alright. Alright. Wait a second. Oh, wait. You got a lurk? Oh, alright, Calico. Get that stuff done. Get that stuff done. How are you doing, Digital? What's up? Digital Ape. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Happy Friday, everybody. Hello. Happy Friday. This is gonna be the best Friday ever. But Calico, good luck with your workies. Get your workies done. Get that business done. Calico, business professional. Ah, boy, what do we got here? I think that they're trying to bait me into dying, but you know what? I'm going to silently do this task over here so that nobody can hear me doing it. I've just not got to say a word so that the imposter will not be drawn to my position. All right. Mission success. Now, on to the oxygen 2. Oh, wait, what? O2? It's called O2 because it's multiple oxygen.
Yeah, right here. Oh, Palma.
If it was me, I would have killed you.
Unless you just killed.
Tried.
Oh, man.
Oh, Palma.
Wow.
What happened?
Palma, do you have anything to say for yourself?
No, because we're standing all together. There's no way I can defend anything.
Oh,
Nobody can defend
Palma.
anything. No, I'm saying nobody
why-
can defend anything.
Why
We're
did
standing
you
on
have
top
to
of
do
each
this
other.
to Salt?
I think it was Click. I like Midnight Palma's argument.
Thank you. I'm going with Clicky.
Well, that's wrong.
Actually, what's happening?
I was checking vitals, and Pink died right when I was checking it. And you were by me. You could hear my reaction when the vitals for Pink went out. Believe me.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
see.
I'm voting for Click.
Yay.
Ah!
Good luck. You'll suck.
I just don't want Click to win again.
We're on the same team, you ass.
Oh, what? Oh,
gosh.
no, what a surprise. Ow, wow, what's this?
Well, here we are, folks.
Here we are
I'm done
together.
with my tasks.
Here we are again.
Say it's fun.
I'm totally
Wow.
totally done with my
So rude.
tasks.
Oh, wait. I
Beep,
had 7
boop.
seconds left on the task. What happened?
Beep boop.
What?
Who are we
I don't
voting
know.
for? I don't think it was Ari.
Yeah, I was just doing little wires
No,
all by myself.
What about Palma? But was it Anne?
I haven't seen Anne much.
Anne, was it you?
I had several opportunities with Salty and Click, and I did.
Yeah, and they're dead. I had several opportunities. Some were taken, some were avoided.
In
No.
that case,
So
because
hurtful.
I saw someone.
Who'd you
kill
vote for,
someone,
Ari?
but I didn't see who.
I voted for Palma.
Alright, whatever,
Thank
might
you,
as well.
Ari.
Might as well.
I'm not gonna tie it up. I'm gonna hang out with the cool kids. Voting for
In the
Palma.
lava.
Put the cool kids in the lava.
Hey!
Hey, you did it. After voting
Salt,
me out
I
for
wasn't
the
aiming
wow,
for you,
what
Salt.
Well, it was just to make sure,
Right.
Click.
I voted for
I didn't
Palma
mean
the first time too.
You're too good at lying, Click. I'm scared.
Yeah, look at
Everybody
you.
is in groups. It's so hard to kill. It's
stabbed
so
me.
hard.
It is
And
hard.
everything.
Somebody just
I
knock on
think
my door.
that-
Together.
I think I'm good for one more game.
One more, uno más. I could do one.
Unos gamiosos? What?
Among Us.
Are we ready for one more?
Among Us.
Ah, I can hear you, Salt. You
Hey,
fixed it.
I think that was my bad. It wasn't yours that needed a reset. It was mine. Well, so my bad.
I
No,
reset
Salt.
mine just for you, though, Salty.
Aw.
Just
Okay.
the two of us.
Okay, here we go.
Stab them if we try.
Just the one of. Oh, wait, there's only one, though.
Just one of us.
Just the Among of Us.
It's me.
Oh, okay.
I'm not surprised, Palma.
It's not me.
Alright,
I
It's-
Oh, I thought I was
I'm,
talking
I,
to
bel
Jack.
I
Wow.
believe you,
This is
Palma.
actually the first time I have the keys. Wow.
Same.
I know,
same.
that-
First time
Hasn't
I
been
ever had the
this whole
keys,
time.
too. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Among Us. What you doing? What you faking over here, Salty? You gonna fake these wires first?
Got some wires. There we go. I'm done.
Oh, okay, that was quick.
Are you gonna kill me? Are you
No.
got wires too?
I would have killed you a minute ago and vented right there.
Okay, me too. Oh, we got
That's
the
a good
same
story. I
one.
like that. Let me just do this, then I'm gonna go straight up to lights.
All right, I got 2 more over here.
Yeah.
Two on top of each other.
Salty's like, good luck.
Just the three of us. Hello.
Leave me alone. There's 4 of y'all.
Okay.
Wow.
Ooh.
2.
I don't have O2. Uh-oh, I'm suspicious of Salty now. Yeah, open up.
You already were. All right, mine are done.
I'm doing the pirate task. Yo ho, yo ho. Oh, there we go. Now I'm doing it right. Open it up. Here we go. Phoenix Affinity, how are you doing? Also, Enrique, what's up? Welcome to the chat.
Arp.
Clicky.
How are you doing, Arp?
Hi.
I was doing good
You look very
until somebody just arrived. I was going to kill
You
you.
look... What is this?
Ravishing is the word you're looking for. Ravishing, darling. Wow!
Uh-oh.
Ow!
Someone died.
Where was that?
Oh,
Oh.
no,
Was-
Palma. Well, at least he's not the imposter this time.
Where was that, Anne?
It was just outside where you went in. Both of you.
Oh.
What? Where? What are you talking about?
Wait, who went in?
Yeah, exactly.
Click went in down by the water wheels.
Really?
So
In
who all was
O2?
there? Click and
In the
Anne.
O2 area.
Oh, by the little tree?
Was it in tree or
No,
O2?
no, no. It was. I didn't see the body out. The report button popped up while the lights were out.
Click was in water
Yeah.
wheel.
Yeah, I was on the
Huh?
water wheel. Erp was just vibing when
Yeah,
I came there.
I was on my way into the water wheel with you two, and then the report button popped up.
Oh no.
Coggers.
So.
Could have been Click.
I mean,
No,
didn't
I don't
kill
think it's
anyone, I
Click
didn't see
now.
a
So
body.
Earl, Click, and Anne were in the area. Salt, where were you?
I was running up to O2. Earl and I were just together. I was running
Yeah.
from weapons. I had just done the asteroid things and weapons.
Over
Okay.
there,
I can
where the
vouch
body
for
was, Ann, Salt, and Click, and myself were all there.
So
We're
it could've
all
been-
right over
I
there.
was all the way in med bay, so it could have been any of.
honestly think
Ari's the
it's
one
probably
out. I'm
behind
voting
something
Ari.
and no one
I'm just
saw
kidding.
it. I don't think anyone in the room killed it.
Hey!
Oh.
Who dat?
Urpy Warpy.
Who vote Erp? Erp! It's a self-report! Alk, no! It wasn't me! Alchemic, how are you doing?
Alright, I'm going top right.
Yeah, 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 yeah! It's Alchemic! You're here! Hello! How was work today, my friend? I hope that it was at least moderately enjoyable. I'm playing with the friendos! Hooray! Odie's already gone. Bye-bye, Odie. Whee! Whee! Oh, yeah, where'd Click go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're all lost. Help! One lost bean. Oh, boy. Oh, no, Click!
What?
Click was dead at the door to electrical.
And you were.
And where the heck did you go whenever I was by weapons? Where'd you go?
I went down through O2 up that way, and then I came up and I saw you over the body reporting it.
Yeah, he was dead at the doors, so they shut the door and killed him. I
I'm
think
top right. I just did med scan. I'm top right. So.
I was down in
specimen.
specimen.
So it must be Kenny.
I don't think it was Ann. I didn't self-report. I found him at the door closed. I was running to do lights,
But he
and then I
could've been
found the body.
marinating you.
It's true. It is true. He could be working me. He could
What?
be honey
Why are y'all
baking me.
all agreeing that it's me when I didn't do? I don't self-report. I did not self-report that.
Well, maybe you did because you saw Anne come up. Because if you're the imposter, you would
can't-
see Anne before she saw you.
I know one of y'all. One of y'all. I can't. I'm voting for myself. Why you voted for Ann? That's funny. Nice result.
GG.
Were you marinating
I
us?
think.
Were you
GG's
marinating
nothing.
I
us?
think so. Oh God. Oh God.
Hello, Click.
Oh, it's not me, Ann. I promise.
What a job.
Hello.
It's not me, Ann.
Ari.
It's
Oh
not
yeah,
me.
I
What do
thought
you
so.
want me
I
to do to
figured
prove
it out because I found
It's
her
not
knife
me.
in my ass.
That's pretty good evidence you got there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yes.
Ah.
Who would've thought
Oh my. Salty and Ann. How dare.
How could you? Oh my God! I thought we were friends.
Yeah.
That was
fun.
I'm very satisfied.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Very good, Ari.
I can't
Thank
believe
you.
heard.
I was way over in specimen.
Can't believe it. Even after all these times I've been murdering you.
No, I can't believe it. I'm sorry.
I'm surprised. I'm shocked
Are
and
we gonna do
dismayed.
more, or was that our last one? What do we think?
I think that was my last one.
I've been streaming for
I need to get
2
some
hours.
food.
This is a BB stream. I can't stop now.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming too.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
do
if we have
something.
enough. I don't we haven't know if we have enough.
We can.
We
yeah,
could-
I'm gonna keep going. I just need to like get some food and like just
Do y'all
like
wanna
talk and like catch up with people for a little bit.
Do y'all want to try hide and seek?
Hide and seek.
Oh, I'm so down for that.
We could try.
Wait, I love hide and seek. I'll play one round of hide and seek with you guys.
Should we make a new room?
We should make a new room on the new on the
Yeah,
on the,
'cause
on
we
the
need
old
that
map,
first
right?
map.
Yeah, for
Oh,
whatever
that's
map
right.
you want, I guess.
Yeah.
Earl, do you know the settings for hide and seek? Do you
No.
want to create it?
No, I don't.
I
My
don't
chat
know.
suggested it. I don't know anything.
I think it's like fast, like you make everybody pretty fast and you make everybody's vision really low.
No,
Or
yeah, the imposters.
The imposters, yeah.
We can't report
just the
live.
imposter? Okay.
And then you turn up the cooldown pretty high.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, so who's gonna create the lobby?
Not me.
Uh-oh.
I can play Spelunky afterward? What? Oh, I might play games with friends, I'm not sure. But I could play Spelunky. I was the backup game that we're gonna play after this. The backup game is Katamari, because I think that I might want to play some Katamari Damacy just for fun. I think that I even installed it so that we could roll so that we can roll if we wanted to. Oh, SK is going straight between the chats. Thank you. Thank you, SK. Well, I'll see it in the chat in a second, but still, thank you. Also, feedback on my screen. I just slammed my hand on my keyboard earlier, and it kind of jacked up some stuff. Okay. All right, let me hop on here. Let me just cover this up. You guys just enjoy the beautiful room and the falling mustache. There we go. There we go. You can do it, mustache. I believe in you. All right. I'll probably freshen up with a little bit more.
Task.
Player speed
One
doesn't have to be high.
task.
Yeah.
And
Wow!
tasks?
Zoom.
And you minimize. And then you minimize and imposter vision.
Look at my robot go.
I'm having fun.
Clicky, that's the fastest snot in the West.
Oh yeah, so
I think we're set. Let's try it out.
Okay, let's try this. So no reporting bodies, no calling meetings.
Uh-oh. Oh.
No long task.
Yeah, who's the imposter?
Palma's revenge.
Okay, Palma, you need a wait, Palma, you need to sabotage comms.
Okay.
As soon as you can.
And then wait in the cafeteria until you're killed.
Until you're killed? Oh, until the kill cooldown. Oh, okay. He just cut off. It sounded like you said until you're killed. Okay. I'm a professional. I will not be killed first. I've got practice, you guys. This was a trick. I tricked them into playing my favorite game. It's just my favorite version.
Don't follow me. Don't follow me.
Ah! Run away! Shh, we have to be quiet. He'll hear us. Ah! No! No, I was killed first. Gosh darn it. No. That's because I was talking. I shouldn't have talked. He turned. He turned. Dang. Oh, wait. Oh, did you die? You died first? Click.
I died very much.
Thank you.
I was hiding in a corner, and then Palm was running by clueless, and Ari just came by and like, ah! And then he said, oh, where are you? And then he found me, so I died because of.
Yeah, I was kind of yelling, going, you can't kill me. And then he got me.
Okay, well, that seems to be like, just, like, you know, you're calling it too soon. You will never catch me alive. Well, you're right about that.
I can't be killed.
Self.
I wish that he could hear ghosts just to make it more confusing. You took your headphones off for a second and you just heard screaming. You could hear it over the headphones being off. Oh my gosh. How loud. Oh. Oh, upload. Upload time. It's always the living people that take forever to do the tasks. I'm just gonna get it done. I'm just gonna get it done real quick. Here we go. All right. Next time that we do hide and seek, I'm gonna shut my mouth. All right, I've got one more task. One more. Here we go. We just about got it done. Just one more task. Just gotta go down and dump the trash. All right. There we go, every task. And there's my little... The robot's not quite as sad as the baby. The baby bean sitting by the body is unmistakably sad. But this robot, he's on standby. His little eyes are blinking yellow. Wally does not mind. All right, where's that killer at? Let's go find Palmer. He's the fastest knife in the West. Oh my gosh, where'd he go? Come on, where'd Palmer? Oh my gosh. Here he goes. Palmer's moving along. Oh, he got it!
Yes!
Palmer, you're on fire!
Yes! That felt so good.
We fixed the tasks. We had too much. We had long tasks.
Oh no, it was perfect. Thank you. It was
No, I think that we were bad at hiding.
I think it was great.
I think Palmer just did well.
Yes.
That's about how it's supposed to go.
It's getting quite late. Who is gonna keep streaming?
I'll keep going.
I'm continuing, but I'm gonna grab some food, put some food
Zoom.
in the oven
Same
and stuff. But guys, I had a lot of fun playing with all of you.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
Yeah.
I think we had kind of fun with this, cause we have to be quiet or else.
Or else, yeah.
That's why I lose. I can't be quiet.
Too.
It's too much
Well,
fun.
Thank you everyone
yeah.
for playing today. This was amazing. We have to do this more
Indubitably.
often. This was
Yeah,
really
super
Yeah.
fun.
Let's do it again soon.
More games.
Yeah.
More
Thanks for
games.
having me.
Take care, everyone. You're all beautiful.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's so sweet. Oh, that was the cutest goodbye we've ever done. Oh my gosh, how wholesome. Okay, I'm just gonna cut off that audio there and boom! Successful Fun Among Us stream. Hooray! The robot mustn't cry. If it cries, the electricity would kill him instantly. Oh no! Not the poor robot getting zapped by its own tears. Oh, what a fun time. What a jolly good time. Also, my browser now says clicky clicky. Now there's just two. Whoa! 10,000? Whoa! What the heck?
No sad robots.
No sad robots? Oh, whoa! What is going on? Digital Ape with the 10,000 bits. Whoa! Whoa, Ape, what's happening? What's happening? Whoa! Holy moly! Thank you so much. Hey. That is a ton of bits. Goodness gracious. Ape, thank you so much. Hey, you guys, I hope. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm sorry if I was ignoring chat a little bit. Hi, I'm back, you guys. Yay, 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 yay. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me really quick go over to YouTube. I'm gonna pick a soundtrack. Let me fix my mustache and get a little bit of actually no, I've got water. Goodness. That could have been 10 baby sharks. Yeah. Thank you so much for the 5 months sub. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Hey, Anne, how are you doing? It was fun. It was fun. Did you have as much fun as me? Okay, I've just turned on some audio real quick. There we go. We got some jams. There we go. We got some Super Mario jams. It was fun, and the ending was so cute. And the ending was so cute. Everybody was like, bye-bye! And then it just cut off. It was adorable. Kenny is very sus. I am sus. I can't help it. I can't help it. You guys just like killing me. Y'all are just mean. I think that Earl was bullied. I think that I was bullied. I don't believe any of it. I don't believe a word of this sussing. You can't suss me like that. Kenny and Click sus? No! No! Click sus because he kills all the time. I'm sus just because I don't know how to talk. The proximity chat was fun. I want to do it next time. Okay, you guys, let me quick go grab my let me fix my mustache really quick, and then we're gonna switch to Katamari. Okay, we're gonna do some rolling. We're gonna do some rolling. This was fun to watch before bed. Tatted cat. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me fix my mustachio. Okay, boom, that should be enough. That should be enough. Goodness gracious. How are you doing, Alchemic? Ayo, hey, shout out for Ari Centauri. Oh yeah, thank you very much. I was gonna say, I saw the list and I was like, nah. Hang on, we had Ari too. Yeah, I used probably way too much, but whatever. Hey, the mustache is gonna stay up. You guys, how was it? I hope that y'all enjoyed it. Alchemic's here. Oh yeah, we got Kim still here. Kim. I hope that you enjoyed the nonsense. I'm sure that you were very busy doing job, but no worries. Can he click sus because he's a furry? What? What's so sus about being a furry? How dare? I would never vote for such reasons. I say. Okay, you guys. It was chaos and doing job. It was pure chaos. It was absolute madness. Speaking of absolute madness, I think that'd be fun for us to kick back with a Friday stream, you guys. I mean, we're just chilling. We're just chilling today. Today is the chill day, you guys. Today's the day when we get to kick back. Because tomorrow, you guys, just like it says here, we should be doing the Lego stream. I hope that I can set it up soon enough. We should start at about, I think, 2. Maybe we'll even start a little bit earlier. And I'm gonna put a big table right here. We're gonna put up the big table. I'm gonna have the giant Lego set. We're gonna crack that sucker open and we're gonna build at least half of it. We're gonna build at least half of this giant Lego set. Maybe I can get a second camera angle too. We'll have to see. You guys singing the FNAF rap. Yo, 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 listen up to my FNAF rap. I'm just still tempted to learn that, but it's not good. It's not wholesome. It's funny though. It's a good song. It was a fun kind of chaos. Oh yeah, Shiny, it was amazing. It was absolute madness. Maya, I'd love to see you there, but yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow, 100%. But tonight, you guys, is the chills with one of my favorite games. What a game that I never thought that I would like. I never thought that I would be that interested in it, honestly, but it's really grown on me. It is super duper grown on me, and I love playing it. I played it past. I think that we played it twice. I already like finished the entire game, but then we played it twice since then. Let me just I'm just putting a squirrel. Just putting a little squirrely in the corner with the number. There we go. I think that's a good spot. Let Lenny out. Where's Lenny? Poor Lenny. Lenny's the unwholesome, my unwholesome clone. But thankfully, Lenny's totally locked down. Okay, both of them just turned into salty. Lenny's my twin brother. My twin brother, not very wholesome. He's the one that's hiding in the closet that does all the pull-ups for me. Because I can't do a pull-up to save my life. I literally cannot do it. Oh yeah, I should change my, I could change my title myself, let me see. Or shall I? I could just say, let's see. I'm gonna turn down the volume just in case something bad happens. All right, I'm just gonna say, rolling. Let me see, rolling and chilling. Just the most simple title. We'll be the only ones playing this game anyway. Katamari, I think. Maybe Katamari's. It's got to come back, you guys. Here we go. Rolling and chilling, but I've got to keep the axes. We're keeping the axes because this game is violent. Oh, so it was Lenny singing the FNAF rap. Oh yeah, it could be. It's true. Maybe I can get Lenny to do it. Will you sing the FNAF rap? Sing about Chica. So. Kenny doesn't trust me with the titles. I do, if you want to change it. Oh my god. That's so loud for me. I see it's not too loud for y'all though. I just gotta turn it down for me because that is way too loud. Ow! Was that too loud? That was absolutely blowing out my eardrums. Where's my desktop audio? Number 1. Oh wait, no, I don't want to change the timing. I want to turn it down. How do I turn it down? You heard nothing? You couldn't even hear it? Okay, it was so quiet. You couldn't even hear it, but it's so loud for me. Like that? Is that better? It was a game that you played whenever you first saw the stream? What? It's the same game? Aw, thank you, Aikita. I appreciate it. What's up? How's the game? Can y'all hear it well? I don't know why it's so loud for me. It should be the right volume for y'all, but it's so loud for me. I'm cranking it down. Still too loud. What the heck? Why? Why is it doing this? All right, I'm cranking it down. Okay, this is starting to be manageable. You can hear it barely. Okay, hopefully this isn't gonna be too loud because it is in my ear. It is blasting. All right, there we go. All right, I'm clicking on it. Here we go. I agree to all of your... Oh, I have to restart? Oh yeah, we can't fix the window until we restart. I remember this issue. Ah, and we're restarting? What? Oh no, not this again. Okay, I tell you what I'm gonna do. This game is not gonna bully me into having a tiny window this time. Not this time, Sonny. We are zooming in. I am zooming in right on that window. You're not gonna tell me what to do. Okay, boom. We'll put the dolphin window. Let me see. I'm boosting it, you guys. We will not be told what to do. Reset it? Wait, why is it a square? It's not a square game. What do you do? What's happening? What's happening right now? This is so confusing. Window title must match. Automatic. Katamari Damacy. It's not a square though. Why is it happening like this? I broke it already. I know we haven't even started the game and it's already broken. I can't believe it. This streamer doesn't know how to even play a game. Where is the? That's my only window thing. Where's my other? Oh my gosh, what's going on? Come on now. Oh, there's Katamari. Okay, sweet. Sweet, I figured it out. Let me just widen this up so that y'all can see it. Even though it's busted on my screen, it's gonna look good for y'all. Ah, yeah, there we go. It's still so loud. Ah, my ears. Oh my gosh. It's burning my ear off. Help! You can what? You can see through. Oh, it is. You're right. It's see-through. Oh my gosh. It's still broken. There we go. How could you tell? That was so, it's slightly transparent. Ow! It's too loud, too. Ghost Kenny, woo! Ooh, subscription. All right, pause that music one more time. I'm gonna try one more time, you guys, to fix this audio so that it doesn't fry my ear. The ghost of Katamari passed. It's the ghost of Katamari. Oh, you know what it might be? I might have been lowering the wrong one. Hang on. Oh, there we go. I think. Ah! It's... Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna put it to what, -3, and I'll just leave it alone. Okay. I'm gonna be a big boy and just listen to that. Oh, God. No! Y'all can't even hear what's happening, but it is so loud. It's I know, the struggle. I think it's because of us using that, the proximity chat thing. I just turned it up and blasted my ears. Huh? No, you're gonna give yourself a headache. I know, that's why I'm turning it down. The game is punishing you? No, but I didn't do anything wrong. I was a good streamer the whole time. All right. And let me play. Now I'm gonna plug in the controller. This better work like right off the bat, because if another thing goes wrong, you guys. Oh, also, I'm not on the screen. Were y'all gonna tell me that you couldn't see my camera? Were y'all gonna tell me that? Cause you can't see me. You can't see me, you guys. My... Okay, fine. Fine! No camera for you. No camera. Alright, yeah, I know how to roll. Yes, I get it. Quick shift. Break, roll in the opposite. Oh, there we go. Skirt. Zoom. You can make it so that you can see through it again. That's all that we need. I just got to make it transparent enough. Kenny, I can't see you. Leslie, it's true. I'm invisible. Oh, wow. Zoom. Quick turn. Oh, you push down to turn around. Okay. Wait, what is L? Oh, I see. It freezes it. Okay, freezes it. And then jump. Big leap. Zoom. I mean, we know what you look like. There you go. Just look at my emotes. My emotes will tell you what's going on. All right. Here we go. Kenny should do a face reveal. Maybe we can do that next 24-hour stream. What do you think? Maybe next time? He got that stash glue for nothing, and glue it was. And glue it was. Did you see how it was like white? Is that an upskirt shot of the king of the galaxy? King, you dropped your crown. No, Papa. No, Papa. I don't know what it's actually called. Me either. I don't know. You can call it face stick.
No, it was indeed not a dream. We really did it. The king of all cosmos has really done it. A sky full of stars. We broke it. Yes, we were naughty. Completely naughty. So very sorry. But just between you and us, It felt quite good. Not that we can remember very clearly, but we were in nature's embrace. We felt the beauty of all things, and felt love for all. That's how it was. Did you see? We smiled a genuine smile. Did you see? The stars splintering in perfect beauty. So many there used to be. Almost a nuisance. Now there's nothing but darkness. 'Tis but a dream. He, but a beautiful one.
Is that you doing that? Because I'm gonna need you to read me a bedtime story.
B-U-T. Mwah. That miraculous, fabulous moment has passed. It's over. We came to and found everyone furious. Even the king of all cosmos was not spared their wrath. Really, everyone was irate. B-U-T. So anyway, Pee-wee Prince, hurry up and bring back the glorious starry sky. Our problem, your problem. Yes, you owe us your existence. We collect on the debt. Yes. Hand in hand, always there. Yes. The very definition of a father-son bond. Yes. All right then, get cracking. Yes. Sending things to Earth. To Earth? Here we are. Earth. Full of things as usual. So small. You're as small as ever. We didn't notice, not one jot. What with the stars and all? What is that? That body, that physique, could it really be our son? Ha! I've got it! Build yourself up while you get the roll on the Katamari. Work up and get bigger. Okay, you guys, listen. Hang on. Can I adjust the sound settings straight from here? Because this is... it is still blasting my ears. I've got an idea, though. I've got a big brain move. It's a big brain move that's gonna fix everything. I'm just gonna turn down. Oh yeah, I'm turning down those speakers. Okay, there we go. That ought to fix it. Y'all won't even notice. Y'all didn't even notice. Yes, indeed. Don't presume to take the escalator up to the throne just because you're the prince. Ooh, tangent. Tangent. You couldn't tell if your joke landed. The text is making this record scratch noises. It is. Ooh, tangent. First time on Earth means no worrying about time. We think that we'll come and pick you up when that Katamari is 10 centimeters. Oh, just remembered. Many things live here, scurrying around and generally getting in the way. When one of those sneaks up behind you, an alert comes up on the lower left. You should try not to bump into anything alive. But don't worry about it too much. It won't end the game or anything, so just relax and roll. It won't end the game right now. Also, thank you for the sip die. You couldn't see me, but I totally took a sip. Good luck, inchling prince. I'm an inch. I'm a little inch baby. Woo! Look at, is this candy? Is this delicious toffees from Grandma's wallet? Are these the toffees that Grandma left in her purse? And then accidentally left them in her purse for the entire movie, and then they melted all into one big giant ball? Grandma, I don't want those. Just take a bite out of it. Just take a bite out of the big toffee. The kingly toffee. You would never lie to me about sips. I believe you. You'd lie about a lot of things, especially whether or not you killed. But you definitely wouldn't lie to me about sips. Calico, go get that truck unloaded. We'll see you whenever you get back. Good luck. Good luck, Callie. Goodbye and good luck. All right, down to the floor. You weren't supposed to roll over people? People are way too big. I cannot roll over any human beings right now. Humans are way too large. Even this mouse might be a little bit big, but we can at least try.
Come back here, Ratigan. I've got to roll over this rat. No, let me roll the rat. No. Dang it. Get rolled. Get rolled, Ratty.
How goes it, Prince? How's Earth? Huh? Oh! You made a 10-inch Katamari. Oh, how fabulous. We'd forgotten all about that. So you're mostly clear on everything, we assume.
Okay, can I get my camera to go back now? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Game. Oh, it's capturing the. Oh. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I think. No, what is capturing this video? What is capturing this? I'm so confused. Oh, it's this. There it is. Okay, boom. I'm just going to put it underneath the camera and that'll fix it. There we go. Okay. Everything has been fixed. We can now play games.
Everyone on Earth is very nice, so they'll be very helpful, yes? They'll let you roll everything up with a smile. Yes, possibly even wave. Anyway, let's go home for now.
No, I wanted to roll over the rat. I wanted to roll that rat. Darn it.
Oh yes, almost forgot. Completely slipped the mind. When rolling on Earth, there are a few more things to be careful of.
You can't roll up object. No, I'm not watching the tutorial again. I know what to do. Here we go. We're gonna be rolling. We're gonna roll the whole world. In fact, we're going to make a new world. Oh, you're back and more handsome than ever. Die! Die! More handsome than ever. No, you. No, oh wait. Now I have an Uno reverse card. Oh, if only I had it. I've got the Uno cards now. Thank you so much, Alchemic. Now I need to get one of those Uno reverse cards so that I can like whip it out and show it. Your hair is just long enough to put into a small whale sprout. Hooray! The sprout. The sprout has been achieved. I love being able to put my hair in a little bun. Little teeny tiny bun. Oh yeah, you have to save this game manually. It's like an old game, you guys. You have to save it every time on your own. Otherwise, you're in big trouble, and the whole game will forget everything. Okay, what do I? Oh yeah, you got to click this to the next level. Whee! All right, we made a star. Now it's time to make star number 2. The beautiful star number 2. You've seen the king character plenty of times. You've just never seen the guy on the left of this window before. My mustache is not too dissimilar to him, right? He's got kind of a Salvador Dali mustache, right? Isn't that where it is? Oh no, he says all the new words.
Mangan dang tang holly po.
How to say?
Help! Megan dang tang holly po. Have you ever been to the Philippines? We stopped in the day before yesterday. We hope you can visit during this day's rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, a royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were thinking. While playing catch with your present. And it went down to earth, just fell to earth. Must be around there somewhere, so roll it up while you're at it.
All right, here we go. What are y'all talking about? I'm so confused. Are y'all calling me a support character? No! I'm a main character. I'm not a DLC. I'm included in the main game. I was a pre-order bonus. How dare.
The Katamari should be around 20 centimeters. We can believe in you for 7 minutes.
The manual save function. A cause of the development of anxiety in many.
We look forward to a nice Katamari.
I can't believe that y'all would call me a DLC add-on. Pay to win. They developed me along with the rest of the game, but they made me a pre-order bonus for no reason. I am necessary to the game, you guys. I am necessary. Don't say that. It was the devs. The devs were mean. Pre-order and get the window Texan as a support character. Fully voiced. Fully voiced for only $20 more. It's surprisingly affordable. You don't know how expensive it was to get stuff done by him. He's only been featured. He's so famous. He's only been featured in one other game. Does anybody remember the name of the game that Lime gave me? It was like Rubber Duck Simulator 3 or something. I don't even remember its name. It was so famous. Here we go. We're rolling up thumbtacks. I hope we're going to be able to roll up these rats soon enough. Don't worry. These rats are going to also... Can y'all hear the music? Because that's basically the most important part of this game. The window Texan is window dressing. Window Texan, window dressing. But the music is the real. That's the real interest in this game. Here we go. Ducky gets a rainbow gun or something like that. Yeah, Rubber Ducky Rainbow Gun Simulator or something. Something. Window Texan made you laugh out loud. He said, Ted, there's a Texan in that window. 10 centimeters. Just get it bigger. We have to make it as big as a rice bowl. It even said, it was telling me what I needed to do. Oh, I can't roll rats. Oh, I wasn't even close to rolling rats earlier then. We can get snails though, and we're not allowed under there. Okay, let's go up here now. Now we're the master of noms. The master of food. Lego eater. Oh my gosh, and all the cards. Zoom! Whoa! No, you hit the mouse trap. Oh, I did? I thought that we were gonna play mousetrap. You roll your dice, you move your mice. Nobody gets hurt. It's been a while since I played this game. I'm not the Katamari professional that I used to be. I have to remember how I used to roll back in the day. Do you remember whenever we used to roll together? We were like brothers. Ah, what? I'm not allowed over that? Oh, come now. Oh, come now, all ye merry men. Oh, wait, outside time. Zoom! Let's go pick up some loot. Let's go roll up some stuff out of here. Roll up on the party like I'm a little prince. I'm a little prince with a giant Katamari ball. No matter how big the ball gets, the prince never grows. The prince will always be a baby. Let me just grab some of these. Oh, can we get the, no lollipops? Oh, no. You kill it at Mousetrap? Isn't Mousetrap just like rolling? I thought that Mousetrap was 100% like, isn't it just random? And then there's just like a really fun, overly elaborate like death sequence. Isn't that it? I thought that you just like roll the dice and then you move forward and that's it. And it's all up to the dice roll. Even Sorry has like some options, but I don't remember a Mousetrap having any options. The Rube Goldberg of games. Oh yeah. Rube Goldberg was like, wait a second, I've got a great idea for a board game. And they were like, what is it, Rube? And he's like, listen, there's gonna be a contraption. There's gonna be like a rat at the end. There's gonna be like a rolling marble. There's gonna be like a swinging hammer. There's gonna be a guy that gets launched. There's gonna be like string. There's gonna be all kinds of stuff. And they're like, no. Like, what's the game? And he's like, oh, you just roll the dice and move forward. It contains science. Oh, it is? Yeah, I think you're right, A-Star. The science is, all right, class. We're going to experiment. Now, make sure that you write down in your notebooks how many times the Mousetrap actually works, because it's going to be a criminally low number. It did always seem to get messed up. Oh, he's grabbed some of this. Oh, one of our royal presents. Wait, what? I picked up a present? I didn't even notice. Oh, Alchemic said that? Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all are both purple. Hey, Star, when did you, do you have a set color? Because in one window you're green, and then one window you're purple. And I got you confused. I'm sorry. Oh, no, you were, A-Star, I was responding to you whenever you said that the trap never worked. I agree. The trap does never work. Alchemic was the one saying it was science, but A-Star, you're right. It's completely busted. And that's the science that Alchemic was talking about. Zoom! I don't think that we can get... Oh, we can get the cherries. But can we escape? Just pick up the loot. Oh, no alarm clock for me. Game's so selfish. Won't even give me an alarm clock. Not allowed up there. We've already kind of cleared out in here. I wonder what we should grab next. Grab some food off the table. Oh, we're third. Oh, it's because it's timed. We're already above the amount that you're supposed to do. We've already won. I've already won. I won before the battle started. You didn't even see me. You didn't even see me draw my sword, Katamari. You didn't even see it, but you're already dead. Omae wa
Shinderu. You're already dead. You just haven't noticed yet.
Can I kill a bird? Yum, 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 yum. Eat the birds. What are songbirds but tiny unripe chickens? Pick up some dandelions. What about these paint cans? Aw, bonus! Bonus! I will roll this human one day. One day I will be so large that I'll be able to roll up humans. Zoom! I really like these spinning, I just want to grab them, but I'm too tiny. I'll grab these shoes, though. These are mine. These are my slippers. You're gonna have to walk on hot concrete from now on. Oh yeah, you can go up here. I forgot about this area. Look at all this extra loot. A bunch of sponges. Honey, where did you put all the sponges? Mommy's trying to do the dishes right now. They're out in the yard, Mom. Oh, ketchup time. Just pick it up. Oh, bird. Oh no. The bird has been grabbed. Tweet, tweet. You can't escape. I'm sorry. What's the goal of this game? So normally you are trying to outrun the timer by rolling up progressively larger and larger objects. That is normally the thing, but since we're on such an easy level, you can't even see the timer. Like I'm just going for the goal is roll. I mean, that's right. Yeah, so we're basically trying to make the Katamari as big as possible. But normally the timer kind of gets on your tail, so you got to do it quickly. And if you try to roll up something that's too big, oh dear, you're in big trouble. It's gonna knock stuff off of here. There's also levels a little bit later that will have some challenges like roll up the biggest bear that you can find. I hate those levels. But it's mostly just good old-fashioned fun. The music is jamming, the fish are swamming. And we're trying to roll up all men and women. Di just needs a snuggle. What? What's wrong with Di?
Time's up. It was boring to watch this whole time. We'll zip back to space now.
You should have called it. Or only get fish, and whenever you pick up a bear, you're done. Yeah, I do like the ones that are challenged where they're like, don't pick up anything but spiders. Only pick up spiders.
Royal Rainbow.
Blech. Rainbow me out of here, you handsome, handsome man with your beautiful, beautiful chin.
36 centimeters. We are moved to tears by the size of this thing. It's so incredible. Happy, so happy we want to turn into a star right now. Here, this is our royal present. Guess what? Guess what this is? The thing that you collected the most of was stationary. My Earth is really full of things.
I want you to know that the unripe chickens comment has made it into the quotes channel of a friend's Discord server. What? What was the quote? Was the quote that a bird? What is a bird but an unripe? What? I don't even remember what it was. Oh, look at how tiny it is. It's a teeny tiny. A spider ball sounds like a nightmare. These make me so uncomfortable. The awkward Japanese squarehead segments. What are songbirds but tiny unripe chickens? That's a good one. Kitty cat. I'm glad that you've captured it. Keep it for the ages. Nothing is wrong with Dai. Dai is cool and apathetic. Dai needs no attachments. Dai likes speaking in third person. I'm just glad that Dai likes to spend time with us. Because we love Dai. Hey, Devlin! What? In and out again to say hi? What? Devlin, what the heck's happening today? If you're you're busy being you. Hey, Devlin, thanks for saying hi. We'll see you later, my friend. One hi, one bye. Two highs, two byes. Michiru, is that the name of the king? Michiru is a queen. How dare you call her a square? Wait, what? Is she the lady? Michiru.
All right, children. Your dad's getting launched into space. We'll see him later. Have you ever heard of Portugal? We were there yesterday.
I didn't read it. I didn't read it. Dang it.
Portugal. We hope that you can visit during the day's rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, almost forgot.
Oh, Michiru is the girl that says, I can feel the cosmos. Yeah, she's like, nah. Nah, it's always the last word. She's like, I can feel it, right? Nah. I can feel the cosmos. And then it zooms in on her face.
Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were thinking, but we sort of tossed it down to earth. We had an issue and just sort of pitched it away. Must be around there somewhere, so roll it up while you're at it.
Okay. We'll roll up a present.
Sending good vibes to earth.
Thank you. Oh, it's a new level. This is the other thing, is that you constantly get to go to new levels and roll up different sizes of things. We've got 9 minutes and we've got to make it 10 centimeters. So we got to find the right stuff to roll. We can't be rolling stuff that's too big. See, look, those little coconuts that are rolling around, too big. We got to pick up more forks and strawberries. Oh my gosh, we go so fast as a little baby. Zoom! Zoom! Ooh, the music's jamming. This is one of my favorite songs on the soundtrack. Oh, it's not time for the cat food. Or we can pick up the cucumbers. The cucumbers that are standing upward. Yum, 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 yum. Thanks, Rat. I'll be taking all that food. Hey, Yoshi fan, what's up? Marshall! How are you doing? Yoshi's here. Hooray! Yoshi, it's an adorable game. We're playing one of the sweetest games in the entire world. This is where so many of those "Can I kill the children yet?" quotes come from. Can I roll these children up into this ball yet? Yoshi, how are you doing today? Oi, it's a fine Friday. I hope that you're having a fantastic Friday. Tomorrow's the Lego stream, and today we are vibing, playing some Katamari. Earlier we were playing Among Us with friends, for goodness sake, can you believe it? Zoom, I killed your children. How do you feel now? How do you feel now? And please, be honest. It's for posterity. Yoshi fan, you've never heard of this game before? It's a rather old game, right? Katamari Damacy's not too old, but Katamari in general. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I really need to try Monkey Ball. I need to try Monkey Ball, but I'm not sure what platform it's on. We could always play it on the PC, if you know what I mean, but past that, I'm not actually sure what Monkey Ball's on. I want to say, sorry that I said something that doesn't make sense. You've been awake for a long time. No, Kitty Cat, you're doing fine. Kitty Cat, you haven't said a single thing that I thought that was weird. Kitty Cat, you have been a very sweet being. We've enjoyed hanging out with you while I got murdered and almost killed nobody. And now while I'm rolling up everything in the world, while we transform the world into a giant ball, you are speaking only the best things. We're just rolling up this underwear. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll just be taking care of this. Look out for the cats, though. They're too large. Super Monkey Ball's really fun. It looks so much fun. Literally, the most that I've played of it was at Chuck E. Cheese. There is a Chuck E. Cheese Monkey Ball game with an actual, like, rolly ball. A real rolly ball. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz? Yes, absolutely. I don't know about the specific Monkey Ball, but I've never played any Monkey Ball except for as I said, one time on an actual arcade machine. It's on Switch too. There's a Super Mario level that's like Monkey Ball in Super Mario Odyssey. There's a Monkey Ball portion. Or was that in, wait a second, was that in Galaxy? That might have actually been in Galaxy, now that I think about it. It's on Steam? Aw, snap. Maybe I'll have to pick it up. Also, we're not allowed up there yet. We gotta be bigger. We must be stronger. But yeah, we're not gonna be focusing on that, because I'm supposed to play Portal pretty soon. We're gonna play the Portal games, and then we'll probably play Skyrim if I can get everything ready. Hey, dog! Dog, you're adorable in that sweater, but please don't. Please, no! Stop! Stop it! Leave me alone. No! Am I doing something that's making the dog want to attack? Dog, leave me alone. I'm just trying to roll up all this stuff. What's up, dog? Look out, doggo. It's like woof woof. There's a little tiny prince rolling up everything. Also, crab. A blue crab. Thought that it could get away. Can't believe you, crabby. Oh, there's a red crab over here, but it just ran into the bush. Oh, there was a piece on the tire. Oh my gosh. This game is almost like, it's like Where's Waldo? Except for you have to roll up everything instead of finding it. There's hidden stuff in plain sight everywhere. If you just roll everywhere, you'll find all sorts of nonsense. And there's definitely a present hiding somewhere around here. Ooh, big fences.
Ooh, what a nice Katamari. Kind of bratty, kind of shy. But now that you've come this far, I would love to have a much bigger, super nice Katamari. We'll leave you to your work then.
All right, Buster. I'll give you the nicest Katamari that you've ever seen. The finest Katamari that has ever been recorded. Oh my gosh, I fell down. I wanted to get all the fences. No. Oh, we can roll up to the secret area. Roll up on these brooms like, excuse me, any secrets over here? No, cat, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, I'm fabulous. Ow. This is a little remote control. Oh my gosh, the remote control car is too powerful. It's too much for us. No, I give up, I yield. Oh my gosh, there's so much good stuff up here. This would have been great as a smaller ball, but as a big ball, none of this is doing anything for me. It's I Spy on a ball. Oh, I think that you can just go around. Do. Come here, Krabby. You shall not escape. Oh my gosh, did we just stun that? I think that doll that we picked up, we stunned it. That means that it was alive. Because if you hit it and it goes like, wah, and it gets stunned, that means, I know, women screaming, I'm telling you she was real. All right, he's talking about something, but I gotta keep rolling, you guys. I can't slow down. We're just getting started. We still got 3 minutes to maximize this. To make the biggest Katamari in the whole world. You're gone for a few hours, but you're back. Hey, dog in the doggo, how are you doing? Welcome back. We were, as you know, we were playing Among Us with the friendos, but now we've switched over and we're playing just some Katamari Damacy for funsies. This game is big fun, and I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for a little while, and I wanted to pop in and just play it. Just play it just a little bit. Oh, the cat's looking nervous. There we go, our first cat. The king says, meow, meow. He knows what's up. Meow, meow time. Can we get the doggo too? Oh, we got the dog. Speaking of dog and the doggo, we just rolled up a dog into our Katamari. Now we can go to this secret area and roll up all of this nonsense. We couldn't get up here before because we weren't powerful enough. The green child seems very strong. Well, you see, Kitty Cat, it's all about momentum. It's all about static friction versus dynamic friction. Once you overcome static friction, things become much easier. Also, he can turn on a dime, so maybe not. Oh, I want to get on the table. Hello? I want to go up. No, I'm not allowed up there. Not with the big kids. There's also a fellow over here. Hello there, you fine fellow. Oh my gosh, I just picked up the bricks. Holy moly, we're getting too powerful. We're outgrowing the garden. Can we escape? Is there anywhere to go? We could try to get that cat. Oh my gosh. The chaos. The chaos. The chaos emeralds have been stolen. Your character is so tiny, I know you can't even see him. He's gone. He's disappeared underneath the giant Katamari that he's rolling. Now he's just the window dressings. All right, let me just grab more chaos. Woo! Hooray! Chaos ball. Now, are there any secrets over? Oh, nope, there's nothing there. I was just checking. Just wanted to look. I really wanted to roll up those pachinko machines, but I don't think that I'm able to pick them up. Oh, there was a bunch of stuff over here. No, there's a bunch of hidden stuff. I forgot the secret area. All right, this is still a sizable Katamari. We should be proud. Zoom! Nice. All right, let me go through. Let me try to pick up one of these crabs. That's my final thing. No! The crab got away. It escaped. The phenomenal cosmic power. It's the only way to push such a powerful Katamari.
We just remembered something. We just remembered something that we have to do. We're zipping to space now. Royal Rainbow.
I can't believe it. He really did say, sorry. We're going to have to interrupt our vacation.
900 centimeters?
We are moved to tears by the size of this thing. I think he's proud of us, you guys. Papa is proud. We sit atop his one hand. He has so much jewelry. He's got two beautiful bracelets. He's got 3 rings on that hand. What a handsome fellow.
The thing that you collected the most of is cooking items.
Gotta impress Space Dad.
Space Dad said, good job. Roll more. My, Earth really is full of things. We will now release it into the sky.
The smallest star in the cosmos. It's only 90 centimeters. Who knows how big that actually is?
そんなことがあるものですか。さあ、タクシーが来ましたよ。本当に言ってたのにな。なあ。
The kid's like, all the stars disappeared from the sky, and mom's like, ho 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 ho. Mom just laughs at their face. Ho 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 ho. Very funny, very funny. No, they seriously just said it. Sister, back me up here. Sister stares off into the distance. I can feel the cosmos. Ho 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 ho. Very funny, son. The stars are right here. Make Cancer. Cancer's gonna be the crab level. Let's stick with the normal one. You only know Michiru, you don't know the other two.
Mommy and brother.
Ho ho ho. The art style is, I can only describe as mildly bizarre. Kitty Cat, have you ever seen the game Watam? We actually played another game by this, he said Buenos Dias.
Buenos Dias. Have you ever been to Spain? It's our other homeland.
Yeah, but Watam is made by the same developers, and it is less strange. This is the strangest game that I think that they've ever made. Maybe they'll set new records though, who knows? They could have something even weirder in the works.
We hope that you can visit during the day's rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, almost forgot. Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were getting when we lost it on Earth. Wallet, keys, rings, hopes and dreams, we lost it all. Must be around there somewhere.
Wait, what? The wallet, the keys, or the dreams? Let's see if we can find their hopes and dreams down here.
Today you'll be rolling inside of the house.
Also, we're starting in an orange peel. Which is to say that maybe we're starting with a tiny little ball of fruit.
The Katamari should be
a strong 1 meter. Finally, we're upgrading to meters, you guys. We're upgrading to big. We must make a big Katamari. The biggest one of all. Now, what's next? We can't get the batteries. We can't get the... Okay, what are we supposed to do next? We can't get these rats. They're too powerful. Rats. We are the rats. Okay, let me... Just roll up the dreams and yeet them into space. Listen, I found your dreams down here, Cosmic King. You wouldn't mind if I rolled them up and threw them into a star, would I? Would ya? No, Legos are too powerful. Everything's too powerful for us. No, we're wasting time. The brock. Ouch! The broccoli hurts. The broccoli is aggressive. Ow! Anybody looking forward to the new Phoenix Wright game? Ooh, new Phoenix Wright game. I haven't gotten to play Phoenix Wright ever, but I own it. I have the trilogy that's on Steam, and I've been waiting for the right time to pick it up. Should we play that sometime? It looks pretty fun. I don't think that it's voiced though. I would be very tempted to voice the entire thing. That'd be a lot of work. So the devs either got tired of making normal things, or they hired a guy with bizarre ideas. I'm pretty sure that they're all weirdos. The best kind of weirdos.
10 centimeters, get it bigger.
The music is jamming. One of the best parts. Some of the best games in the entire world, they start with a good soundtrack. Like Hades. Hades is a godlike game, but it all starts with a good soundtrack, you guys. That's how it gets started. Picking up some loot. Alright, let me just grab some of this. It is indeed some good music. The jamminest. Let me just grab that Brock. I think that I could probably, grab all these Legos now. The rat makes a horrible sound. Here we go. Ah, look out for the baby. Okay, as soon as we go outside, we're doing it. Die! Oh my gosh, Die, thank you for the gifted sub for Kitty Cat. So
they
sweet.
have given 29 gift subs.
So generous. Could y'all please put some hype in the chat? Die! I thought that mods weren't supposed to gift any. Oh my goodness gracious. Die, thank you so much. So sweet. Kitty Cat, enjoy your gifted sub. Boom. Now you don't have to watch ads. For an entire month, you're free of ads. And if you want to, you can watch movies along with us on Discord. We watch movies on every single Sunday, except for last Sunday. Every Sunday, unless specifically mentioned. Unless we're all sleeping off a really rough 12-hour stream. Unless we're all slowly recovering. Oh, I don't think I can go back. Oh, no. Mediocre Pigeon's here. Hello. Mediocre Pigeon. Hurry. You may be a mediocre pigeon, but you're not a mediocre human being. That's for sure. There's golf balls to pick up, but I think that we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. We're not powerful enough to escape. We shouldn't have rolled down. All right, let's just grab some. Wait a second. What are these pigs? What's the pig patrol doing over here? Pistols, pigs. Oh, we have to be 20 centimeters to go in there. We're so close. Oh no. If we could just get a few more things. We can get birds now. We're just barely big enough. Okay. We're almost 20 centimeters. Let's grab just a couple more things. More golf balls. Whoa, big cat. Soak up that bird. Here we go. Zoom. 20. Oh, we're so close. Give me my sweet, sweet 20 meters. Turn around. Must be speed. Become speed. Okay, here we go. Now we can go through.
20 centimeters, huh? A long way to go.
Don't pressure me like that. We'll do it, Cosmic King Prince. Oh, pistols. We're now big enough for a Magnum. We've grown up enough to get our carry license. Nice. Now let's break into the spider zone. Oh yeah, I was gonna say rolling up spiders reminded me of Shrek earlier. The Shrek spider scene. No. Flashlight. I'm pretty sure that's Ultraman, I think. Would you wear a lawyer outfit to Phoenix Ace Attorney? I don't have a lawyer outfit. I could buy a suit for a playthrough. We could do it. Oh, hi, Apollo. What's up, Apollo? How are you doing, my friend? It's been a while. Oh, my goodness gracious. I've been away for a few days. But I'm back, baby. I'm back. Knack is back, baby. Zoom. I'm glad to see you, my friend. Could I rent a suit for a playthrough? I like for them to be like, oh, you got some special occasion? You're in this suit for, what you renting for? Oh, I got a stream. Oh, I'm gonna be streaming an attorney game. You know, playing video games online at twitch.tv/the Earl of Suds if you want to watch along. I'll be there with this fresh with the fresh threads. Thank you. Get a tailor-made suit. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff inside. I bet that we could get all the Ultramen now. There we go. Yum, yum, yum. If songbirds are unripe chickens, lion and tigers, and panthers are overripe cats, what? Who eats those? Well, we eat chicken. That's why I said overripe. A cat. Cats don't become ripe. Don't eat house cats. That's horrible. Kenny in a tux. Earl's looking fancy in his tuxedo. I mean, we could do it. Objection. Roll up these bearbies. Don't worry. Man, the kids must have like taken all their toys and just put them outside. Mommy, I can't find my bear that I left in the lawn. Did you look? Where was the last place that you saw it? I last saw it in my hand. It just disappeared. Oh, there's the strange sitting toilet. The traditional toilet. Did we do it?
Oh boo, only 50 centimeters?
No, I'm not even there. Oh my gosh, we've got to hurry, you guys. This is the challenge of the game. The challenge of the game is going fast enough. Oh, we must grab all the loot. Thankfully, playing this game is the bigger you get, the faster you grow. We just gotta hurry. Oh my gosh, there's a cat eating a fish up there. We're gonna leave them to it. Have a good time there. Here we go. All right, sweet beans, I'm finally headed home. Oh, good. Poor Callie, stuck at work. Stuck at work all by themselves. We'll see you soon, Callie. Safe driveys.
Have some safe driveys. Well, we'll see you soon. Why are there so many songs about
whoop? Hang on. What am I rolling up? Roman candles? A woman? Your father was a woman? Shall I throw him to the floor, sir? Yes, throw him to the floor. Very waffly. I watched Life of Brian recently, and I still have to keep looking up the quotes. I'm not even satisfied. I'm not satisfied with just watching the film. Throw him to the floor. Here we go. Is it even worth asking what I joined to watch? Art. Listen. This is Katamari Damacy, and this is high art. Whenever you go to an art gallery, and you see like a bunch of splatters on canvas, this is that. This is the Jackson Pollock of video games. Katamari Damacy. High art. Art of the highest caliber. Modern art. It's even hard to explain. Oh, is that a cat with a... Is that a cat that's pulling a wagon? That cat has a job. Somebody give this cat a job. I'm just rolling up these briefcases. Oh my gosh, we might be able to roll up humans. We might be powerful enough. Oh no, we can't get the bushes yet. Oh, we need the bushes. Okay, we've only got a minute left. Oh my gosh, now's where the game gets difficult, baby. Next back, baby. We can't get the bushes. Okay, we're gonna go down here, try to get some extra loot. Maybe we can get those buckets. Did we just get it?
Oh, what a nice Katamari. Tough yet with a soft feel. But now that you've come this far, they want it even bigger. What?
Well, at least we're not gonna lose. We just barely made it. Oh my gosh. This game's too difficult. You underestimate my power. Endless power, Anakin. There. See, oh man, we were just getting big enough to really roll. Boo doo boo. The horrible alarm sound. Get the shirts. Steal the shirts right off the line. All right, we're rolling up these bushes. I did it. We got the bushes. Hooray. Just like Poppy would have wanted. Galaxy Father will be... Oh my gosh, get the human. We got it. We got a human being. We rolled up a real human being. Speaking of driving, how are the tacos? The tacos were delicious. In fact, my mom even gave me some extra taco meat so I can make some taco salad at home, baby. But yeah, the tacos were really good. And the cake was also tasty. She didn't give me any of the cake though. I didn't get to bring it home. A whole human. Kareem, you're back, and you already love this game. It is very goofy and super duper fun. Why is everything so white? I think it was because we were getting so large, Mai. I think whenever you get too big, the game is like, all right, slow down now, slow down. You're a little too powerful.
It's okay, but you can do better.
What do you mean? There was barely anything else to roll up. Skyfather is too rude. Taco salad's great. I know. I actually need to get some romaine lettuce. But you know, I'm running out of popcorn, so it's almost time to go shopping anyway. The sky is showing. Okay, so the sky's recovering. Bird landed on his nose. Pistachio. It landed on Pistachio's nose. Also, take a look at this. The nose keeps growing. More powerful every day. We're gonna put on this little scarf. Now I've got a scarf to keep our little baby warm. I will admit, the music for this game is poppin', despite how chaotic it is. Yeah, it is, and there's so many tracks, and every one is a banger. Every one is a banger. Let's keep it going. We got the scarfy. We're gonna scarf down this piece of parchment. Middag? Gold middag? Middag is... Wait, what? Is that Norwegian? Middag is midday. What? Doesn't that mean like good evening? Or hello? Middag. That means mid... Yeah, that's a greeting in Norwegian, I thought. Huh. But I don't know the first word. God middag. Oh, it's good? God middag. Oh yeah, I forgot that this one had a different way to say good morning. Yeah, middag is hello, I think.
Have you ever been to the Netherlands?
Oh wait, what? This is the oh, well, okay.
We stopped in the day before yesterday.
Maybe that's why I didn't know the first word. I know middag.
I hope that you can visit during the day's rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, almost forgot. Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were thinking, but then it got swiped right off of us on Earth. Pickpocketed during the morning rush hour. Very well done, too. Must be around here somewhere, so roll it up while you're at it.
I don't know where any of these presents are. You're gonna make a cup of noodle? Huzzah! Laughs in background? Is it middag? Isn't that Norwegian? Arisa! Explain! Explain! Help! Norway's in the background, how dare! That's nobody's... You're not even helping, you're just laughing at me. It's Dutch? No! It's Norwegian too. I know middag. I heard it. I was told it. I think that Arisa taught me it. No, don't laugh at me, tell me. Arisa taught me... Arisa said that was... Yeah, it's a Norwegian word, I knew it. Yeah, because it means midday, right? Doesn't it mean like hello? Hello. Middag. God middag. Go or go? Go middag. Go morn. Go middag. Oh, it's midday or dinner. Oh yeah, dinner. That's what it was. Middag means yum yum. Means nighttime yum yum. Whoa. Nighttime yum yum. It's also in Dutch. I mean, it sounds like a pretty common word. Just like no is a word in lots of languages. Whether you're in America or you're just south of us, you can say no, and everybody knows what you're saying. Wink, wink. Whoa. Dutch and Norway have several common words. Several common words. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. That makes it so much more difficult. Zoom. I know that if you learn Norwegian, you can learn Swedish pretty easily. Swedish. Finally, I can talk with Click. I don't understand a word that Click is saying, but I'm not sure if that's the Swedish that gets in the way. Whoa! Whoa. It doesn't always mean the same thing. I mean, how could it? How could it? If it all meant the same thing, then you'd just be speaking the same language. I'm just glad that y'all speak my language. I'm glad that we all speak English. Hooray! English only in the chat, tee. Okay, what am I supposed to pick up? These leaves? These leaves ain't... Oh my gosh, there's frogs out here. There's frogs! There's frogs, maple leaves, and butterflies, and they're all getting included in our Katamari ball. Can you lose stuff from your ball? Yes, you can. If you hit an object that's more big than you, that's more biggerer, more biggest. If you get hit by a more bigger object, then yeah, it'll knock stuff off. But yes, I'm almost back. BRB. All right. Me dog. Oh my gosh, the broccoli's trying to make it around the corner. Stop that brock. Oh wait, that's not broccoli. What is that? What are we chasing? Oh my gosh. Oh, they're elephants. They're elephant watering cans. Come back here, you rascals. You rascal. Ah, they were too powerful. Oh no. You did not make the command? Oh no. Oh my gosh, look at all the rules. The rules are powerful, you better look out. The band hammer's already in the air. It's just waiting to come down on somebody's head. Bonk. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Big lollies. Lollipops. That reminds me that I've got tons of candy. You know, Michael sent a bunch of candy. And also, my parents and siblings bought me tons of food. And I was like, y'all trying to fatten me up so that I can't drive home? What's happening? All this food. I mean, I did tell her that food was a good option. She was like, I don't want to buy you a bunch of stuff that you're just going to throw away later. And I was like, how about some food then? Now, food is important. More biggerer, more biggest. Just move on backwards, grab these. What? I can't grab those flashlights? So this game is all about estimations. It's all about estimations and absolute zooming. And also rolling over poor little elephants. They look scared. I'm sorry. What about these cans of tune? Ooh.
Only 45 centimeters. You could make it bigger.
Oh my gosh.
There's a way through here.
Oh boy. It's almost time for us to wreak havoc on the city. My favorite. It's right here. We can't get through here if we get too big. So I think that we're gonna take our exit. Avoid the schoolgirl. Don't smack her in the face. We almost got a strike. Nice approach. Turkey. Nice shot. Nice approach. Oh, let me through. Yoom! He doth zoom down the hill. With no regard for his own safety. He zoomed straight down that hill. Let me just pick up some, oh, I can't pick up the shoes. Pick up these boxes though. I gotta get big enough so that I can swallow these people. I gotta swallow these people alive. See, now this song is not necessarily a banger, but it's still, you know, it still works. This is the more chaotic tunes. Must swallow people. Must consume society. Oh look, there's a sweet couple. A sweet couple, except for the guy had big spiky hair. He looked like a JoJo villain. Now we eat the buckets. You see, it's all about timing, you guys. It's all about knowing your power. You have to look at your enemy and you have to size them up and determine if you're big enough. Consume couple! Consume couple! Become relationship. No, doggos can't eat that. No, the doggo's fine. The doggo's too powerful. The pig's too powerful. Is that a pig or a cow? I can't tell. From my experience, reading books besides a textbook is had a what? Reading books besides a textbook? No textbooks? Okay. Move it. Move it. Move it or lose it, Granny. I'll try to roll out. Oh, I got some stuff up here. Oh my gosh, there's goodies over here. Oh my goodness. There's alarm clocks. No. The same place. We took our first swim ever in this very place. That's where you swam?
We feel a growing sense of hope.
Oh my gosh. I think that we did something right. Oh wait, we can't swallow these signs yet? Oh. We're not powerful enough. We have to grow up, you guys. We just get some of these buckets. Oh my gosh, we can almost swallow the granny. The tiny humans. There's some fish over here. Let me steal your fish. Why, thank you, my good fellow. You caught some beautiful salmon. Let me just admit, the salmon are beautiful. Also, we are on the. Oh my gosh, there's a bird over there with a present. That's where the present is. Let me through. No. I want that present. How do I make myself smaller? Yes, we can do it. Come on. Oh, we're so close. Just let me. No, we didn't have enough speed. Shaking my head. We can't consume the couple yet. But I found the pura cento. Oh boy, now we're a kingly bean.
Oh, what a nice Katamari. Very cool, very dashing. But now that you've come this far, I'd love to have it much bigger.
Oh, I think that we made it to the normal Katamari. Human size. Oh my gosh, we consumed a human being. I'm filled with shame. I cannot believe it. You don't want to be a zombie tomorrow? You gotta go to sleep now? All right, Mai. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Don't forget the Lego streams tomorrow. If you want to be there, we're gonna be streaming for quite a while. It's gonna be a kingly build indeed, but we shall see you later. We'll see you later. Everybody say goodnight to Mai. Get some rest. I don't want you to be a zombie either, because you might eat my brains. Whatever's left of them after we play this game. Dove statue, hooray! We're eating the humans! Consume society. You could jump after the present, oh yeah, jumping! I forgot that you could jump in this game, that's a good point. All right, we have to consume humanity. It's the only way. Actually, let's stick with these humans first, since they're not on bikes. Come on, join the Katamari. Join the Borg. No, Katamari Damacy. The couple. Got him. Cute couple. Nice roll up. He knew. He knew that we pulled up. We rolled up the couple. And he was pleased. He was pleased. Nice roll up. We got to get ourselves some music over here. One of us. Cute couple. One of us. Big jump. How do you jump? Where's the present? Okay, I think it's right over here. I can't get it. Okay, well, whatever. Let's roll up some more stuff. Maybe we'll get tall enough. We still got 4 minutes to wreak havoc. To wreak havoc, to reach bird, you must consume the tree next. You must become nature. Yeah, let's consume all of the people because they're pretty big.
They'll build our mass with expedience. Consume humanity.
Then it'll be these street signs as soon as we can. I don't think that I can roll up the hill. Oh! Come on, businessman.
Business casual.
Rest in peace, doggo. No, the doggo's fine. The doggo's fine. The doggo is part of the Katamari now. Can I get this bike yet? I think the bike's too powerful. We can't defeat a bicycle. Oh, just barely too big. No. Also, that's not a tree. That is a root. That looks like a giant plant. Do you see that? It's not a tree. It's a giant carrot or something. I thought it was a tree. You bamboozled me. It's not. It's not a tree at all. It's a giant daikon. What is that? What's a daikon? Who's die? Who's dying? Why is he conning me? Oh, it's a radish? No, there's a tree near the ramp. Oh. Echo knows best. Echo can be trusted. Consume humanity. There we go. Bleep, bleep. All right, I'm zooming up the hill. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. We'll grab a couple bushes on the way. Oh, we might. I don't think that we can make it through this fence yet. But if we become powerful enough. Oh, it's a specific. Oh, it's a radish. It's a beautiful radish, baby. Oh no, I lost my bush. Oh no, I lost the human too. No, that was my human. It's so tricky whenever you get bigger to not to figure out the exact stuff that you can pick up because I'm so large I can't see anything. Ah, no. Oh, see, we got a guy though. Oh no. Oh my gosh, that was close. But we got out of it. Hopefully we can roll out of here. Autobots, roll out. Oh, come on, give me this fence. No, the fence is too powerful. Dang it. How do I find a foe that's the perfect size? I'm not conning you. I just want to tell you about a wonderful business opportunity. You could make hundreds staying at home. You could make hundreds of dollars and make your own small business. I've done it. You just have to sign up a few people. It's easy peasy. It's practically free money. And also you get a high quality health product while you're part of the program. No, it's a business opportunity. All right, now, oh, what? We got some of the signs. We saw the signs. The world is now corrupt. We couldn't become powerful enough to get the present. No. Gently drowns humans. Shh, it's gonna be okay. Come on, get that stinking, oh, the present's gone. The present has presently been taken. Daikon looks yummy. Oh, he even named it. He even named it. It does look tasty, but we can't eat it. MLM? Poor Die. If I get another DM saying, hey, bestie, want to try working from home? You're going to lose it? Bestie! Oh my gosh, do they actually know you though? Oh no. No, don't use our previous friendly relationship for business. Help. I hate it so much.
You did that fast. You hit that goal awfully fast. That was fantastic. It was so speedy and so smart. It will be a shooting star like boom.
You've decided that MCM is short for Many Crab Mass. Oh, Crab Mass? Is Catholic? It's a Catholic Crab Society. MCM. Mass Crab Mass. Huh? What was that? Leafy greens? What? What was that? Just the family's up in the air. That face. He didn't say a word. That kid's face. He was just like. He didn't say a word. He just looked at it. That kid is disturbed.
You saw nothing, child. Don't mind me. Just a little surprise rainbow. Just a little rainbow right next to you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, we should do our first challenge. First, we will do the Corona challenge. Corona challenge. It's like the ice bucket challenge.
What is it? It still needs something.
His eyes just keep rolling around. Lady Kiki, it can't be good. The child's crazy. Lemonberry's here. Hooray! Lemonberry and Lady Kiki. How are y'all doing? Oi, oi, oi. We're playing this goofy game. We're vibing, playing this goofy game. Talking about MLMs again.
Is it our royal present? No, something more. Aha! Oh yes. It's not gorgeous. This sky is not gorgeous at all. A starry sky, and it still manages to look shabby. It has none of the beauteous maximal gorgeousness of our crown. More Corona necessary. Oh, it's blinding. Amazing, amazing! The earth looks beautiful today. What's this? Crowns everywhere. We're super shocked, feeling super lucky. Let's roll them up before somebody shows up. Get as many as you can. Get as many as you can and make as crown-studded Katamari as you can. It's time to collect some crowns! Here we go! If a likely person shows up, we'll make a getaway to the great cosmos.
We've got 9 minutes. We're the pilfering prince. We have to find the maximum crowns. The King Burger. King Burger, my favorite brand. Mmm. Have y'all ever eaten at King Burger? Every time that I've eaten at King Burger recently, it Did we just roll up? We just rolled up drawings. What? We just rolled up a full drawing. Oh, I was gonna say, all the times that I've been to Burger King recently, I always felt sick. I know that some people in chat like it, but it always makes me sick. You rolled up those chalk drawings, you monster. It had to be done. It had to be done. I didn't know that it could be done, but it had to be done. Oh, we can't take that crown yet. Eat all these boxes. We rolled up the drawings. I can't believe that the drawings manifested as a real object. We just yoinked the crown. That's 100% how drawings work. That is chalk. That's 100% realistic chalk physics. All right, I'm not going down there yet. We got to roll up some of these sweet alarms.
Just the thought makes me sick.
Burger King makes everybody sick. What? Who eats at Burger King then? Why do they still exist? I always thought that Burger King would be, gone long ago, but Burger King's still sticking around. I don't know who's eating it. It's not like Coke and Dr. Pepper where I'm like, oh, I know lots of people that drink either or and speak very strongly about it, but I've never met any Burger King stands in real life. I've heard tell of them in chats before, but I haven't seen the stands IRL. Anybody watch this show or me? Chalk Zone? I do not know what that is. Aris, are you back? Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back from whatever you were doing. Hooray! Now we can talk about Middag. Ring ring. Hello? Nobody uses your local Burger King. Uses it. I like you just calling it using. Oh, nobody would eat, but we don't have any users. There's no Burger King users. Roland, Safari Detective's here. Hooray! Safari Detective is an OG. Safari Detective has been around here long enough to remember the times that we've rolled before. How are you doing, Detective? Hello. We're rolling up crowns. We kind of restarted the game. We restarted the game and we got the exquisite pleasure of doing the tutorial again. You can't remember the last time that you were even close to a Burger King? They're pretty sneaky. You'd be surprised, kitty cat. They're lurking behind every corner.
You're a monster, Burger King. And your burger's filled with grease, Mr. King.
Is that his upside down crown used as a dress? Beautiful. Yum, 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 yum. Have you caught the biggest bear yet? We haven't gotten there yet. I hate that part so much. Safari Detective, you've seen the struggles. The cows and the bears are too difficult. We don't talk about that. Let me get the Oh, can't get the Burger Ninja. He's sneaky. You gotta look out for Burger Ninja. He'll throw a Burger King burger straight into your mouth, and you won't even notice until it's too late. Until that greasy delight has turned your stomach. Now let's head back to where we've been and try to pick up a few extra crowns. Get some bonus crowns. Hello. Give me the loot. Yeah, there's some stuff that we didn't check out up here. We got Jeffrey the Giraffe over here. Rest in peace, Toys R Us. You will be remembered. Toys R Us was the bomb whenever I was younger. That was like the coolest place that we ever went. And now it's gone. Big tears. Oh, we got the dog. Dog consumed. You had the screen open and saw me get imposter a lot earlier? I did get imposter a lot. I didn't do very well either, but it was fun. I got to kill a few people. Isn't there still Toys R Us in Texas? I don't think so. The only one that I knew about is shut down. Bye-bye, Toys R Us. I will remember you. All right, we've consumed everything I want to consume up here right now. In fact, we obviously were up here too soon. Too soon, you guys. I'm sorry. We gotta go back down. Now through the village, picking up any crown that we can. Oh, King, you dropped this. Consume everything. We hunger. We must make additions. We must add you to the board. Yes. You have a stuffed animal giraffe that you've had a long time that's named Jeff? Jeffrey the giraffe? I don't actually remember what. Oh, is that the present? We found it. We found a royal present. Also, maybe someday we're gonna get that radish. Oh boy, these guys, is that crown on his fanny? Unacceptable! We must destroy them. The secret society of suited crowned gentlemen. Here we go. You once bought 300 pounds worth of Legos? Oh my gosh, that's a lot of Lego. That's a lot of Lego, my friend. That was my favorite place to shop for Legos. They always had the sets that you couldn't find anywhere else. So, like, whenever the Batman Lego sets were released, some of them were kind of rare, but you could always get them at Toys R Us. It was one of the only real toy stores that ever existed. And now they're gone. Now where am I gonna get my rare Lego pieces? Actually, you can just go to the Lego store now. I live relatively close to a Lego store. I can just move in there next time that I want to snag another giant Lego set like our Ninjago one. If we reach some crazy goal, we can get another giant Lego set. An unsensible, a ridiculous investment. An investment that could never be worth it. Legos. Same, not far from the downtown Disney location. Ooh, the Lego store is so cool, bro. It's super duper cool and always so tempting. There's so many big Lego sets that are sitting up on the shelves, and I'm like, mamma mia, Papa Pia. Give me one. Oh, hi there. It's Happy Days. Hooray. Yay for positive usernames. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Bonsai Lego. That's so fancy. It's hardly even. That's not even a play set. Bonzo Lego don't even play. That's real. That's art. That's art in brick form. You're gonna miss half the Lego stream, but you'll be here for it after you're done with work? I'm still trying to determine when I'm gonna start it. I might not start it as late as I thought. So I mean as early as I thought. So hopefully you'll be able to see most of it, Kareem. But you got it. But do you got to go? You gotta go, my friend. Oh boy, I'm kind of getting stuck in here. We got 2 minutes left. Let's roll back into town. Grabbing bushes on the way. Oh, we're almost to the point where we can start like really consuming buildings and becoming unthinkably large. But yeah, I'm still trying to decide when we're gonna start it. I think that we might start when we started today. We might start at 2 instead of starting at noon. Noon's a little early. I might need some setup time or something, just in case. Zoom. Sunday, Monday, happy day. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, happy day. I do not know what to do next. We consumed the bush. Legos. Lego squad, sound out. You, sir, will be added to the board. But I don't see the next things to grab here. I think that we're already to the size, right? Here we go. Noon is really early? I know that's too early. I don't want to do that. It'll be your noon. It'll be noon for friendos in California. California Noon, which is also my name in a new spaghetti western that I'm starring in. Oh, crown butt fellow. We gotta get him. Oh, no. No. Shoot. Someone's coming. Legos. Lego Hive! Hey, Kareem, thank you for the 100 Lego bits. I count them as Lego bits. It's sort of funny, people hearing them, people sing that as they hear my name, though. What, the Happy Days? Well, it's, you didn't know that it was a song. Oh, well, it's a really old show. I'm surprised that I know it. That's definitely a reference that I would miss. But thankfully, just randomly, I happen to know that the happy part of the Happy Days song. Was that a crown? You dropped this, king. 72%. Oh my. Ha, tanjiru. Romantic. Romantic. Ha. This game is something wrong with it. Romantic. Okay. Hey, check out the crown. Check out the crown. T-posing at the stars. T-posing on the stars. She's a god.
She cannot be cast down. She's too powerful. She's become a god. T-posing to the universe.
This game is art. T-pose to assert dominance.
What's this? Something's not quite right here. Oh yes, we get it. It just doesn't look delicious. The sky doesn't seem yummy at all. Everyone is still hungry, yes? Can't you see that, silly? Speaking of delicious, we say crab. Most certainly crab.
Oh, it does sound like Tony Hawk. You're right. It is like Tony Hawk where it's like, yo, let's land some shots, dude. Oh, wait, no, that's whenever you get the tapes or something, or whenever you land a trick. Oh, Lemon, I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Oof, I hope that you feel better. Get yourself some tea, take a bath. Take care, Lemon. Hope you feel better soon.
Looks yummy. But no, not yet. Patience is a virtue. Focus. We must focus. Must focus. To make the yummiest cancer possible. All you have to do is roll up many crabs as you can find. Let's see. You have 7 minutes.
Blessed.
We look forward to a mouth-watering Katamari Callow Prince.
What? What, Prince? We shall become the Crab Master.
We gotta get these crabs. Somebody threw all these crabs in the trash. We gotta pick up all these trash crabs.
Ew, it's spiders. Spiders and crabs. Crabs and spiders. Oh, gross. Oh, look at all those wiggly legs. Ooh, yucky. Yucky, too many legs. Too many spindly, nasty old legs. Whoa, king crab over here. Wait, we can get the red crabs. We shall consume the crab. Oh, wait. Oh, we cannot get the crab. Those crabs were too powerful. Let me grab all these goodies real quick. Zoom, 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 zoom. All right, we shall become powerful enough to consume even the mightiest crab. So right now, the green crab's the biggest. There's these little baby yellow crabs, which will be kind of hard to get later. Those crabs have guns! It's like the knife crab, but they're even better armed. No! These crabs are armed and dangerous. They had a pistol. They have pistols! Unarm this crab before it's too late. Pew pew crabs. Beware! That crab is riding a dog. The crab has a mount. It's an insurmountable crab. Alright, let's grab some of these cheap crabs first. A couple crabs boiling over here. Don't mess with these crabs. They have weaponry. These crabs are armed and dangerous. Roger, the crabs are armed and dangerous. Approach with caution. Oh, we can get green crabs. We can swallow the green ones now. That one's ready to cut hair. That crab will cut you. I'm trying to remember what's the name of the oh, Sweeney Todd. It's a Sweeney Todd of crabs. Okay, let's just snag some of these crabs over here. We'll just grab these green crabs over here. Be careful, that crab's gonna cut you. Excuse me, ma'am, I'm gonna steal all the crabs from your home. Stab crabs and kablam crabs. Kablamo! And blammo, elimination. Lack of education. Oh. I see you, big crab. You're coming with me. That crab is moving the TV. Crab jams are the best. He scared like a million baby crabs out there. Oh my god. Such wiggly legs. Please don't bring it up. Please don't make me look at it. I don't want to think about it. Let's pretend like there's no legs. Listen, I know that we've got a million legs on this Katamari, but let's pretend like there's none whatsoever. Too much wiggle. Oh, can I eat the? Ooh, yum 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 yum. Hey, the Sunbot is back, you guys. Sunbot's here to help. Puppies. Sunbot's here, you guys. I just started it. Did you notice? Oh, hi, Sunbot. Where you been? Oh, Sunbot. Fancy meeting you here. Puppies. Mega Pug. I still haven't added those other BTTV things that I have. I should. Oh, Sunbot. I'm sorry, Di. I will answer your DMs. I had more pressing DMs yesterday. I'm sorry. I didn't have to tell you that. I could have just said that I was busy. Okay. Oh, I want it. The wiggly crabs are cursed. Here we go. Let me get this dog. No, give me the crab. Give me the crab on the mount. The Mount of Olives. A whole mountain of olives. No, there's no rush. Okay, thank goodness. Oh my gosh, tall crab. That looks like the crab from that, you know that undersea video, you guys? With the scary looking squid with this long, that's a spider crab. Ew. But Di, I saw the message. I just gotta get back to you, my friend. Pinky promise. Aw, she's got a snot bubble. Ewy. Ewy. Oh, I see that crab hiding under a basket. Where do you think you're going, Krabby? You had the day off? And I was like, think about work. Di, talking to you is never work. It's never work, it's always a blessing. I want to get that down. I want to attack. There we go. Now we got it. Now what are we supposed to do? I don't see the next level. The next level of stuff. Don't, well, it is a crab level, so it's possible. I guess we're gonna hit a dead end at some point. I do want to consume these pans, though. A little extra crab up on the flag. Let's grab everything that we can. All these little tiny objects. Oh, I think we got the pan. A message from Di is always a blessing. It's true. If you ever see Di in your DMs, you are obviously one of the most blessed. Alright, let's enter the closet. And get the loot that I forgot was in here that we should have picked up earlier. Let's go in here. Oh my gosh! Does that count as a crab? That looked like a, what was that? It looks like an ancient beast. Or it looks like a Pokemon. One of the ancient Pokemons that you would get from a Helix fossil or something. All right, what do we get? What do we get now? Help! I'll be blushing soon. Tune in next time. A horseshoe crab. Oh, it was a real crab. There was a bunch of crabs up on that flagstick. Nice. All right, let's try to go up here. Maybe there's something up here. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Oh, this sunflowers. Hang on. These clothes. Stop zooming in. Let me zoom out. Uh-oh, I think I see the next area that we were supposed to go to. This way? Nope. It's too difficult to get through here. Not sure how you get the rest of these crabs, but there must be some strategy in here to pick up the rest of the stuff. None of these walls move, though. How do you get all of the crabs? Maybe we have 100%. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Have a bowl, Mr. Squidward. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Wee, that looks delicious, but also slightly disturbing.
That's the understatement of the game, sir.
Oh, well, let's take the Yum Yum Rainbow back.
The Yum Yum Rainbow? It's the first time it's been described as such. Barf! It's 90%. Nice. That was really good.
Barf. Too crab intensive and kind of gross. Anyway. What? 121 crabs? Fabulous. This is it. This is what we wanted. Crab, a sea of crab meat. Crab heaven. This looks incredibly yummy. We are one step closer to the finest starry sky. Crab. It's a whole crab soup.
Cancer. 90% cancer. T-pose. Cancer came scuttling back. Ursa. She dabbed that crab. She dabbed the crab in a little bit of delicious marinara. Wait, what? Is it? It's not marinara. What's the sauce that you eat with like crabs and stuff? What is that special? Oh, it's tartar sauce, right? Oh, tartar sauce. Let's do this one. Why would they remove it? Cocktail sauce? Yeah, that too. Cocktail, tartar, butter. Butter's for lobster, right? I've never had lobster in my entire life. I have had crab though, it's pretty good. It tastes weird though. Crab tastes a little bit weird. What I really love is crawfish. If you take crawfish and then you make it like super spicy with Creole and then you add some, carrots and potatoes and stuff and make it super spicy. Mamma mia, that's good. Maybe make some crawfish gumbo, Louisiana style. Delicious. Is it cocktail for shrimp? I think so.
Eureka, we have it. It's not graceful. The sky is utterly lacking in grace. It does not float like a butterfly or sashay like a king. It's just not there at all. What's graceful on earth? Swans. That's what. Swans? Sending things to earth. We want some grace back in the sky soon. But the swans don't seem to have hatched yet. There's nothing but eggs. But strangely enough, if you roll them up, they'll start tweeting and hatching. Get as many as you can. And make as swan-stuffed a Katamari as you can. And it'll be so very graceful. We await news of your success.
You've had lobster mac and cheese? What? Lobster and mac and cheese? Like lobster meat? Why would you have such a fancy seafood with mac and cheese? Okay, we've got 17. They do hatch. This is gonna be annoying. Whee! Zoom! Oh no, the birds have been harmed. No birds were harmed in the making of this Katamari. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the ones that are sitting over there. Well, I can't have mac and cheese, so maybe it's just a mac and cheese thing. Maybe I don't get it, you guys. Maybe I'm not chic like y'all. Also, chicken's in the pipe. Pipe chicken, my favorite. Nothing better than finding a delicious chicken that's sitting in a dirty old drainage pipe. Oh, we cannot swallow these birds. We have to get the little eggies. The little eggy. Wait till we turn around and we go back out the window. Let me pick up all the little birdies. This is one of the best songs in the game, I know. It's so good. It makes me want to sing along, baby. But I don't know the lyrics. Doo-doo-doo. I also love that it's in English. It almost feels more quirky whenever they add in English stuff. Because it's only used sparingly. Yeah! Jump off the edge! Nice! Get all the... Oh my gosh, there's so many eggs. Also, so many birds. It's just a writhing, feathery mess. Also, stop hitting the eggs. They're not golf balls, you monster. This is like the Stardew egg hunt. Don't worry, Sebastian, I'll find all the eggs. This is one of the ways that restaurants make mac and cheese unaffordable.
Whoa.
They're doing their best. Callie! Oh my gosh! It's that time again.
20 heart 1 Calico 20 heart 1.
Oh my goodness gracious. Calico, thank you so much for the support. Please put some love in the chat for our friendo Calico Kitties. 8 months and oh my gosh, at tier 2. You have all the hearts. So sweet. Now you get to use the Earl hearts with your tier 2. Thank you so much for the mega support, Callie. Huzzah! Welcome back. 8 months is such a ridiculously long amount of time. You're a good friendo. Hooray! And Bohemian Moon is here to celebrate too. Aw, snap. Aw, snap. OG Squad is coming out. OG Squad is coming out to celebrate Calico's big 8 months. You're close to that. You're close to that rainbow. Not incredibly. Well, you're close to the Twitch baby. The Twitch baby is almost hatched like an egg. Let me up. Let me up. No, I'm losing birds. I'm losing birds. Bohemian, how are you doing? How are you doing, Chelsea? I remember your name now. After struggling for months, after struggling for well over a year, the Earl can now remember poor Bohemian Moon's name. Whee! But you also call Phil all the time, so it's really easy to remember Phil's name. I'm like, oh yeah, Skyrain, I mean, pardon. Here we go. Ooh, what are we gonna name it? What's Callie? Callie and Kenny are actually really close. It could be Calney. Calney. No, that's horrible. That's horrible. Go! Okay, can I just sit here and like just get free eggs? Egg. Canny. No! That is uncanny. That is an uncanny name. And canny means cool. You name it, you gotta keep it. Once you name it, you start getting attached to it. Now put that thing back where it came from. Also help me. Let me up! Let me up! There we go. Oh my gosh, the struggle was real. I knew I could do it. Give me those eggs. Aw, yeah, Egg Tower. Egg Tower, baby. You're good? How am I? Why, Bohemian? I have never been better. Well, I've actually probably been a little bit better, but I'm doing great. It's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say I'm having a good time. Birthday week continues. I think I got to see my parents yesterday, which was interesting. Interesting. Very I would say stimulating. A very stimulating visit. Zoom. Let me grab these eggs. Also delicious food and good presents. Good presents that were offered in my very presence. We'll grab it. Whoa. Did you get your mom a card for what? Mother's Day? Is that a holiday? What? Wait a second. Oh my god. Mother's Day? When's Mother's Day? Is that today? Uh-oh. Ow! Oh no, that's this weekend. Well, I still have time. I still have time. Yes, I totally planned on doing that. You say it's this weekend? Mother's Day is Sunday. What? Sunday? Movie night? We'll celebrate Mother's Day by watching a good movie about mother. Also egg rolls. Silly prince, that won't hatch. It's sushi now. I didn't roll it up because I thought it would hatch. I tried to be more powerful. Oh my. Movies about mothers. Hey, Mom. What? I'm saying that for me because I haven't done it either. Oh, snap. Well, it's all right. It ain't Mother's Day till it's Mother's Day. That's what my dad always said. He said it ain't over till it's over, and that old lady can call me if she wants to. Whee! Oh wait, can I go over here? Mother's Day is March? I don't think so. I think Mother's Day is yesterday. Yesterday. I can't believe that y'all don't love your mothers like I love my mother. Am I allowed to go up? Here we go. Well, there you go, Bohemian Moon. Problem solved. You can't have a problem. You don't have to search for a solution whenever the problem has been averted altogether. I am sorry to hear that. Zoom. Grab Maggie's. Oh, it's me on the television. Look, Mom, I'm on the television. Oh, it's March in the UK. Oh. UK always are a little bit early with stuff, aren't they? It's because they're like, quick, do it before the Americans do it. Otherwise, it'll look like we're copying. Let's see. I don't think we did very good. We only got 49 eggs.
Very graceful and a bit disturbing. Tweet, 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 noisy things. We'll take that graceful rainbow back.
Blech. Not very graceful. Disgusting. You don't get why Mother's Day is one of the holidays that you have on a different day? Because it's National Mother's Day. Oh, look at that, only 70%. How embarrassing.
Commonplace grace, skin deep grace, fake grace, grace light. Sigh, it'll be a counterfeit consolation. There will be a pale imitation of a swan in the—
Oh, shush, you quit your complaining, you big whiner. Just call and send food over there. Oh, you'll just call and send food over there. You don't really feel like making the trek? Nobody would blame you. Ha, tanjiru. Kosumo kanjiru wa. Phoenix. Just like the phoenix. The goose. The swan has awoken from the ashes. Just like the phoenix. You got your mama purse? Oh, just another person like you. That is so, it's super cool to be like getting fashion. Like you've got a lot of confidence getting your mom fashion for a present. Oi, Ashley, hooray. Thank you for the doggos. The blessed burb. Phoenix. The beautiful Phoenix. You did use it to convince Phil to cook supper tonight? Aw, yeah. What's for supper? What's for supper? Let's go ahead and make another star because I want to get big rolls, you guys. Big rolls. I'm hoping to get some. Oh, it's assalamu alaikum. I don't even know if I say that right, but I've heard it.
Assalamu alaikum. Have you ever heard of the Arabian Peninsula? We haven't either. We hope that you can visit during the day's rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, almost forgot. Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were planning, but we got bored. We gave your present away to somebody on Earth. Must be around there somewhere, so roll it up while you're at it.
Okay, Papa.
Sending things to Earth.
Wait, what? Is he populating the Earth? The Katamari should be a crisp 3 meters. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh, this music is chaos. My brain. Also, we can immediately swallow telephones. Oh, boy. This is going to be one of those. Now, as the levels progress, not only do they start you a little bit bigger, but then they also give you a lot more time. So then you have the possibility of getting bigger. Also, the later levels, they're a little bit more open. Or at least they're made in a way that you can, like, swallow the walls that once contained you. Oh my gosh, this music is great. It's only getting worse with the lyrics. Oh! The music took a turn. You can never predict what's gonna happen next. Oh, also trophies. What are these fine trophies for? Every year you go out with your mom and buy her flowers. That's sweet. My mom likes flowers too. Moms love flowers. Does your mommy love flowers? I mean, moms clearly like living things. They had you after all. Ooh, balloons. Why is the balloon have a heart? The string is hard. What the heck? It's a very unusual balloon. I'm gonna wait for that jump till we're bigger. Does anybody else imagine Sonic sound effects like the whenever he's zooming along before he charges up in a little ball? Oh yeah, because A-Star, it's maybe it's because stuff gets knocked off of the Katamari whenever you lose, just like coins get knocked out of Sonic. Also, where does Sonic keep those coins? Does he have them like all around his like Does he wear them like bracelets? Did his bracelets fly off whenever he gets hit too hard? Sonic's wearing them as bracelets and a necklace or two. That reminds you planted plants? Okay. That's poggers. You planted plants? That makes me want to plant. And by plant, I mean purchase a plant that's already alive. Food is here. See y'all in a bit. All right. Enjoy the food. We'll see you later, ladies. We'll see you after you get those namis. Get those tasty namis. Feeling serene with your delicious namis. All right, I think it's time to go to the park. It's time to take a little visit to the park. Here we go. Picking up the phone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Policeman. Hang on. Let me get a little bit stronger. Get a little bit more powerful, and then we'll talk about it. Twitch has a new layout. LOL. This will take some getting used to. What? Ashley, is it busted? Did they break Twitch again? I'm sorry. Whoa, sumo time. Can I swallow these human beings? Are they small enough? They are. Right. They're screaming out in pain, but they're part of the Katamari now. Pick up some of these delicious watermelon. Watermelon. Ignore all of the people. Is that a deer trophy? Who left a deer trophy on a tree in the woods? That is littering. Also, we swallowed a fire right after a human being. Hopefully, they did not make contact. Go! All right, we're going back. Hello, Ivy. Ivy, it's that time again. It's that time again. It's that sweet, sweet Friday vibes. Hope you're enjoying the Friday vibes, Ivy. Stay safe out there. Enjoy your fun. We just swallowed up we just made the Corona Galaxy. How fitting for Friday. Also, I don't have anything to drink here at the house. It's all been drained. A shame. I might have to go to Wawa. Rolling. Might try that Truly that you mentioned, Alchemy. Or I might pick up that Topo, I'm not sure. Here we go. Yum. Yum. Ooh, boy. Maximum. Ooh, what a nice Katamari. Very airy and exciting. Yes, I know. He's just taunting me. He's saying that we need more moto. Moto. Moto oki. Oki be big, I believe. Yes. Here we go. Let me through. Because oki is big, and then chisai, which I always remembered chisai as being cheese-sized. that's my little memory trick. Cheese-sized. Cheese-sized. Also, gocho sama deshita is good cheese, mama. Oh, well, never mind. There's lots of different ways of remembering other languages. Go. Oh my gosh, there's so much good stuff. Cheese-sized this. Yum. Bucko mitai. Yeah, see, yeah, it's exactly like that. Except for mine's on purpose. Bucko mitai is horrible. I am tempted to learn the rest of Bucko mitai. I have been listening to it. I've been listening to that full version. I'm not sure if I'm gonna commit to it, but I may. Yum. Entering lurk mode again. All right, we'll see you in a second. We'll see you in a second. A-star, lurk if you must. Oh boy, I can't wait to soak up these trees. I bet we can't do this yet. It's too powerful. I'm wasting time. Swallow the surfer deads. Swallow the deads that are surfing over there, dead. All right, let me just roll my dead over here. Try to pick up some goodies. Oh! No! Let me go. Let me out. Oh boy, there's plenty of good stuff around here. Also, I saw a bonsai tree. A little adorable bonsai. Oh, fence consumed. I'll sell this to my fence. Oh, we got some oil. Ooh, and a treasure chest. Yo-ho indeed. And up we go. Into the schoolyard. Is there anybody up here? A whole family.
Delicious. There's a whole society.
One of our royal presents. Oh snap, the royal present was up here. Hooray! The real Sleepy Graham, I have hair. The hair has returned.
Graham, you must have been gone for a while. Look at me.
I'm a hairy bean. In fact, I'm starting to get a little bit of a mullet. Starting to get a little bit of a mullet, which is all right, because it makes me look more like old Fusey. Makes me look like Fusey from Apex Legends. The closer I can get to Fusey, the better. It'll finally complete the cosplay. Just kidding. That's not got hair, bro. That is not the cosplay. It's not Fusey, but it's a temptation, certainly. Sometime in the future, maybe. Also, let's swallow this ice machine. Oh, it's a combine harvester. Excuse me. My uncle's a farmer. I've got to drive a combine, and let me tell you what, it is scary as crap. Driving a machine that large, especially as a small child that can barely even get to the thing, but goodness gracious. Made summertime win. I need to purchase the outfit, and we need to pick what we're gonna do with it. What am I gonna play whenever we have the maid stream? That's the question. That's the question. It seems like we should play like a visual novel or something. Maid! I mean, y'all got it. You got the maid tier was completed. Maid tiers for everybody. Yo. We could play Nickel Pada. Persona is M, unfortunately. I looked into Persona because it looks like fun, but I think it might be a little too far. Let me go. You got to drive a harvester? Lame. What? You got to drive with a tractor? Tractors are cool? Oh my god. Salty, what's up? Yo, it's the whole party. Oh my gosh, it's the Salty, it's the Clicky, it's the Odie crowd. Hey, how are y'all doing? Yo, everybody, welcome in from the Salty raid. Hi there. I was, oh my gosh, I can't say, oh, the game's over my face. Incredible. Listen. You guys, thanks so much for jumping in the chat. What's up? It's me, the Earl of Suds. I was playing games with Salty earlier. Did I kill Salty? I don't remember if I killed Salty. If I did, I'm so sorry. Hi there, everybody. Hey, hope you still have energy. You bet I do. We're playing one of my favorite games. We're just rolling up stuff. Hey, tomorrow's like the big super fun stream that we're doing because I had my birthday recently, you guys. We did a 24-hour stream and we got a whole bunch of tiers done. One of them is to build this giant Lego set, which is happening tomorrow. If you want to be there, that's tomorrow. But we got to stay up, you guys. We've got unlimited energy. We're excited for the Lego stream, so I'm kicking back and I'm playing one of my favorite games, Katamari Damacy. Super goofy, very Japanese. It's where you have to progressively roll up larger and larger objects. It's super fun. Thank you so much, Salty. And hi there, Salty friends. Hope that y'all had a wonderful time. What were y'all playing? What was the final game? I didn't see what you switched to. Zegpana, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Mathoka, I think is the name to say the way to say the name. Hi there. Welcome. Hello. Oopsies. Sorry, Dark Real. It's all right. You kept on going in Among Us? What? Oh, did you play with the chat? Did you play Among Us with the chat? I am so scared to do that. Salty, I'm impressed. Hide and seek with chat. That's awesome, Sauce. Hey, Shin, did you get to play along? Oi, Shin, thanks for jumping to the chat. Was trying to make that emote bigger. Was trying to maximize the emote. He doesn't trust us. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust. I'm not a trusting human being. Besides, it does look fun though. It was fun, Mikado. Ooh, awesome, Sauce. You played hide and seek? I would have. I say. I did know that you were playing some more Among Us. That's awesome. That's awesome, Sauce. I switched over to this madness. Just listen to the jams, you guys. Just look at the beautiful. I am this little tiny king. A little teeny tiny king that's lost his crown. No, I'm actually wearing the crown. But I'm this little king, and I'm supposed to roll up everything that is the proper size. So anything that is my size or smaller, I can roll up into this big old ball. Odie came back? What? I didn't even know that Odie was leaving until Odie surprised with the raid. Also, It was so funny. My two windows, I had Salty stream up, and I was lurking in it, and I also had Odie's stream up, and I was lurking in it. Both became the click, and then they both became the salt. It was awesome. It was awesome. Everybody's just hanging out with the homies. It's just a sneaky lurker. I didn't say a word. I didn't say a word. I'm an awful lurker. If I awful lurker, I mean very good at lurking. Just awful that I only lurk. I can't. Shaking my head. This streamer doesn't even say hi to his friends. Salty, I need to go to your chat soon and figure out if I've got like a subsiversary. Every time that I tune into Salty's stream, I'm like, no, it's been too long since I said anything. It's been too long. I've already got my subsiversary again. Zoom. We're gonna. Ow! Can we go through here? I think we can. I'm gonna grab this. Did you see the robber that was up here? There was a bandit. Oh, of course. You're happy to see me whenever? Well, hooray! Hooray! Salty's chat is always the best. I know that we probably got a shout out for Salty, but can we get another one? If y'all haven't checked out Salty the Alien, Salty has some of the best vibes. Some of the best vibes, but you probably saw Salty earlier anyway. Come on, everybody's friends with Salty. Everybody loves Salty. Oh, we'll see you later, Quill. Hey, no worries. Listen, if you just came in with the raid, thank you. Double Kenny says, thank you so much for jumping over here. Hope you enjoyed Salty's stream. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. And Lenny and Kenny both say, have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself. Get yourself some water. Get yourself a snack. Get your butt out of here, Salty, so that you can go get yourself some food. I know, listen, Salty, you've been streaming for a long time. You got to take care of yourself, my friend. And let's play some Apex soon because the new season is popping off and it's incredible. I'm ready to go. Come on, Salty, Dan, Earl, Apex stream when? When's that gonna happen? This is new maps, these arenas. Arenas are super fun. But I'm totally, listen, soon. It's gotta happen. It's gotta help. Top shelf vibes from Salty is true. True. Number one in the game. You're down for Apex? Yes. Carry me. I'll carry you and Dan can carry me, all right? That's the deal. There's always somebody carrying somebody. But it's always fun. Apex is always fun. Even me getting carried, I don't care. If I'm like, I win, and I'm dead, and I did 500 damage, and my other teammates did 2,000, I'm like, yeah, we win! They just clutched the victory, killed 3 teams at the end. I'm like, yeah! What game are we playing? We're playing Katamari Damacy. This game is, it's not too old, but it's a funny Japanese game. And we're trying, all the stars have fallen out of the sky, and we're trying to restore them. So we have a little teeny tiny ball, and we have to roll the ball around, picking up little tiny objects. First, you start with things like thumbtacks, and then you might start upgrading to bigger objects, eventually swallowing humans and entire cities, making bigger and bigger stars. All while enjoying beautiful Minecraft graphics. The story does not matter. Don't worry about it. Father is flying off in a rocket, obviously. And the story continues later. The story continues later. This guy right here. Hey, it's Lime Meringue. Oh my gosh, and Darren's here. What the heck? We've got Salty, Darren, Lime. What are all these beans doing here? And Lupus just arrived. Oh my gosh. There's too many people. Too many friendos. All of a sudden, Darren, Lime, Lupus, what's up, you three? You got your new power supply this weekend. You just finished wiring up, and it seems to corrected your issue. Your PC smelled like burnt plastic for the last weekend. Oh, crap, Darren. That's horrible. Gee whiz. I mean, Darren, I've been actually dealing with some PC issues myself. Do we just have cursed PCs? Maybe it's the curse of Noita. Maybe there's too many particles on the screen. That's what it is, Darren. Too many particles, and it's cursed our PCs. I don't know what mine is. I already switched out my whole motherboard. You miss me? Lupus! We missed you too. Lupus, where were you? Lupus! How dare you be gone from my streams for so long? It's unacceptable. I will no longer accept this. That was too long. You're not gonna... The particles? Yeah. There's just some pixels. Pixels, particles, I don't know. I can't think of another word. But yeah, there's too many pixels. I'm sorry that your computer was busted though, Darren. That sucks. And there's never been a worse time to buy PC parts in all of history. Like, it's just the worst. Goodness gracious. I cannot. I wanted to build a new PC. Not gonna happen anytime soon. Not gonna happen anytime soon. Wait, is Di gonna go to bed? You're overhyped. You need to lie down. There's too many good beans in the chat. There's too many sweet beans. You had a stressful day. You had to rush the dog to a vet. They're okay, but oof. Glad that day is just about over. Lupus, it's almost time to relax. I'm sorry that today's been stressful. Oof. Few days off was nice. Plus, power supply is one of the easier, cheaper parts to replace. Oh yeah, that's true. It's totally available. You can buy, what is it? RAM, power supplies, cases. I mean, obviously things like fans. The thing that you gotta, what is it? CPUs? Certain CPUs are impossible to find. Most GPUs are gone. No GPUs. It's mostly just CPUs and GPUs. Because I could pretty easily get a motherboard. Everything except for the two like essential components. The two hard drives easy. It's just the two things that throttle computers. It's the two throttling points. So basically, you want to get your Intel 9K? Too bad. You want to get that sweet 380? Too bad.
We used internal CPU farm, Intel HD Master Race.
God. Intel, the Intel. I used to use that whenever I was younger. I used to use that for playing games, and it was bad. Orency, look, you were gonna do a build but ended up buying prefab. I'm tempted, but a prefab for a 380 is like a $3,000 or $4,000. It's ridiculous. I don't think that I can. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can bring myself to do it. I can't do it. Don't make me do it. Is this a game that costs money? Yeah, it is. Dark Rail, go get yourself some food. Go get some namis. Okay, let me just read this important story, you guys.
Eureka! We've made it. We have it. It's not fresh. The sky is spoiled already. It's not fresh at all. It's very ripe. This is not acceptable. Quick, find some fresh fish on Earth.
Fresh fish, okay. Bohemian Moon, you changed the power supply on a husband's computer one time, and the computer started on fire. The computer started on fire? That's not good. That's not good. AMD, I don't know. I want to switch to, I want to try not doing a Intel. I mean, I want to try not to do an AMD because I always use AMD CPU and then NVIDIA graphics card. But I'm ready to try out Intel. It's been a while. It's been a while that I've been building computers, and I've never tried it. But it is good for gaming, that sweet, sweet hyper-threading.
The sky is looking much more tired, just like your eyes.
What? Did you just insult my...
All cloudy like something you see on last week's fish? What? Feeling a little more at home on Earth and starting to get a little complacent, are we? Getting a swelled head? Terrible. Terrible. Get as many as you can and make as fishy a Katamari as you can.
Fish time!
For a beautiful Pisces, for a super fab fresh sky.
All right, Pisces in the chat. Shouts out to Pisces.
We order you to look at rolling with a fresh eye. Rediscover it. We plan to rediscover waiting around for 6 minutes. Perk up, loser prince.
Hey, loser prince. Oh no, not this one. I remember this fish level, and the music is almost annoying. Maybe it is. It's a jam, but it's because of all the frustrating times that we've had on this level that I think that now it's activating my memories. Oh, this fish level's the worst. Yes, this song! This song is torment if you have to listen to it too many times. La la la! Yum 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 yum. Oh wait, I can't swallow the fish statues yet. Hang on. You return, not Lupus. Lynn's returns. Lance, you're back. What was for dinner? What'd you get? Also, penguin. This is a dance. This is the best song on the track. So strange. Slightly unsettling. The long in. Go, go! Okay, what? Are these shadows? Oh, the stingrays. They look like shadows like Super Mario Sunshine. Super Mario Sunshine Hotel Delfino style. Oh, man. I've been thinking about Super Mario Sunshine too much recently. I gotta think about something else, you guys. Can we think about something else? Can y'all make me think of a different game? Because I can't stop. Can't stop. Mario's calling to me. It's because we listen to the quirky music every time. Oh my gosh, I already ate one. It's because we listen to the quirky soundtrack before we start the stream every day now. A shame. I gotta stop before it's too late. What? I already ate a surfer. Why can't I eat another one? Portal, Skyrim Portal. I can't play Skyrim until some things arrive in the mail. After they arrive, we'll see. Those blue coins are calling. We never did get all the blue coins. Woohoo! I tell you what's calling is all those challenge levels. I do really love the challenge levels in that game. It's so much fun. They can be frustrating, but boy, oh boy, is it fun. Whenever that challenge music whips on, I know I'm about to have a good platforming experience. When's Portal? That's probably the most that's probably the closest one. Cause Portal 2 stream with a reset. Shh. Die. Spoiling my ideas. How dare you? How dare you? You shush now with your good ideas. Unacceptable. You're not allowed to have good ideas until I mention them. Zoom! That has been discussed. That has been discussed. The music is so loud. Okay, there we go. Turned it down a little bit. Sorry about that. You should have told me. I guess you did tell me. Good job, Dixie. There we go. Die spoiling. Can't even delete his comment. Spoiler alert. We're going to play Portal 1, and then we'll play Portal 2, and then we'll play Portal 2 multiplayer probably. We'll see. Portal 2 multiplayer is big fun. And also very frustrating. Or at least it can be, depending on your partner. And let's just say that I'm a very entertaining partner to play. There's a new Nintendo game where you can program your own game. Wow, they're making you make the game, huh? Thanks, Nintendo. Let me free! No, I'm stuck. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm interested in playing It Takes Two. I don't know. We'll see. I might get it. It seems pretty fun. Because I was watching KJP and Felix played it, and it looks pretty fun. I didn't watch too much though. I didn't get it all spoiled and stuff. I gotta get these fishies over here. These fishies are gonna get got. Nom 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 nom. All right, we gotta collect all the fishies. It's official. It's official. This level's gonna be defeated. First try. Here we go. Go 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 go. Also, was that a lucky little statue that was driving that combine over there? Yikes. This is concerning. Whee! Num 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 num. Crab Duffinses. Thanks for the shouts out for Arisa. Hey, shouts out to Arisa. That's my girlfriend. That's her right there. Pointing in her general direction. Let me see. Remember where north is? Hang on. If that's one side of the house, it's there. She's over there. Right over there in front of me. That's the distance. At a great distance. An insane distance. Not drivable. Not easily. Let's get some of these sweet flowers. Zoom. La 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 la. La 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 la. Balloon. Wow. Look out. Oh, there's a big tom-tom drum up here. I don't see any fish up here. What's the point? What's the point if there's no fish? Whoa. Mind yourself, tractor. I will freaking run you over whenever I'm powerful enough. 42 seconds. Oh, dear. Nom 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 nom. We're becoming powerful, but at what cost? The face is kind of creepy looking. I agree. This game is kind of creepy looking in general. If you point out anything in this game and say that's kind of creepy, I'll be like, hey, you know what? Oh, are you talking? Oh, you're talking about the ow wow face. Oh, the sweet Ray Ray senpai. Ow wow. Oh wow. La, 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 la. Just grab some goodies over here. Huh? It was funny because the day before you asked, what? What did you say? Because the day before you asked if I had a secret boo thing and you said no, you lied. Of course I did. Of course I did. I mean, Arisa asked me to. I would lie for another person, okay? I won't lie to you if it's myself, but I'll lie for other people. Yeah, duh, of course I lied.
Are you feeling livelier too? We'll take the fresh rainbow back. Blah. Rainbow! Time to go to Rainbow Road! A huge haul indeed.
75, that's it?
Hey! 131 fish. Fabulous. Super fresh. Almost overwhelming. How did you manage 131? Did you use a net? Thanks to these fishies, the sky will be more fresh. I'm pretty sure these fish are gonna go bad quick. Sippies, sippies. Thanks, guys.
Delicious. My water bottle, the top of my water container is in the dishwasher. It's in the dishwasher, so there'll be no water today. Ha, Tanjiru. Mushroom Gal, hi! Ha, Tanjiru. So fresh. Flies away T-posing. So fresh. Dark Rill, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, I'm keeping my crown. I'm keeping my crown on, King. Hey, Mushroom Gal, are you here for the cosmos? Are you here to learn about cosmology? I've been learning a lot, you guys. The reason that I've decided to investigate a little bit more about chemistry is because while I was studying cosmology, I was starting to get bamboozled by some of the phraseology. So I've had to go back a little bit. I never took chemistry in high school, so I might use the Khan Academy, to be honest.
Tell me all you know.
Stars, shiny.
It got away. To tell you the truth, we were also making a constellation. Ursa Major, to be exact. Phraseology. A parent that leaves all the work to the child. That looks bad. Deadbeat, yes? Yes? So we were finally done, and then the last one gets away. Shoot, stupid bear.
Stupid bear indeed.
We are sick of it. So you just roll me up one bear and roll up the present too.
No, not the bear.
Sending things to Earth. Ooh, I smell a bear. Bad bears, bad.
This dialogue is the best.
Bad bear, bad. Hurry up and start rolling. Just one. That's all we need, one bear. We're just missing one last bear. So give us the largest bear that you can find. We shall be patient for 10 minutes. We leave you to your work.
These levels are the worst. You have to avoid all bears, and some of them don't look like bears at all. No! We already hit one. No! Bear! You had to relearn Kim this summer and you used Khan Academy? Khan Academy is amazing. I've used it before for geometry. It's fantastic. And you know what the heck? I can also just spruce up my knowledge on math again. I could just, go through the math course again, just do a little review, and then boom, chemistry time. Though I know that what I was learning is that chemistry doesn't require too much algebra.
Oh good, you got a bear.
We can relax now.
What is that? A microscopic bear? We didn't lose a teeny tiny bear like this. Fine. We'll somehow manage to make an Ursa Major, but next time you get a bigger bear rolled up, we will now release it into the sky with a mighty roar. Roar. Aw, tiny. Microscopic bear. How dare you bear shame me? Ah, Tanjiro. Oswaru. Don't dab on me like that, you child. All right, let's retry the let's retry that bear level. We can bear to try once more. Boop. We got a tiny bear last time. That's a small thing to defeat. Thankfully, we set our standards very low. If you set your standards low from the beginning, you'll never be disappointed. Pew, 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 pew. Rar XD. Oh, thank you for the clip, Alchemic. Muchly appreciated. God bless. God bless. Also, look at these guys. They're rolling. Okay, we got to keep our eyes peeled for these bears. There's a bear on that sign. See, that's what I'm talking about. There's a flippin' bear on the sign. Also, the other thing that's nice is that if the bear... There's a bear on the sign. If the bears are too big, it doesn't count because you can't pick them up. So it's all right. It's all right to get to hit a bear, you know? This also takes 10 minutes, so we've got time to get some of these umbrellas. Yo, yo. Oh, that guy is flying with a bear in his hands. Okay, so this is a trap that's flying in the air. Thanks a lot, game. See an elephant. Let's turn around to make sure there's nothing behind us. Oh, there's a bear with rocket fuel coming out of it. Zoom! Also, Big Skinny. Did you see Big Skinny walking by? He's so handsome. This game looks insane. Oh, it doesn't just look insane. It is insane. That little Italian, how are you doing? Hey, it's little Italian. Welcome back, friendo. Has it been a minute? Has it been since our 24-hour stream since I've seen you? Hello. What is this game? Why, it's Katamari Damacy, of course. Also, there's a tiny bear right there. Are these? What is that? I can't tell what that is. Some of the things are too small. Oh, what? That was a bear cub statue. Are you kidding me? You love this game? Hey, Kitten Fangs. This game is so much fun. No. Oh gosh, you think that you have a 5K tomorrow morning? Oh snap. It's time to get running. Linz, you can do it. You're gonna do incredible. The bear one and the cow one are so hard. They're literally the worst, Kitten Fang. I'm gonna try one more time. The bear, I know, the bear one's so frustrating. I love all the rest of the levels are great. Except for this stupid bear level, this cursed bear level. It's gonna be the present that really gets me though. It's the present that's gonna make me really suffer because the rest of it doesn't really matter, you know? All right, let's try one more time. I think he said that before. I think he said one more time last time, actually, if I remember properly. Okay, we gotta be careful because there's bears that are blocking the way. Look at that. I think that those are little baby bears. Do you see the little tiny bear statues? Behind every time that you're like, oh boy, I can zoom. Look at all this loot. There's always a bear that's hiding around a corner that's like, hello, I'm a bear statue and I'm ready to ruin your day. Welcome to Bear Town. See, what are those? What are those? Those look like little pigs. What? That's a bear? That didn't look like that looked like a pig. That was a pig. I disagree. I disagree. So many hidden bears. Okay, well, I thought earlier that those might be bears. All right, forget this. Forget this. See you later, Bearby. I'm not not focusing on this levels. Forget the bears. They can go extinct for all I care. We're gonna make Gemini. Here we go. Animal Crossing Alley. Hooray! Alley, how are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Oh wait, I'm supposed to read this. Yes, that's it. We get it now. Mystic Silver Moon, hiya. It has no mystery. The sky has no mystery. It's so straightforward and easy to understand. That's important, of course, but it's just so boring. We'll tell you what's mysterious. Twins. Nothing more mysterious than two left-handed twins. What is with that connection? Does it have telepathy? Do they have ESP? Twins are unusual. Eek! Identical! Mind-bending, uncanny. Come to think of it, didn't you have a twin? Oh no! I had a twin and we forgot about it. Twins? Twins are scary. I don't like twins that act like each other. It makes me uncomfortable. Really? Not so true. Well, that's just boring. No surprise there at all. Well, your deficiencies aside. Anybody that's not a twin has a deficiency. Get as many twins as you can and make it as twin-packed a Katamari as you can. For beautiful constellation, for a super fab wonderful sky. There's nothing that disproves, what's it called? We were just talking about it. Yeah, like the what? It's not cosmology. It's the other thing. The Taurus business. Astrology. There's nothing that disproves astrology like twins. Hello! Here we go! We look forward to a result, solitary prince. How dare you? Solitary? I've got you, right? I guess not. Something's coming. Oh, look out. The oranges. Oh, two chickens. Come here. Got them. There we go. Let's get some sandals. Get some cabbage. Look out for Cowman. Cowman. Zoom, 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 zoom. Ignore everything. Ignore everything. Must zoom. Must consume penguins. Actually, I think the penguins are too powerful. We gotta back off. Oh, we could get those birds eventually. Let's get some pineapples. What's my star sign? Taurus, I believe. Or so people tell me. I'm the second coolest Taurus in the chat. Aw, yeah. Let's grab some goodies. Do 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 do. Da 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 ba ba. Ba ba ba. La da da da. Whoa! Watch with those sticks. Hey, those twins are swinging. You better look out. Those twins are gonna beat you to death with a stick. Help! Go 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 go! Why, we're two peas in a pod, that little Italian. We're two peas in a pod. I didn't know that we had so much in common. Amazing. Zoom. Get a basket of goodies. Hey, I just recognized one word in the song, you guys. They said Hoshi. That means wanting something. Wow. Wow, I know Japanese. Got some sticks out here. Nice. We got firewood. We got some firewood. It's about time to light up this fire. Da da da. Lata. Oh, cats. I love black cats. Black cats are super cool, and they make me think of Gigi. Gigi, the best animal partner in any show. Let's go. Da 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 da. Taurus. Tyrannotaurus, obviously, yes. Tyrannotaurus sent me or gave me a note, or what's it called? I guess like a letter or something that had some fun stationery in it. And it was addressed to the second coolest Taurus in chat. And I was like, oh yeah, number 2, pretty good. That's pretty good stats, bro. I still got it. I've kept everything. I've kept it all. It means a lot to me. I've got a stack of important papers. All the papers that have ever been sent. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Oh wow, we can already swallow human beings. We're becoming too powerful. We're becoming drunk off the blood of twins. Whoa, watch that cow, that was still too powerful. Oh, twin bunny boys. The children. Ew, they laughed. What weirdos. They want to be part of the Katamari. I see these. Oh, we can grab the barrels. Hang on, turn around. Delicious. You gotta send me glitter, it'll stay with you forever. You'll never get it out of that suit. You'll You'll never get it out of that $7,000 suit that you insist on wearing whenever you open up mail. Ah, just a little glitter to remember me by. Just a little glitter bomb to tell you that Chelsea was here. A-Star! You and Jordan got a Warzone win? Aw, baby! Warzone win! I've never gotten one of those. Oh, wait, no, I did recently. Hey! A-Star, congratulations, my friend. Yo! Thank you for those 95 bits, my friend. You gotta tell Jordan my congratulations as well. My congratulations to both of y'all, and my condolences to all the losers. And by all the losers, I mean everybody else, because you beat them all. You wrecked them, how dare. That's surprisingly unloving coming from you, A-Star, but congratulations. Ooh, look at these bikers. Bikers. Let's pick up some goodies. Never open anything that Chelsea sends you in the mail. Well, you know what? I can get Garrett to open it up outside. I can say, oh my gosh, this is one of those friendos that refers to you as Garrett the Carrot and has always wanted to send you something. Look, yeah, it's Bohemian Moon. And it'll be like, I remember that name. Be like, open it up outside. This is gonna be great. Oh, I can't wait. he's like the wine taster for the king. Where the king's like, I'm not drinking that crap. I don't trust that chef. I didn't even hire him. That was my dad's hire. And I still don't have the heart to fire that old man. But I am not drinking that wine. All right, we gotta listen. We're trying to split our time between collecting twins and becoming more powerful. Oh my gosh, this is swallowing humanity. We should be able to get those turts now. Yeah, turt time. A tortoise. Now we should be able to swallow these fences. Nope, not quite. Almost. Send Garrett the fan mail and confuse him. That would be a costly and hilarious joke. That's a lot of work for a joke. That's too much work. All right, let's go back in here one more time. See if we can pick up some extra loot. Go pick up that clown. That disgusting clown must be consumed. Whee! Hey, Devlin, hi-bye. I wish that we had that hi-bye command. Guy, is that included in the updates? Hi-bye. I'm just kidding. That's not important, but it is a funny idea. Hi-bye. Hi-bye, Devlin. Hi-bye. There might be a bunch of twins that we're just kind of like rolling over that I'm not even noticing. You know, twin machines right there. Could be a letter, nothing too crazy. Fan mail. Oh my gosh. You're so handsome and strong. Do. Oh, you gotta go finish an art piece? All right, we'll see you later, Bohemian Moon. Enjoy the arts, my friend. We'd love to see the finished product. Yeah. Picking up the beans. All right, time to go back to town. Oh wait, let's grab the sheep. There's 2 kids. Collect them. Into the city. We've become powerful enough. Nom nom nom. Look out! Twins beware! Twins beware. The Katamari's in town. Beep beep. We can almost pick up. Oh my gosh, there's mushrooms out here. Ooh. That is coolio. Also, skaters. This is a clown over there. Hang on, let me get some fences. Let me build up my defenses. Also, look, there's a little twin convention going on up there. Very suspicious. We might have to... Oh, we just picked up a younger brother. It's specified. It was like, Hassan, younger. Oh yeah, we haven't gone out to the schoolyard yet. Let's roll in here and see if there's some twins. Yum, 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 yum. My what? Did I say something weird? Num, 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 num. The Katamari grows ever stronger. I said a pun. I did. I wonder if it was an accident or not. I don't think I did it on purpose. Help! He's punning. He's automatically punning. Help! I can't stop. I'm a compulsive punner. Yum, 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 yum. I don't even know what it was, legitimately. I don't remember. It's too late. I say so much yang. I say so much crap, I can't remember half of it.
Whoa. Let's grab this last fence and hopefully we can grab the... I want to grab these palm trees so bad. The palm trees are... That would complete my life. No! Have I played Ooblets? Oh, I've heard of Ooblets, but I'm not sure what it is. It sounds fun. A game with such a funny sounding name has got to be entertaining, right? Don't think that we can go back. We gotta go to town. It's like it's the only place that's like undiscovered right now. Oh, there's a guy out on his lawn. All right, little skatey, come on over here. You said that you were upping your defenses. Ah, yes, that was a fun. That was on purpose. Defenses. Couple of robbers. Lupin! Wait a second. Is that like the movie Lupin? Wait one moment. Bro. No! I wasn't going fast enough. Swallow a good old combine harvester. Where's the combine harvester's brother? You son of a combine harvester. There's nothing giant to swallow anymore. What do we do? What do we do? What do I pick up? All the street signs have been swallowed. Oh, there's a few fences over here. Can't grab them though. What the heck? Let me out. Da, 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 da. Now this is actually my favorite. This is probably my favorite song in the soundtrack. Da, da, doo, doo. Bow, bow, bow. You have 1 minute left. Oh no, I can't see anything. I've got 1 minute and no visual. Sorry, no visual, sir. Let me out of these woods. I don't think I can swallow that fence yet, so I can't make it. Please let me swallow these trees. Did I get one? No, the trees. Oh wait, there's a couple of beached whales over here. Heyo. Electric jellyfish. Ooh, you can lurk and maybe sleep. Sounds good. I'm zombie food. Get some rest. Thanks for vibing with us, my friend. Hope you enjoyed. But we will see you later. Get yourself some good sleep. Have yourself a lovely weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. But the Lego stream's here. If you want to watch me build a ridiculously large Lego set, or as much as possible, then I'll be here tomorrow. But either way, have a good weekend, my friend. We can't get the cars. The cars are some of the most satisfying things to swallow.
It's still a mystery. Beyond comprehension, a thing of wonder. We'll have to take the mystery rainbow back.
This game reminds me of Goat Simulator. Oh my gosh. That game is ridiculous. Goat Simulator is hardly a game. It's more like a broken modification of a real game.
Mysterious indeed. Really identical, utterly identical. 83 pairs, all alike and similar. Well, not as mysterious as our existence, of course. Alrighty, let's release this into the sky.
You gonna head out? Hey, we'll see you later. Good luck, Lens. Good luck with the 5K. You can do it. You can totally do it. Make sure that you get some good sleep. Take care of yourself. We'll see you later, Lens. It was nice to see you. Ha, Tanjiru. Dab on the universe. Gemini came home hand in hand. Oh my gosh. This game. I Am Bread also gave you broken game vibes. I Am Bread is so difficult. That game is so hard. I Am Bread is like getting over it, but with a loaf. Star number 7. I can't wait for us to actually swallow buildings.
Zen Dobry.
I loathe I Am Bread. Is that a joke? Is that joke like I loaf? I loaf? I am... Kareem, are you joking?
Zen Dobry. Have you ever been to Poland? We go there often. We hope that you can visit during the days rolling, like that's possible. Oh yes, almost forgot. Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. That's what we were thinking while walking the dog.
Exactly, lad. I know, right on the money, isn't it? That's a perfect... It was that... we said it at the same time, didn't we? It was because of the lag. Oh, today's Friday. It is Friday, Poggers. Poggies! Here we go. Couldn't help but throw it towards Earth. We suppose it was too much to expect the dog to fetch it that far. You expect the dog to fly through the cosmos? All right. Let's go. Sending things to Earth. Now let me become most powerful. Today you'll be rolling around the world. The Katamari should be, let's see, around a plump 6 meters. Plump. We can believe in you for 12 minutes of Earth time. 12 minutes? This is gonna be quite the roll, you guys. Oh boy! The more time that we get, the more mighty a Katamari we can make. And I'm all about making a mighty Katamari. Ba, na, na, banana, banana des. Do you know how to say banana in Japanese? Yes, you do. Ba, na. No, he started again. Ba. We gotta follow the trail of bananas and see where it ends. Hey, don't touch me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Go, 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 go. Ivy, be careful. Be careful, Ivy, but have fun. Bleep, bleep, bloop, bloop. You love banana oat milk? Oat milk bananas? What? What are you talking about? I'm confused. I love banana bread. That's what I thought that you were gonna mention. But banana oat? Oh, it's oat milk that has banana flavor in it? That sounds pretty good. It sounds okay-ish. Banana's not my favorite flavor, but it's pretty good. Hit me, baby, hit me one more time. Actually, oh, I just noticed that our little Katamari guy, he puts on a snorkel whenever he goes underwater. How adorable! Look out for the old man. We gotta pick up some more stuff. Maybe we can pick up these crates. You also have a steak with seasoned rice and corn? Ooh. Big yum. How dare you flex such delicious food in the chat? Unacceptable. Most of us just eat ramen noodles. You're not allowed to mention such delicious foods in my chat. You know that's against the rules. Hey, leave me alone. Help. I am being harangued by a penguin. Don't touch me. Oh yeah, maybe we can, oh wait, no, the gate's closed. What? What are we supposed to get now? These axes? There's some fish. Maybe if we sit right here, we can get some nice bonus fish. Delicious bonus fish. Oh, I was sitting in the wrong spot. Okay, I'm just gonna sit right here. Little Viking, what's up, my friend? Hey! Little Viking with a beard love in the chat. Why are they driving so slow? Seb, how are you doing, my friend? You'll share your steak? Oh, thank goodness. Ivy brought it up for everybody. Hooray! A steak shared between friends. The best. Consume the swimmings. The swimming children. No, come back here. Viking, how are you doing, my Scandinavian friend? Oh, yeah. Sebby, did you hear the news? Did you hear the news, Sebby? I'm not gonna keep bringing it up, but did you hear that I am actually dating a Scandinavian? Oh, what? Unbelievable. He's trying to pretend to be a Scandinavian. He's a Scandinavian weeaboo. I can't believe it. It's actually surprisingly disgusting. He thinks he's a Viking. That does not make you a Viking. Zoom. There's a scary bunny man over here. I don't like that. I don't like that, not one little bit. Zoom. Okay, what? Maybe we can get some fences now. Put up the defenses. No, not the same pun. New pun, new pun. Oh, I don't think that I can get, oh, can I get the kid that's diving? Wow, I didn't know that I was powerful enough. Also, I think that this fisherman is too weak. He has been consumed by the Katamari. That fool, he played directly into my, oh wait, we could have gone up here a while ago. Actually, we could just barely make it up here now, never mind. Our timing was impeccable. You can't even peck this time. You hear that, chickens? Welcome to the Viking family then. Ah, yeah! Viking Papa! Hooray! I just thought I'd mention it, Sebski. Because you're always saying Scandinavian love. You're one of the most nationalistic beings in the entire chat. It's amazing. Yeah. There's no way that I'm gonna be like, ah, yeah, America. But little Viking is like, Scandinavia. I am happy for you. What the heck did you walk into? What do you mean? Is this a normal? This is how I spend every Friday. What are you talking about, Wolf Doggo? This is just another Friday with the Earl. People screaming in pain as they get added to the Katamari ball. The screaming is really uncomfortable sometimes. Sometimes it's a little much, but most of the time it's just enough. Yeah, what are you talking about? How normal do you think these streams normally are? Variety streamer. That means some of it's gotta be weird, right? Whoa, Zoom! How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good, Beowulf. Birthday was amazing. That's the most recent thing that happened. Birthday was good. The stream was absolutely insane. I got to see my family. I got a new piercing. I mean, stream's been fun. Finally got to stream with friendos again. What else am I excited about? Ah, there's a way through there. Okay, well, let's get some other goodies first. What else am I excited about? I don't know. I've got lots of plans, lots of outfit plans. We got some fun games that we're looking forward to. Just a normal Fridays. Just another Friday on stream. Another splendid clip. Oh yes, thank you so much. I will never ask for clips, but I will always appreciate them. Yum yum. You forgot about the piercing? I know, right? It's very low key. It's very low key, and that's one of the things that I like about it. It's just a little teensy tiny, I don't know, point of interest or whatever you call it. Just a couple of little dots. Also, the police. The police fire immediately upon the suspect, which is a giant ball rolling, small bean. Go! Yes, little Viking for hiking 2024. What? Is there a hiking? Is there a hiking of Scandinavia? I would vote for you. I'd vote for you, little Viking. I wouldn't get to vote, but I would vote for you. What police? The police that are part of the ball now. The police tried to fight it, but you can't fight progress. I am the Senate. Nom nom nom. Oh, oh my gosh, these boulders are too powerful. These boulder holders. These rotten old boulder holders. We shall swallow the afro. Ah, there we go. The boulder holders have been destroyed. Now we have become too powerful. I have become death. The stupid goose car is still too powerful. The goose mobile. Move it. Here we go. Over we go. Oh man. There we go. We rolled in. Roll it in. Now we can take that little shortcut that they pointed out. And let's see what's over there. A whole ceremony. Why is there a guy with no shirt on? For the school ceremony. Screams echo through the halls. No. Come on. We gotta roll. Sorry guys. Gotta blast. Up we go into the city. No. Let me up. Yeah, Sisyphus. Move it. Sisyphus is doing their best. Okay, now we're in the big city, you guys. Inner city pressure. Inner city pressure. Inner city pressure. We can almost get the cars. We're very close. Oh, and we can't get these signs either, dang. What is this tower out here? What? Is this a tower of barrels? Ah, yes. Looks like they made themselves a nice little police. They made a beautiful. It's for Burning Man, you guys. They made themselves a little tower for me to knock down. Thanks, guys. I want to destroy the cars. I must consume the car. I think that this is the first level that you can really become big. I'm not totally sure. I might just be doing poorly, and it is indeed this level, but I cannot tell. Not yet. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at him go. He's almost the size of a tree.
What a nice Katamari, all smooth with a shiny new feel.
Ooh, a shiny, beautiful Katamari. He likes it. We just need to become most powerful in the entire world. Once we can consume the trees, then the whole game's over. Then it's over. We can consume small cars. What is the supermarket up on this hill? Consume the cow riders. This guy's riding on cows. Should I go down? Oh, the game almost made the option for me. Moo. La 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 la. Okay, let's just grab some more stuff in town and maybe we'll go back and pick up some easy stuff. We can come back up here whenever we're most powerful. Whee! Yeah, because if we're powerful enough, we can roll back up. Oh my gosh, we can grab the giant flagpole. We have truly become too powerful. Now let me get that stuff on the beach that I've always wanted to get. Yay, the trees, finally! Getting these palm trees kind of feels like success, you guys. It feels like we've already won. Even though there's still rolling to do, I feel like we've already won. Nom, 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 nom. Also, we can totally get up this hill easy peasy. But let's terrorize the city a little bit longer. Yeah. Up we go. Nom, 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 nom. Eat the fence. Oh, no, stay up there. There's cars and stuff. There's delicious cars to add to the mix. Oh, big boulder. Big boulder is not Pog. Not Pog, stop! Oh, and we got a royal present, nice! Okay, we gotta make sure that we stay away from the big rock. Go, 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 go! You are the parent now. I'm the parent now? The palm maw. Oh my gosh. It's because palm maw, the mother of all the palm trees. Mother of palm trees, that's a horrible pun. Absolutely wretched. 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10, try again. Try again, and next time don't make me angry. I'm barely making it up here. I'm too weak, we've only got 30 seconds left. No! We were going to be able to swallow buildings. No! So close. As soon as you can swallow the, oh, and there goes the trees. Dang it. We were just about to become powerful. All right, next time. Once you swallow these small trees, oh, game over. Nom, 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 nom. Zoom! Become as powerful as possible. You are the chosen one. You are supposed to bring balance to the Katamari. We have to walk the dog now. We're going to go back to space. Royal Rainbow. Back to where we came from. 10 meters. We are moved to tears by the size of this thing. It's so incredible. Okay, so we're staying above anyway. Guess what? Guess what it is? The thing that you collected the most of was fruit. My, Earth really is full of things. Poppy Palmer. We've got Poppy Palmer emotes in the chat. Oh yeah. I'm so glad that we got to play with Poppy. Thank goodness Poppy was there. It was even better. Oti's the best bully. The wholesome bully. Huh? They gotta go for a ride on the bus. Oh no. Rolling by. Hey, Rich Toy, thank you. The hoodie's hoodie's super comfy. Super duper comfy. And I love the color too. Oh, we got a little apron. Oh my goodness gracious. Rich Toy, how are you doing, my friend? I'm pretty sure that I saw you come over with the... Did you come over with the raid? Or have you just been vibing with us, my friend? Let's see you get the sweet, sweet subby. We know you're rich. We know you. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, let me... To the next... Star 8. I'm really excited about... You've been vibing. Oh yeah, kicking it back. This word, what is this? Zdrov street. Zdravzreet. Zdravzreet. Oh, you're just drawing in the background. Ooh, what you drawing, Rich? I would love to see if it's family friendly and you're not too shy. I'd love to see it in the art section. Aya!
Have you ever been to Russia? We hope that you can visit during your rolling.
The best part is that at the very end credit sequence, you get to swallow the entire Earth. It's high in Russian. You're right. Akimik was right. Akimik knew what the heck was up.
The Katamari should be a juicy 12 meters.
Juicy 12 meters it is, sir. Let me just get some of these alkaline batteries before these rats attack me. Rats. We are the rats. We get some delicious jelly. Some delicious jelly. Rob that rat. Rob that rat of his livelihood. Oh, this is a smaller area. I wonder if there'll be any escape. It's 18 minutes. Interesting. You can never tell right at the very beginning. It's until you start getting bigger. That's whenever you know what kind of stuff you're gonna be able to swallow. We grab some of these little number counters, little tickers. Aw, come on, that burg's too big. Unbelievable. The cookies look yum. Oh my gosh. One of the things that I got for my birthday that my mom got me was 3 boxes of Oreos. 3 or sleeves? The things. Containers. 3 containers of Oreos, and none of them are normal Oreos. They're all weird. Mom! Why did you give me birthday cake Oreos? They're not that bad, but it's so artificial. This is still pretty good though. I'll still eat them. I mean, never would I reject a sugary treat, regardless of its flavor. If it's got sugar in it, I'll eat it. Birthday cake Oreos for your birthday. I mean, I understand the sentiment. Oreo taste test win. I'll open them up right now, but they're sealed to preserve freshness. I suppose you can seal them up pretty good again. Whoa! Zoom! Hey, Beans! Oh my gosh! Now that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Beans, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 months of support. Goodness gracious, big 5. Beans, how have you been doing? I know that you must have been a little bit busy recently, but I'm so glad to see you. Hi! Beans, I'm pretty sure that you joined one of the times that I was playing Katamari, right? Weren't you? I could have swore, Beans, that you joined during that or something. Maybe not. Maybe I'm going crazy. But Beans, thank you so much for the support, my friend. Welcome back to the sub party. Another month. Another one. Another big month. 30 days. 30 days of movie night, hanging out in the chat with no advertisements and all of the emotes that my heart can possibly give you. I can't wait for the new emotes. But you know what? I literally have to. That's something that my dad used to say. That was my dad's dad joke was, I can't wait. Oh, you're gonna have to. Anytime that I would say, I can't wait for this. I can't wait to go to grandma's house. Oh, you're gonna have to. Is that a pigeon in a shoe? Is that a pigeon going zoom in a shoe? And a fine shoe it is. How did that pigeon afford such fine shoes? Ooh, bonuses. Delicious bonus milk. You're actually going to breakfast with your boyfriend in a minute? Hey, you can't stay long, but you had to stop for Katamari. Hooray! Beans, I'm so glad that you got to check in and say hello. And I hope that you enjoy your delicious breakfast. I hope that you deserve a most delicious and romantic breakfast. Zoom! Eat some spaghetti for breakfast, and then you can both have 2 sides of the spaghetti. This is the morning. What have you? Hey, let me go. Breakfast, the best food. Breakfast is the food of champions. Breakfast is the best meal. Fight me. It's one of the only times that you're allowed to have dessert as the meal. Eggs are your favorite? Ooh, eggs are good. I like eggs and waffles and bacon and stuff like that. And sausage. And delicious sausage. Breakfast for every meal. Oh yeah, my brother also got me some spicy maple syrup. Spicy maple syrup for me to try on my waffles. That it was quite an assortment of birthday presents, but mostly food. Guys, still got 14 minutes. Holy mackerel! Time to swallow some pigeons. Pigeon meat. Mmm, pigeon meat, my favorite. You should watch Lady and the Tramp. We'll watch Lady and the Tramp and Aristocats in the same day. Just a big retro Disney day. Ah, the pigs in the buckets, finally. Oh, I think that we can escape now. I didn't even realize that the city was down here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my gosh, these guys are giant. Help! What was that? Hey, thank you so much. Is that actually a pigeon? Actually a pigeon. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi there. What's up? That's a real pigeon right there, you guys. We finally, listen. Isn't there not a pigeon? Or no, there's mediocre pigeon, and now there's actually a pigeon. You gotta go? Oh, we'll see you later, Wolf Doggo. Thanks for being here. Wolf, it was nice to see you. I hope that you enjoyed the very weird game. for as long as you did. I hope you enjoyed the madness. The utter madness. I also have an axe. And my axe. Hey, Hal. Hello, Kenneth. It's Hal. The most suspicious robot in the chat. How are you doing? Just kidding. There are actual bots in the chat. Much more suspicious. Hal is a friend. Hal would never do anything wrong. Hal is good bean. Haven't you watched the movie? Ooh, there's some goodies over here. They set this up for you to build up your strength. Your strength. I have to build up my strength. Beep, beep. You know what? My mods have trained me so well. I read the words say, and I immediately was like, nope. Nope, not gonna do it. It's for the kids. Okay, but they better laugh. But yeah, now anytime that somebody says, say this, then I'm like, nope. If you are trying to convince me to say something, there's something going on. Something's up. Something's up. There's big trouble. Good. I know. Too many mistakes, Hal. You go take your trolling elsewhere. Elsewhere. Just sus. I will give it a double read for you, Hal. Sus. We were actually playing Among Us earlier. Were you here for that, Hal? Or are you just randomly mentioning Among Us because it's a meme? Are you just memeing? Because we were actually playing it. It's a good game. Help. Help. Oh, there we go. Roll over that child. There we go. Boom. Added to the party. 15. We're not 15 meters big yet. We need to become more powerful. I don't think I ever became that powerful on this level. This is a tricky one, honestly. Oh, you're just mentioning sus because sus. Okay, so yeah, for memes, all right. Oh dear. Help! Let me out. Okay. Maybe we need to roll. Maybe we need to roll back up the hill. Maybe we're powerful enough to cause some mayhem. We grab some good loot. Let's head back up and see if there's some easy pickings now. Let me out. Let me over it. There we go. Goodness alive. We just have to roll past these big monster trucks. Oh no, we can't get in anymore. Uh-oh. We probably not doing ourselves any favors. We probably came down here a little bit early. Well, everybody makes mistakes. Oh my gosh. It's the cat alley. Or at least they all look taller. Are we in Russia still? Russians are taller than everybody else? Is that true? Russians are tall? They're buff. There's a way through there. All right, we unlocked a new area. Nice. I thought that was Vikings, right, Sepsky? Noom! I can't get out. Help! Somebody send help. My Katamari. Okay, there we go. Go, 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 go! I don't know how big Russians are. All I know is that they drink vodka. Vroom, vroom. Mazda. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. I'm just looking for anybody that gets nervous whenever I come by. Oh, we've unlocked a whole nother area. What are we gonna consume? A human. Consumed a human. Okay, we got some screens out here. Clean the screening. Oh my gosh, I've still got a solid 9 minutes left. Holy moly. These golden kid statues. Nice. And there's a seal sliding across the ground over here. Hello. Hello, seal. What are you doing? Ow! Oh god. Ow! Stop, you hateful bean. Also, are those the police? Slurp. Thanks, police. One human down, many more to go. Endless humans. Oh no, he's batting me away. Nom, 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 nom. Grannies are frail enough to be consumed easily. Yeah. All right, just gonna grab a couple of seals. And then we're ready for battle. SEAL team. SEAL team assemble. Oh my gosh, the screams. The screams. The screams still haunt me. Years later, the screams of the Katamari folk still make me shudder. I remember all those sleepless nights. The sleepless nights after playing Katamari. I'll never be the same. But it's not all bad. I learned more in that 1 month than I learned in the rest of my life. Nom 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 nom, fences. Nom 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 nom. Consume humanity. Consume the humans. Right, now we're starting to get a little too powerful. Now we're getting too big for our britches. Prince has a little apron on. How cute! I know. Prince is wearing the little princely apron. Just to make sure that he doesn't spill any ketchup. Doesn't want to spill any ketchup on his new shirt. Whee! Huh? So you're planning on starting the Lego set? Yeah, we should try it. We're gonna try to complete half of it. We're gonna start around 2 p.m. CT, which is noon in California, and what, 1 hour difference from East Coast? I don't know. I only know Pacific time because today I was actually trying to run on Pacific time. Zayblock, what's up? Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Zay? Hope you're having a good day, Zay. Ooh, fencing. Ah, can we go over this? Oh, I think that we can roll this way anyway. I've got 7 minutes left. We can cause a lot of mayhem in 7 minutes. Oh, trust me. It's 8:40 there. It's 7:40 here. Okay, I don't think I can. Is OT in the Pacific time zone? Yep. We're running by OT time. We got our royal present. I didn't even notice it. Yeah, we got to run by OT time. OT's the boss. So OT makes the rules. Zoom! Whoever has the blue hair gets to make the decisions. Okay, we just need a little bit more size, and then we'll be big enough. Ooh! Hang on. Now this is too powerful. You have blue hair? Calico, you call the shots. You call the shots then. Nom, 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 nom. Arisa, you think that it counts if your character has blue hair? Tut tut. Tut tut, looks like rain. Here we go. What if you say that you have blue hair? I would struggle to believe you, but I believe you if you kept insisting. If you insist, my friend. Nom, 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 nom. Eat building. Ooh, we could just swallow that boulder. Just moving through here. Oh, hang on. I see some ledge up there. Allegedly. Oh boy, now we're getting too powerful. This Katamari is off the wall. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to get this. I want to get this big, delicious radish. Who's shooting me? Stop shooting. Oh my gosh. We have become the eater of worlds. We have come to consume your village. Beware.
Nom 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 nom!
Oh my gosh, you know what just happened? We just ate the trees. If you can eat the trees, you have become too powerful. Yes! Tree time! Ah, it's just 2:30. Tree time. Very British. Oh my gosh, the Loch Ness Monster. Let's go!
Oh, a nice Katamari, plump yet with an air of melancholy.
Who's shooting? Stop blasting.
Anyway, I start blasting.
Stop. So frustrating. It's too loud.
Turn.
Through the construction zone. Swallow all of the cars, and soon we will have the buildings for lunch. Ooh, that's a big building. Might be time to roll into town. Oh my gosh, there it is! The city is destroyed! The city is destroyed. Climb the mountain. Destroy everything! Whoa! This is the best part of the game! Yes! This is the moment I've been waiting for. You can't end a Katamari game without rolling up to town. Ah, yes! Consume everything! He destroyed everything that we love. Oh my gosh, with the gunfire still happening. It's a helicopter. Get it! We've got to start with the smaller things so that hopefully I can get these. We're on the next level. No, we still can't get the windmills. That's what I want. I want those dang old windmills. Oh my gosh, we got the power plants. Get the power plant, the radio station. We're gonna roll up this hill and grab whatever's up here. The stacks of cars. Are we trying to send a message to the aliens? Oh my gosh, there's Big Bear's Bean Parade. All right, we got like a few more buildings. I don't think that we can get Nessie though yet. Nessie's a little, oh, we got Nussy, it says. Okay, now let me consume these. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now we've got everything. What gift do you give to somebody who has everything? Turn directly around. Now let's grab that helicopter right out of the sky. Beep, beep. If anything has not been consumed, it was because it was too small for me to notice. Nom, 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 nom. Time? What do you, oh, you give time to somebody who has it all. I give my time to you guys almost every day. Whee! Time is the most important. I just heard, was that an elephant that I heard? Elephant has been consumed. You have 1 minute left. Let's go. Come on, let me consume everything. Ah, yeah, I got the bear. Oh my gosh, look, there's little angels around me. I've never seen it before. This is the best that we've ever done, I think. Look at that, we're blessed. Hashtag blessed by the Katamari gods. Hooray! I even got the hot air balloon. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to reach that. We consumed everything. The little angels, they're singing our song. A new subscription to the best streamer on Twitch. Subscribe today. A gift so nice you don't mind having it twice. Subscribe today. Die. Is that an ad? Is that an in-stream ad? Oh my gosh, I'll be so happy to stop hearing these sound effects. Oh my gosh.
25 meters! We are moved to tears by the size of this thing. It's incredible. Happy, so happy.
We collected mostly plants. So many plants. An unhealthy amount of plants. An ad for your lad. Jungle! It's bigger than his hand! We destroyed the world. It's a space center in Houston. They're larger than expected, these space rockets. I want to be an astronaut too.
ところでお父さんはどこにいるのかしらね。
These cutscenes are the best. Oh my gosh. Okay. What do you say, you guys, that we play maybe one more game? One more game. We've been going for 6 hours. 6 hours, and I need to get ready for that Lego stream, especially since it's early. Let's see. There's still time for me to go to Walmart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're back. All of the chaos from Warzone has woke you up. Oh, snap. Just in time for the final game. We're gonna do one more level. Let's do a big level. We're gonna vibe with we're gonna make a gigantic star. We're gonna make star number 9. The most powerful of all. Here we go. Then we'll find somebody nice to raid. And I guess if Jedi's here, then I guess we're gonna have to raid a friend of ours. Hey Kenny, you're 24 years old, right? Why do you ask? Yes.
Have you ever been to Mongolia? We were there yesterday. We hope that you can visit during the day's rolling. Oh yes, a royal present. We dropped it on Earth.
All right, we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up. All right, this is the final level, you guys, so enjoy the rolling. Enjoy the rolling. We got 20 minutes left.
He's old. He is old. I am shocked.
Ew. I'm just kidding. I'm not old at all. How dare you call almost everybody in chat old? Unbelievable. I have an elderly audience. Shh. Shh. Zoom. Let me pick up some fruit. Get some delicious fruit. Oh yeah, and it's a great song to end on too. Da 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 da. What? But it's all right. I wouldn't have it any other way. My Minecraft streams make it pretty obvious that I've got it the right way. That's how you do it. I gotta chat like fishes. Seems like everybody in Fish's chat is a grown adult. A grown adult with grown adult problems. Zoom. The best song. Blessed. Absolutely. So many less questions. Shouts out to younger viewers. Whoopee! Grab somebody's bikes. Ouch! Hey! Hey! This game's got some banging jams. It's true. Holy moly, the soundtrack is straight fire. We've been playing some good soundtrack games recently. Hades, Katamari, all Nintendo games. Except for me, Pokemon Snap doesn't really have a present soundtrack. It has that game has better sound effects than it does music. You had to go to the grocery store. Hey, I'm still here, Kayla. Thank you so much for you subbed earlier, didn't you? And I didn't even get to make a big deal out of it because I was busy playing with friends. Kayla, thank you so much. Hey, you are a young person? Well, that's all right. You're welcome too, friendo. Hooray! Everybody's welcome. We love you too, Beowulf. Bleep bloop. But we probably shouldn't talk about ages in the chat for safety. So don't tell me how old you are. But hey, it's nice to have you here, friendo. Ooh, look at all those kids on his shoulders. Whoa, that's a stack. Hey, I said don't stack up. You stacked up on comms. Oh. All right, I think I'm gonna grab like a few more. Yeah, for the safety of your account, do not expose thy age. Otherwise, Twitch will be like, hello there, would you like to be banned? Splendid. Noot. How dare you mention Pingu? Amazing. You're a blessed being to know Pingu like you do. Noot. One of the finest penguins I've ever met. Whee! Oh, excuse me, my good fellow. I did not realize that you were there. There's nothing good out here. There's nothing but balloons and sadness. I'm going back. I'm going back to the village. Gotta consume some pigeons. Oh, there we go. I get these. What is that noise? It just went da 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 da. Is that the clown? He's scaring me. Everybody in this village is disturbed. I'm pretty sure that guy was one of the springy rides. I'm pretty sure that there was one of those little springy rides and it was a human being. And it was not an animal. I'm quite convinced of it. This game has gone off the wall. All right, let me just turn around and just grab some more loot. No, come on, let me consume. I must consume, I'm starving. You got a person, yes. Oh, you bet I did. Your niece was so disappointed she's too young to stream. That'll be old soon enough. Just gotta be patient. The best things in life are worth waiting for. Let me through. Let me through, you demon! You demon sign. I suppose you're supposed to do this stuff early. And then you make it through there. Oh my gosh, are those watermelons? They're half watermelons. Consume the sea otters. Sea otters are so cute. I love all animals in the water that are kind of furry. Adorable furry animals. Cats. Boom. Cats love being in the water. Otters are adorable. Hey, come back here, you sorry sucker. You can't escape. You can try. You can run, you can hide, but I've got you, Bob Ross. I'll ruin my whole game just to get you. We got Bob. Roger, Doctor, we got Bob. Don't call me Earl, that's the worst. Wait, what? How's that Bob? How's that a Bob quote? Don't call me Earl. We got Bob. Now we can make ourselves a happy little Katamari. A happy little Katamari. Actually, hopefully we can make a big happy Katamari. God, don't scream like that, lady. Chill out. You're scaring the children. Ow! All right, now we can terrorize the city. Now we're ready to rock, I think. Oh yeah, we consumed the bear guy. That's how you know you've made it. Whenever you can consume mascots. Happy little trees. No, I want to knock down the Tower of People. Oh, now we've become more powerful than we could have ever imagined. Excuse me, Bearbeat. Let me just grab some of this stuff over here. Grab some of these trophies. I'm gonna make off with the trophies. Grab that bunny man. Don't let a single one loose. What? It's a shame you can't raid the Bob Ross Twitch channel, but Bob Ross isn't even alive. It's not worth it. I'd rather raid a living human being as much as I love Bob Ross. Here we go. Oh, now we're cooking with gas. Man, I've got all the sayings from my dad today. Now we're cooking with gas, which is probably not a good idea. That phrase could mean a few things. Oh no! We're going to be poisoned. Now we're cooking with gas. They have reruns? I know. I know that they're reruns. A shark, I know. It's the first time that I've seen a giant shark yet. That's it. You're just embodying the dad vibes today? I guess so. It's because I recently became a father of a fish that hasn't been purchased yet. But I sure have been thinking about him. Sharky time. Beep, beep. Eat the watermelon. The watermelon reminds me of Super Mario Sunshine. The watermelon level where you gotta roll the best watermelon. Hey, KP, how are you doing? Good evening. Good evening, friendo. Glad to see you. How are you doing there, KP? Hope your day's been just fantastic. Just the best day. We're rolling up all sorts of stuff around here. We're just a big old ball that's terrorizing the city. And I'm glad to have you here. I think I'm gonna roll into the schoolyard. Beep beep. Oh, am I? Yes, I am. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Delicious. Can I eat these things though? A red ball. Well, that is what it looks like. Let me just schmoove through here and get these sumo guys. What? Sue me. Ah! Push. All right. And we're to the upper area. We should be able to consume the entire village now, because we still got 12 minutes. We got 12 minutes and we're already eating cars. Yum, 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 yum. Is that a bear? Is that a bear walking down the street? Making my way downtown.
Eat the village. Consume everything.
Look at that guy up at, oh, there's an elephant. There's a guy up in an umbrella. You can't escape like that. Haven't you learned? There's no escape from the Katamari gods. Whoa! Okay, that car is a little too powerful. We might have to go down to the, we gotta go down to the water. Next level. Next level Katamari. Ooh, there's a really fast boat over there. I gotta remember that. I don't think that I can get this mushroom, but I can grab this stuff underneath it and these rocks up the hill. No, oh wait, oh, those rocks are too powerful. We're almost up to trees. Almost. We can roll through them without causing too much mayhem. All right, let's just go down here, consume some little trees. Little trees and cars and stuff. Get these trees down here. Happy little trees. We'll just consume all the happy little trees. We're just gonna roll them over with our nice little Katamari ball. We're just gonna take our happy little Katamari ball and roll up all those trees. That's right, just roll up all those balls. Listen to the screams of the people in the town. Just listen to all their little screams. Okay, let's roll up this little hill. Consume this little village. Collect all the happy little trees and hear the happy little screams. Ah! No! You killed oh my gosh! The trees! So cool! Whoa! Tree man! Incredible! Oh my gosh, the bull is still too powerful. They're too powerful, sir. What do we do? Destroy industry. Rolling. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Trees. Tree destruction. Big fish. We got it. We got the swordfish. Swordfish consumed. Oh, we got the village. Consume the village. Mission complete. Oh my gosh. We're doing it. Roll the world. What makes you the world go round? Katamari. Yum, yum, yum. All the trees. It is time. It is time to destroy and consume it all. Oh my gosh, I see some sneaky mushrooms over there. I kind of want to grab those real quick. Just make it past these trees over here. It's now time to destroy everything. Mushroom Town. Oh wait, where are the mushrooms? Oh, they're like on a little edge. Too difficult to get. We can maybe get them later. It's 3 a.m. so you should go to bed. Ollie, thanks so much for being here, friendo. It was nice to see you, Ollie. Thanks for vibing with us. Get yourself some rest. I hope to see you sometime soon. Oh, I forgot that there's a big connecting area over here. Oh my gosh, there's more than a village. There's a whole city. I don't think you're supposed to go over here yet. But you know what? We do what we please. We do what we please. We will consume another city. We have become death. We have become the consumer of worlds. And we will travel across the ocean just to eat more. You see a Daruma doll? Oh yeah, those suckers are everywhere. Oh, what a nice Katamari. Aggressive yet good-natured. We'll leave you to your work then. Why, thank you, sir. Okay, gotta go around. I can't believe that this little guy is still rolling this Katamari. I'm impressed. Time to eat some boats. Nom, 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 nom. Time to destroy the fishing economy. Oh my gosh, a giant squid. Nice. Now, we could just, this little village is literally what we started out in, but now it can be consumed with one big bite. Let's go back and make sure that we, oh yeah, the wrestler with the walrus. I love it. It's so cool. Yeah, there's a big doll right there, but I can't get it right now. Yeah. There we go, just roll that up. Just roll up all this stuff here. Nom 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 nom. The screams of pain echo in my ears, but I do nothing different. The giant Daruma has been consumed. Got the biggest Daruma. We still got 7 minutes. Oh, we should go the other way. Let's go all the directions and see if we spot something. Cause I'm pretty sure that we're way ahead. We're making an incredible Katamari. That guy that's swinging the enemy there is so powerful, and I don't know if I'm not sure if I ever consumed it. I think I consumed it one time, but it's really hard to get that big. More Darumas. Oh. All right, let me go over here. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to consume all the industry in the area. Whee! All right, now we gotta go to the big part of the village. I got him just that one time, just the final time that we went here, I guess. It's very tough. There's a whole big area to eat over here that I haven't even touched. Delicious. Just let me up. There. Whoa! I'd like to start over here just for fun, just to see what it looks like in tiny scale. To pick up like the little tiny erasers that you start out with. Just make sure that it's nice and clean so that we don't have to roll back over here. Beep, beep. Just gotta do a nice little rolling motion. Just like you're taking just like a piece of, a little piece of Play-Doh. Whenever you just make a little ball of Play-Doh and then you just roll it around the table to pick it all up. I don't think that I'm powerful enough for the big guy. Oh, not even for that guy either. I'm like grabbing this building's flying in the air. What the heck? Can I get up here? Yeah. Let me up. The physics are kind of wonky, but they do give you like a little boost sometimes just to help you out. That crane. The crane almost pushed me off the edge. How dare. How's the crane so powerful? What is this, Kung Fu Panda? Oh, let's go over here. Hey, people stream Katamari? Holy crap, new fascination. I don't stream Katamari, but I do play it occasionally. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. It's I never got to play this as a kid, so I don't have the nostalgia for it, but I still love it. I picked it up sometime relatively recently, and I've streamed it a few times. It's big fun. Big fun. Oh my gosh. I've become too mighty for this world. It's time for me to move on, you guys. Become too big to fail, just like the US banks. All right, I'm gonna have to go over here. Oh, I've already lost pieces. I've just become too powerful. I don't think that I can consume the, yeah, surely I can't consume those guys if I can't consume a circus, right? Zoom! Excuse me. Listen, I don't have anything else to eat. I'm starving. Feed me. Feed me, Seymour. Hi. It's an awesome and chill game. I know, right? I just love rolling around. Just the basics of Katamari are so satisfying. And also, I mean, it does take a little bit of skill, which keeps it interesting. Because I never made it this far whenever I first played it. I'm like setting myself some hash scores. Come on now. There we go. Grab that little flying building. Why is it flying? Don't ask. Don't ask. It's Katamari. I can't get these things though. I can consume air balloons, but can't consume these big tanks. I can't eat the boats. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Maybe I just kind of can't do it. It's kind of mesmerizing to watch. I know. It's So much fun. It's just a nice thing to see. Are we gonna just complete the game? Because we can just keep going. We can just keep going and just finish the game. Or do close to the last star. Ah, I didn't even think about going up here. I don't think we can right now. Oh, but you can kind of roll up there. Ooh. Right, I should have left hours ago, but who could leave this game behind? Yeah. It's too satisfying. And eventually consuming the entire world? Amazing. Lupus, welcome back. Welcome back, Fredo. You're finally home. You finally returned. Welcome back, Fredo. We missed you. We missed you while you were gone, but I'm glad that you were getting your work done. Making some moosh. Making that money. Make that money, girl. Do. Let me see this one building, this market, just a whole fish market for dinner. Ah, I really want to eat the circus. Circus vibes. Let me up. Wawa, another Wawa trip, another day. I mean, Walmart stays open till midnight. It won't be a big deal. Or later, I think it's 24 hours. It's really not healthy. It's really not good. But hey, if I can purchase my crap later, good deal. Ah, still didn't get the circus, darn. Gotta set your own goals, you guys. You like Wawa? Oh, I wasn't, we're not referring to actual Wawa. We're not talking about East Coast Wawa. We're just saying Walmart stupidly for fun. Might make you some fresh ramen for dinner? Ooh, ramen time. Oh, lucky y'all. Yours closes at 10 p.m.? Well, Texas is ridiculous. Royal Rainbow. I mean, oh, there's a hole, there's a hole at the very top of the, volcano. Maybe you can make it. I forget how many stars are left, but we gotta be close to the top, right? We're almost done. I mean, we completed, what's it called? In one sitting. Maybe I was just bad at Katamari at the beginning. Such a strong chin. Arara. Datte. I love him so much. He looks like Buzz Lightyear. Okay. Let's see. How many levels have we got? How many are left? I feel like this is the last one, right? Besides all the like tourists and stuff like that. Make the moon. Okay, yeah, this is the last one. Make the moon, eh? We've got to make ourselves another moon, you guys. Our orbit's been all screwed up. Okay. This is the last level. Guaranteed 100%, no takebacks, and then we might do a quick round of getting over it. Here we go. Do you know Esperanto? Maybe we'll invent a cosmic Esperanto. Oh yes, almost forgot. Oh yes. A royal present for a hardworking prince. But we felt bashful about handing it to you, so we left it on Earth for you to pick up. Hardy. You can roll it up for a while you're making the moon. You can roll it up while you're making the moon, sending things to Earth. Cows, today you'll be rolling around the world. The Katamari should be about as smooth as 300 meters. Oh yeah, this is a hard level. 25 minutes. Ooh, 25 minutes. Yeah, this is a tough one, but it is super fun. Actually challenging. How long do we have? 25 minutes? Goodness gracious, these levels only get longer and longer. Oh wait, is this the na 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 na? Is this the main song? Oh baby! Oh baby, you know what time it is? Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, baby, it's that song. Ow! Yeah, because it's the last one. This is it. This is the best level with the best tunes. Oops. This is reminding me that I'm wanting to get some, like, I want to get some sound effects for stream for me to hit for comedic timing and stuff. Like, I want the wasted sound effect from from Grand Theft Auto. Wasted. Also the death sound from Dark Souls. I want to be able to just like press a button and then it goes like or whatever the Dark Souls sound effect. Do 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 do. You wish that you had this game? Summer Windsnap. It's like $15 on Steam, I think. And I bet it'll probably go on sale for summer sale, right? Summer sale's right around the corner. You could probably get it for real cheap. Courtesy of Gaben. Ah, let me in. Let me in. What's going on around here? Yum, 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 yum. Eat the humans. Eat the humans. Hey, stop shooting at. Listen, these are human beings that you're shooting at. I understand that you see like a sentient Katamari ball that's rolling through, but you've got to realize that it's made up of humans now. You can't just open fire on civilians. Or wait. Get the tall guy. Tall guys must suffer for being tall. How dare you? How dare you be taller than me? I'm gonna put you in the grave. You deserve it. Something that someone you've been watching recently has video effects on sound alerts that people can trigger. Leorin board is a way to do that, right? We were talking about that the other day. I know a software that can do all sorts of on-screen effects, but I just haven't set it up. It's just work. It's just quote number 1. You're 5'10"? All right, you don't have to suffer, Beowulf. You don't have to suffer. You're welcome. You're my size. You're Earl-sized. Which is actually, I believe if you probably if you got professionally measured by like a doctor or something, they'd probably tell you that. They'd probably say, "Oh, you're Earl-sized." Then they'd wiggle their eyebrows and say, "Nice." Okay, one of them swallows Pogo. His Pogo head. Zoom panics in 6'6". A-star, holy crap, you're tall. Holy crap! You'd probably be one of the tallest people I've encountered, although I did know a guy that was 7'3". What a mighty fellow that was. A-star, what the heck? You're literally Revenant. Wait a second.
Wait a second. Maybe that's why he doesn't like skin suits.
Beep, beep. Go, go, go. Consume the village. You're basically Jack Skellington in the flesh? Wow. Scary. Kawaii. Not kawaii. Kawaii. Scary. And amazing. I'm jelly. Let me just be mad jelly. Let me just have a little bit of height envy for a few minutes. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, I'll be okay. Whoa. Yum, 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 yum. Eat the pipes. Also, I cannot wait to get this gigantic radish. Oh, let's get some fences first. All right. Die, don't be weird. When do I get to eat the trees? Why can't I eat trees? All right, I'm gonna just roll into town. Rolling into town. Whoops. Nom, 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 nom. Lupus, I could have guessed even without any visual or description. I could have guessed that you were small just because of the characters and faces that you say. This is literally me. They're always gremlins. You always look at gremlin characters and you're like, that is literally me. I am literally that gremlin right there. La, la. Also, the music's kind of clashing with the screams. La 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 la. Ah! 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 No, dang it. Oh man. Dang it. I too much pressure. I got squeezed out of the chute and I shot downward. Whoa. Elephant time. Beep beep. Let me up the pachinko. Oh my gosh, what is this physics? What was that? What was that? Katamari. Katamari. What? No, I was saying you described yourself like that. It's not my problem that you say that's literally me. Kelsey, this is literally us. Whee! Ouch. Okay, I'm rolling into town. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Excusez-moi. Sorry, don't mean to cause any traffic in the area. I just want to consume the earth. Oh, whoa. That part of the building is just jutting up. Does that? Oh, for a second, it looked like the umbrella was being held by the octopus. Look at it. It looks like it's holding it. Ooh, that little spinning platform was trying to mess me up. You can't help the fact that it is me. And there's nothing wrong with that. Being a gremlin is blessed. You will be the most blessed stream gremlin that we've ever known. The most blessed stream gremlin that's ever lived. Number 1. No comparison. Whee! All right, I can't get these weird wiggly trees. So I guess it's time for me to make my hasty exit. And swallow this crocodile. And this elephant. Or not, the elephant's still too powerful, so's the radish. Oh, now we just powered up. We just activated my trap card, Katamari Land. Now I consume the earth. Ouch. Whoa! Now stop pushing. Stop pushing, you stupid elephant. Listen here, you big dummy. Look here, Baka. Hey, let me up. Yeah. Roll, darn it. Roll! You climbed up a more sheer wall than this. I believe in you. And that belief is paid in full. I see trees here, but they're gonna be difficult to get even if we're big enough. Some of this stuff, I don't even look at it. I don't even think about it. Itai nani. Wait, what? What's that mean? What hurts? Is that what you're saying? What hurts? Ah. Oh, I still can't get the tree. No. Okay, we'll eat these cars first. Eat some fences, eat some cars. Just to calm my stomach down, you guys. Oh boy. Tree time! Oh boy. Whoa! We got home right around tree time. What? Calico?
Kitty's YouTube gifted a tier 1
Thank you for the gifted sub!
They have given 224 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, it's Kitten Fangs. Hey, thank you so much. So generous. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Thank you so much. So generous. Hooray, Kitten Fangs. Now you never have to deal with another ad for an entire month. Mwahaha. All provided by our friendo Calico. Yeah. Hooray. Beep, beep. Out at the kindness of their heart. Whoa! Our Katamari's getting bigger, but it's not good enough, you guys. Listen, we're supposed to make the moon, so we can't stop now. This is no time to sit back and gloat. This is time to get serious. Oh, snap. We just swallowed a mushroom. If we can eat the mushroom, you know that it's time to destroy the forest. You still can't remember whatever you gifted the... You can't remember when you gifted the bot subs. Oh, my gosh. If only Twitch would give us that partnership, then we could have some free bot subs. Maybe sometime soon. Maybe someday. Bleep, bleep, bloop, bloop. Okay, let me just consume a few more trees, and then we'll go up the other way. I mean, there's just too many mushrooms for me to ignore. I cannot ignore these mushrooms. They must be consumed. Whee! Kitten Fangs, hooray! You get all of the emotes, and you're totally invited to movie night if you want to watch a movie with us. What was the movie that I put in the chat? I thought that I remembered a good movie, and then I said I'm gonna write that down. But now I've forgotten, and I'm glad that I probably wrote it down somewhere. Rango, that's what it was. We're gonna watch Rango this week. You're gonna have to tango with the Rango. Ooh. We can eat the big trees. This is too much, you guys. I've gotta consume them. Listen, if we can eat the big trees, this changes everything. Rango Unchained? Ah, yes, the Quentin Tarantino lizard movie. I love Rango Unchained. Close guy.
You almost spelled that right.
All right. Grab this. Yum, yum, yum. I mean, they're both Westerns, right? Close enough. Die is approximately correct about many things. Also, Django Unchained is one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite movie. It could possibly be my favorite. I don't feel bad about saying that it is either. I really do think that it might be numero uno for me. Not sure. Man, it's just so rude. It feels so rude. Bleep, bloop. Very wholesome. Very, very wholesome. Highly recommended for all children. Oh my gosh, there's octopi everywhere. Why are there so many octopuses? Holy moly. Oh, we just gotta eat some of these stormbreakers down here. Destroyed. You know, we're back at it again, you guys. We're back at it again with the world-consuming business over here. It is an excellent film, though maybe not the best film movie. I agree. There's lots of movies like that. And that's okay. Oh, look at that. That you have to be 60 meters to swallow that island. You have to be at least this tall. Ooh. Up the hill. Destroy the satellite. Actually, we're not powerful enough. We have to consume more. We have to become... Screams. The screams echo through my head. Oh my gosh, he's got the present. Give me that present. Come back here. No, too big. Darn. Beep, beep. Whoopee. But yeah, we'll probably start switching over to Pixar movies soon. And then we'll go to DreamWorks movies. We'll save those for later. And God forbid we ever would run out of movies and we'd have to watch Illumination movies. God forbid. God, if you're listening right now, please don't let us get through the Pixar and the DreamWorks movies. Oh, what? Rejection hotline? What? Did I call the wrong number? Why did we get rejected? Let me up. No! I'm not strong enough to handle rejection right now. Okay, here we go. Yum, 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 yum. You're right. Some of the Illumination movies are not that bad. They're just worse than all of the DreamWorks movies and all of the Walt Disney movies and all the Pixar movies. Whoa! But they're worth your time. Everybody's got enough time to watch an Illumination film. Beep, beep. Oh, you got blue sky movies like Ice Age. And Ice Age 2, and Ice Age 3, and Ice Age 4, and Ice Age 5. Ice Age 6, and Ice Age 7. Ice Age 10. Ice Age 11. You like Sing and The Grinch? I actually heard that The Grinch was pretty good. I actually heard that lots of people were surprised about how good The Grinch was. Yeah, Rio's Blue Sky, right? Beep, beep. Blue Sky hasn't made a lot of bangers. It's been a fat minute. Blue Sky's been down ever since Ice Age 1. Yum, 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 yum. But they're making plenty of money. Oh my gosh, we still can't swallow him yet. Oh dear. How's the Roland? Oh, Lemon Berry, hey. The Roland's awesome. I hope you're feeling better. Hope you feel better, Lemon Berry. Oh yeah, there's the Godzilla out there with his little walking sticks. Beep, beep. Isn't Blue Sky part of Disney anyway? Nope, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yum, 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 yum. Uninteresting Kenny bodily fact today. My ear hurts. My ear hurts. I have to go to the doctor because this happened a few days now. It aches. Something's wrong with that ear. Oh, look at these octopus. Yum, 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 yum. You thought so? Wouldn't they be on Disney Plus? If they were owned by Disney? I don't think so, but maybe. I mean, Disney owns enough that I could be wrong, certainly. Oh, certainly I could be. All right, let's go swallow the rest of this village over here. It's so small, it's hardly even lunch. Oh, shush, you'll be fine. Welcome to Katamari Damacy. Wow! Vroom, vroom. Can we eat the crane? No, crane too powerful. Just get up here. Oh, Disney did buy Blue Sky, excuse me. It did buy the thing and dissolved it. A shame. That's too bad. I didn't even know about that. Huh. Whoopsies. Goopsies. Oh, there's a whole nother city. Okay, we're gonna ignore Ultraman over there. It's time to move on, all right? Listen, we gotta cut our losses. Gotta cut our losses and take on the city. Godzilla's getting older. We all age, and Godzilla's no exception. Oh man, I should have done this earlier. Goodness, now I'm scared that I won't get all the islands. Oh, I didn't know that there was another city over here. Big yikes. Beep, beep. Sorry about my achy. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. It's very sweet, Lemonberry. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll figure out. I don't know what's wrong. There we go. Not too much, but you got a second jab today, and your body was like, no! Oh, it was the vaccine. Oh, I see. Is that second one worse than the first one? 'Cause that's what I've been hearing. Is that number one's not so bad, number two's a lot worse. But yeah, I definitely need to amputate the ear. A-Star's like, oh heck yeah. Get rid of that thing. You only need one. You only need one air. Spatial audio? What do you mean, lad? Are you addicted to ASMR or something? How embarrassing. Let's go. Zoom. Thanks for agreeing, A-Star. Yeah. Oh, consume the village. Consume the city. And then consume the world. You've become too powerful. Oh no! What happens whenever the Katamari gets out of hand? What are we to do now? Whoa! Apparently for some people like me, but it's not bad, just uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is bad. I hope you feel comfortable soon, Lemonberry. Hopefully it'll pass right on over. Whoopee! I need to do my civic duty and go get poked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here's a beautiful Japanese villa. Oh, wait. Oh, it's too powerful. Look at it. It stands the test of time. It's still powerful. It's old architecture, but... Okay, we gotta hurry because we're gonna run out of time. We've only got 7 minutes and we're not even consuming islands yet. Oh, dear. We gotta go back. We have to go back, Morty. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's just got like a Katamari symbol. Katamari disappeared. This is your favorite level? Me too. This is by far the best level. The best level. Never become so mighty that you can consume entire islands. Yum, 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 yum. I'm still not that powerful, so let's just pick up a couple things that we left behind. Dom a couple of those gigantic buildings. Get an airplane out of the sky, swat. There we go. 200 meters? Still just a preschooler. Excuse me? That's why I'm worried. I've got 7 minutes left, but I'm just a preschooler. Help! Rolling. All right, we got Jumbo Man. Oh my gosh, we almost ate the big ship. Oh, no octopus. Yes, small child, little baby. Hey, dog in the doggo. Whoa, that's big. I know. We can consume entire worlds. Dog in the doggo, beware. If you see a Katamari this big. Oh yeah, you can eat clouds later. There we go. Now we're next level. Oh, I see another thing over here. We gotta roll over to this industrial area. 6 minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just a little bit. Oh wait, am I not allowed over here? What's the deal? What's the deal, pickle? Nom 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 nom. Oh, there's another village over here. Oh, he has an apron. I know, it's so cute. And he's got a snorkel whenever we're out here. He's got, oh look, there's a rainbow. Oh my gosh, don't you think rainbow's an actual object? You can consume the rainbow. Oh my gosh, we can eat the islands now. Now it's time to just pick up as many islands as possible because these suckers are big. I think that's the best strategy. Can we get these big ones? Nope, only small ones at the moment. Don't know if we can get clouds yet. Keep up the momentum. Eat the octopus. There we go. Now that's a big bite right there. No. Go a little circle around here. Beep, beep. I know, I've only got 5 minutes. I'm busted. I don't know how it went so slow. Must have been enjoying myself too much. Ooh. Oh, I think I got bigger ones. I think I just got a bigger island out of that. I love how the shape of things kind of change as you get bigger. Oh, no, my momentum. Whoa, that was a big bite. Oh, boy.
Whoa, a nice Katamari, so pleasant and dreamy.
Okay, we have hit the limit. We've hit the limit, but there's still more to be collected. There's 4 minutes and we're at this size. Oh my gosh. Come on. Zoom faster. Okay. To the big village. Let's see if we can just grab some pieces. Oh my gosh. Become the world. I just got a demon out of the air. Whoa. We just swatted Satan out of the air. Cloud time.
We got the clouds now.
Now it's time to consume good luck. Oh no!
Oh, the rainbow's too powerful.
Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow, Katamari. Let me have the rainbow. Yes! Rainbow achieved. Very nice. All right, let's consume the biggest islands that we can. We got 3 minutes left. Casually consume Satan.
Satan is lunch.
Satan equals lunch? Question mark? Yeah, let's just zoom. Oh, I do like this. These crags over here. These red crags. I see some nice storm clouds. The Oni rock. Ooh, that's a demon rock. Delicious demon rocks. Let's go over to Iceland. Through Norway. You must consume all of the different parts of the world. See, still 3 minutes left. Nice. Oh boy, this is going good. Eventually we'll be able to get the tornadoes. Nice. Tornadoes achieved. Now I just gotta kind of roll over some areas, like again. Oh my gosh, the bridge. The bridge is too much. Yeah, we just gotta like roll over this part a few times. The faster that we can keep going, the better. Spicy clouds. Okay, this is like the most sizable chunk of land that we can get. We got the mountain. New fishing spot. Okay, this is definitely the biggest that I've ever rolled it. Let's try to get some of this outer stuff really quick. We might still have time to go to the inside. Mushroom Islands. Okay. This Mushroom Island's literally around the edges. I don't think that I can go for it. I'd rather go for this internal stuff. It's too much. You have 1 minute left. Here we go. Let's go. Deadly Wolf, how are you doing? We're consuming the world. I hope you're having a splendid day. A splendid Friday. You got any fun weekend plans? I know some people are already doing their weekend plans. Hello, Ivy. Wow. I think that we pretty much maxed it out. We got the little angels. We got the angels flapping. The Sarl of Woods. Whoa, that's big. Gigantic. We've done it. The biggest one that can be made. Blessed rolls. Rolls. You're making me think about Thanksgiving. Big yum. Whoa! Consume everything. I wonder if we got the present. You think the present was included in there? I hope so. Eat the angels. I wish I was big enough.
Yeehaw! It's floating, but it's not a dream. 821 meters. How supple, excuse me. How supple this silhouette, this substantial heft, this mellifluous mood. I've never heard that word before. And this rising tide of familial love. We are moved. Here, this is our royal present. Guess what? Guess what it is? When it gets this big, it's hard to tell what you have the most of. My Earth really does have a lot of things. Now I will release the moon into the sky.
Wow! The moon! Wow! We beat the game! It means sweet or musical. Yeah, that's a new one.
At last, the moon is back in the sky. Welcome back, moon.
Mellifluous is like melodic. Mellifluous. Is that how to say it?
Welcome back, moon. This time, we the king worked hard. We think we've worked hard. We're pretty sure that we did. Oh, it's you. Yes, what is it? Oh, I've got it. Maybe the prince grew a teeny bit. Aha, you did? Yes, you did. At least 1 full centimeter taller. This is also thanks to us, yes. We are the champion, yes. So, all that we need to do is put the rest of the stars back. Get cracking on that.
No! Yeah, someone who has a nice sing-songy voice that's pleasant to listen to, you could say that they are mellifluous. Mellifluous. I think is the way to say that. Mellifluous. I'm not sure. That's tough. I'll have to look it up. We're dancing with the cockroaches. None of them are cockroaches. Oh, the moon's back, baby. Oh, dance, Prince, dance. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome for playing your awesome game. Total objects collected. 1,200. Mellifluous. Okay. Mellifluous. That's hard. Moon party. Oops, I missed a couple of them. Sorry about that. Oh no. There's also, yeah, you can spot some of the cousins in this game. It's hilarious. Oh yeah.
The blue planet.
Oh, this blue planet. Oh yeah, we get to destroy the Earth now. Hooray! First we start with the baby islands. If I remember properly, we didn't get all of them last time, I don't think. Wow, there's a lot in there. Europe has been destroyed. Europe goes bye-bye. Shouts out to all the countries in the world. Shouts out to all the beautiful countries in the whole world. Thanks for being part of this experience. Yum, 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 yum. Help! I'm getting dizzy. Oh no. You're getting dizzy? Shuka, shuka. We're gonna roll you around. Listen, the rolling don't stop.
The gaming don't stop. The rolling don't stop. A-Star, buckle up.
Buckle up for this summer's spectacular new blockbuster, Rollin'.
Featuring the Earl of Suts and the Salty Crew.
Minor cameo appearances by OT,
Ari Centauri, and the Click.
No.
And the Andmine. Excuse me.
Almost forgot my profile picture artist. Shaking my head.
And also another Norwegian.
We mustn't forget the Norwegians now. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble later.
Do-do-do. The last time that I insulted Norway, you did not want to see the DMs. Goodness.
Beep, beep. Alright, a well-balanced diet? Wait, what is this song about? Plenty of sleep. And a nice tan to boot. With empty hearts, we cannot be as one. What is this song? Love. Connect with one another. Oh wait, oh there's a big plant, there's a big bunch of land here, hang on. Try. We want to roll everything in. Roll in. What a wholesome song. Yeah, there's a few little things down there, hang on. Let's see, where's the rest of this? It's so hard to see the little tiny countries. It's hard enough to see them on the map. Yum, 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 yum. It's hard enough to remember their names, much less roll them up in Katamari Damacy. I don't even see them. Listen, if your country's too small to see in Katamari Damacy, I may or may not know its name. Oh, the last one was Iceland. Oh no. And then something that I can't read. And Comoros. And the Maldives? I forget how to say it. Here we go. You made it home. Hooray. Ivy safe. You made it home safe and sound. It's not your fault Norway's awful. Well, that's harsh. Not awful. Just not as good as Sweden. Financially speaking, is that why all the Swedes go over to Norway to work? I'm covering up the child. I apologize. I have become the child. Hey, that sky isn't finished yet, said your boss. Hey, that sky isn't finished yet. Cool mask. Ah! That is not. This is not okay. This is not all right. No, not a cool mask. No! Disturbed. Absolutely 100% disturbed. Now, should we actually save for the first time? All right, boom, no data. Let's save. Okay. Awesome sauce. Now, I promised you guys, we were going to try to get over it, all right? I promise. I'm just glad Arisa's lurking. Kenny has become a little box girl. A what? I've become a box troll? I haven't ever seen that movie yet. See you again. No, the mask. Yikes. Yikers. What achievements have I not done? Present hunter. Be sure to collect all the presents from the king. That sounds difficult. You are the true king of rolling. Amazing. I'm guessing that this is just from like really completing the game. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, boom. Benefati time. The lurk is strong with Arisa. You must be careful. You haven't seen the box trolls? No, I haven't. I missed out on a lot of stuff like that. The box trolls, I'm thinking of Paranorman. I'm thinking of Frankenweenie. I'm thinking of what else like that have I missed? Kubo and the string, Kubo and the 2 strings, 3 strings, I don't know. Kubo and the string, Kubo in the thread, and then also 9, I think. They should all be good. I want to see them. Man, my jaw hurts so bad. Too much. Ow. Ah. That hurts just to go. Ah. Ow. Ow. Gosh, that's what I get for having the same face. You know, whenever your mother would say, Don't make that face or you'll get stuck with it. Well, that's what I'm living right now. Let me turn off that window. Wait. Oh. There we go. Okay, my bad. Oh, you're gonna call it here? Oh, we'll see you later, A-Star. Awesome sauce. You'll be here for Lego. Hey, listen. This is not a good game to end a stream on. This is gonna be pure suffering. Hey. It was nice to have you here, A-Star. We'll see you later, my friend. Okay, I'm gonna turn on some really quiet Mario music. Okay, I'm gonna keep it nice and low, and let's see what we can do, you guys. I'm just gonna start actually, let's see, where were we? Where did I last leave it? Ah, we're somewhere that we haven't been before. Aha, I see, I see. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Well, I think that we need to warm up, I would think. We'll just make our way down the mountain real quick. Ew. Ew. Wait. Boop. Hang on. Let me just boop. Ow. Yeah. Boop, boop. We need some practice, you guys. We need some practice. So we gotta start from the beginning. We gotta start from the beginning. This is technically not the beginning, but it is. All right, this is good enough. This is enough of a beginning. Let me warm up, because this game definitely requires warm up. I think he's playing the game wrong. You guys, I've got to warm up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna fall off the mountain and I'll be more disappointed. I don't wanna be judged by making a mistake up at the top of the mountain. Whenever I need to get the practice of the movement. It's easy if you can do the movements correctly. Okay, let me change up how. Okay. Is a very, very specific way that I've been sitting while I play this game. No. Okay. Boop. Can y'all hear the audio of the hammer? I can't. Yacht. Oh, hang on. It's easy if you're talented. I can't do it. I've never beaten this Nardavel. I've never defeated this. I am so looking forward to trying. Nardavel, how are you doing, by the way? What's up? Oi, Nardavel, hi there. Also, did I see a new name in there? Did I see a friendly new name? That might have been Nardavel that I saw. How you doing, friendo? I haven't seen you today. Ah, hang on. Yeah. Oh no. Pew. There we go. I can pogo it. Oh, this is what I think is called. We're just about to the part that's called the oopsies. This is called the Devil's Chimney, I think. That part over there. It is so oof. It is honestly the worst. I always hurt. Not the part that I was doing. That part is easy-ish. Yeah. Die is a super mod. Die is the new god mod. Almost an administrator, I'd say. Oh! Lost my momentum. Hang on now. You're waiting to be fully immunized? Oh, you're saying you're waiting to be fully immunized after your second shot so that you can go and see your family. That's awesome, Sauce Nardavel. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear about how the shot has helped people go back to their normal lives. It's so nice to hear. Modern medicine, what a blessing. Yeah. Could I? Yes, I can, actually. Oh, that was almost good. Okay, the Devil's Chimney. Oh my gosh. Tupog. No. Tupog for TV. Can I just do it from here? Wait. Yeah. All right. Nice. Okay. This is what I get for taking a break from this game. This is what I get for taking a few. I think I took like a week from playing this game. We're not to the difficult part yet. It's orange hell that I'm worried about. No. Yes. No. Oh boy. Struggles at the easy part. Zooms past the hard part. Okay, there we go. All right, let me just nice and careful. Shinny on over. Hey there, how you doing, LOL Big Vader? You punched your wall from this game? Oh no. I definitely have desk slammed for this game. I definitely desk slammed and spilled my drink. I got worried that I might have broken something, but and also, oh no! Oops! Yikes! That's the first time I've fallen there in a while. Goodness. Oh, that was too bad. Unfortunate. The music is so relaxing in comparison to what's going on the screen. Oh, Oh, come on. I was going to try to skip. Oh. I tried skipping. You're good? How am I? Oh, thank you. Thank you for asking. Very sweet. I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. This is just like the greatest hits moment, you guys. We're just vibing. This is a little after show party. This is the little after stream party. We played Among Us with the friendos. We got to play Oh, my hand was kind of in the wrong spot. We got to play Katamari. We literally beat Katamari pretty much. We didn't 100% it, but we got to play Among Us. We got to beat Okay, you can either go high enough to go over it, or you can skip it. I mean, okay, what's the problem here? Okay, what's my issue? What? See, I'm supposed to be like all warmed up by the time that I get up here, but I'm still like weirded out by some of these movements. No! Dang it! Why does this game exist? It makes you mad. You sound like it sounds like the audio that's in the game that's like, wow, I'm really proud of you. Like the super sarcastic audio is just for you. I'm so proud of you. And then you fall and he's like, pain. It happens to everybody. The mockery. You remember my sister watching Markiplier play this? Yeesh. I don't remember how high Markiplier got, but one time, just the other day, one time I got up to the last thing. Okay, why am I struggling here of all places? It's an odd place. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna take this nice and easy. But I got to the radio tower. But I think I did fall a long way, so I didn't like end. I failed up there. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna do a little speedrun strat here so that we can skip a lot of this. Actually, well, I'm going to try, but it is a tough, oh, there we go. Oh, I wanted to grab on the side there. Oh boy. Zoom! You can do this a couple of ways, but I'm just doing it poorly. In the Baymax voice, you're doing real good. Real good? Baymax? That's another movie that I haven't seen. It's Big Hero 6. Oh boy, oops. Whoa! All right, lifties. I know, I haven't seen it. I know that it's good too. I didn't skip it or anything. I just have missed out on it. I don't know why. That was his mistake. By the way, the raid the other day of the lovely Last Playing Star Wars, you enjoyed the raid. Welcome so much. I know the singing was so much fun. I didn't get to stay for long after that, but the singing was awesome. That was like the best part. I was immediately like, all right, that was a good choice. Ah, dang it. Sometimes this bothers me. Ooh, yikes. This hurts my soul. Oh, all right, first try again. Nice. First try back up. The pain was temporary, but glory shall be eternal. This part's not even that hard. I'm just being real clumsy. Clumsy streamer. Whoa. I just can't wait to beat this game so that I can start working on speedruns. No, stop being so clumsy. Just go slow. Better to go slow. No reason to go so fast. You can head out and play with your roommate. Hey, have fun, Calico. We'll see you later. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. It was nice to have you here. Say hello to the roommate and enjoy your evening, my friend. We'll see you later. Here we go. All right. Now we just have to... Now this is the part that's so tough that I've only got past it 3 times or something. I didn't just make it past once. I didn't just make it past once and was like, okay, that's enough. I did it a few times to try to practice. It's not this part that's difficult. It's the coming struggle.
Whoa!
Calico, thank you for the gift!
Calico Kitties
For
YouTube
LOL
gifted a
Big
tier 1
Vader,
sub to
dang,
Lobby
thank you so
Vader
much.
2. They have given
Thanks for that gifted sub.
225
So generous.
gift subs in the
So
channel.
generous. Oh, yeah. Enjoy your gifted sub, my friend. Courtesy of our OG friendo, Calico, who also celebrated Subsiversary. Subsiversary today. 8 months, right? Oh, Calico. Thank you so much. Okay, this part's the difficult part. I hate this part. This is the worst. You're so bad at this game, Haley. This game's horrible. Don't torture yourself by playing this stupid game. No! Oh, that was a good attempt. Oh, that was a good try. I got a little bit more up. I was a little bit further up towards the rock than I thought I was. Ooh, that was a good first. That was a good attempt, though. You have to go now, too? Oh, we'll see you later, Doggin. We'll see you later, Doggin the Doggo. Thanks for being here, my friend. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Is this gamer torture? I mean, it's tough to say. It's tough to say. There have been sages that have spoken of it in many ways. Some have cursed it, some have blessed it. It is hard to tell exactly what the public consensus is on this game. Uh-oh. Oh, I grabbed on the wrong edge. Oh, Mamma Mia, Papa Pia. Oh, dear. Ow! No! Okay, slide skip. That's fine. It's fine to just skip the slide again. Ah, yikes. That was 2 good attempts, though. That was 2 good ones. We got 2 good ones out of that. I'm happy. Oh, almost got it. No. Ow! That was scary. No! Dang it. Oh, suffer. Suffer just a little more. Yeah. Oh, I could have tapped my way over there. Oh, hang on. Oh, you gotta go. We'll see you later, Rich. Thanks for hanging out. Oi! You made it all the way to the after stream show. Hope you had a good time today, Rich, and enjoy your weekend. If I don't see you again, enjoy your weekend. And if I do see you again, let's build some Legos tomorrow. But see ya, friendo. Whee! Yatta! Oh, I wanted that chair. There we go, my chair. Ooh, ooh. Ah. Okay, there's like a specific movement of the hammer that I'm not doing well today, but we are surviving without it. It's like the inward motion. I'm being like really stiff with the hammer, unfortunately, but it's okay. Zoot. I've also like fallen down from every place now, so I don't really even mind. I have failed in every possible way. Not really, but I'm building up my experience of failure. There's also, like, obviously speedrunners can literally just, like, tap their way up this. They could just go, like, bam, 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 and just go really fast, but I'm going as slow as molasses because this is the only way that I can do it right now. I do not have the required skill to do it anyway fancy. Speedrun for this game is 1 minute and 16 seconds. 15, sorry. Oh, dang it again. Come on. Ugh. I don't normally fail in that spot. I don't normally fail at the pogo part of that. I fail before the pogo. I normally slip instead of failing that pogo like that. It's a bummer. How? You gotta watch it. It's amazing. It's because they go tap, 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 tap. They're literally just like hopping along the entire time and just like going slap, slap, slap. They go, it's unthinkably fast. There's also a bunch of skips that they do that I can't even do. Oh. Pew. But yeah, that pogo bit is not normally where I fall. I normally slide off. But I'm like making it up to the rock and I'm just not doing the right movement. It's It's frustrating. But yeah, we'll definitely get past that rock. And once we do that, then all bets are off. I might quit after that. And we'll do it another day. That's something that I will say about this game. It's good to know when to quit. You want to quit while you're feeling relatively good so that you don't hate it later. You want to be able to look back and go like, hey, that was a pretty good run. Like I was in a pretty good spot. I'd made it like way over. I was pretty much to hat. There's a hat up there that's rather difficult to get past. But I was up to the hat, and then I could just yeet myself off the edge and feel good, like, oh, I've been places. Oh, come on. Chair. There we go. Okay, I'm right as I was about to say, I'm getting that movement down. Did I fall down? It's crazy. It's so cool to watch. I know, Hollycat. It's crazy. It really does make you go like, humans can do anything. Humans can do anything. Oh boy. Speaking of endless human ingenuity, watch me fall down slide skip again. Yacht doot. Yacht doot oot oot. Oh no. Ah yes. Ah yes. Here we go. Oh no. 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 Please don't. No, don't do it. Don't do it. No. There we go. Oh, chair, please bless me. Why am I falling at this spot? Why am I falling? Toilet. Toilet falls. Oh. Okay. There we go. Goodness gracious. Oh. That's an annoying place to fall right there. I've fallen there a few times. Oh, you like my hoodie and you have a similar one. Sparkle Nerd, it's nice to see you. Hi there, Sparkle. Almost yeeted myself off the edge. I hope you're having a good day. It's nice to see you on this late Friday. Well, it's not even that late, but on Friday evening. Got any fun plans this weekend, Sparkle? You got to do anything amazing? Okay, let me just scoot a little closer. Sparkle yeet. Oh yeah, look at the muscle. Look at strong muscle, guys, in the pods. It's late for me? No, it's just 9. 9's not late. Even a granny wakes up. Even a granny's like, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock? What's wrong with you, grandchildren? Oh boy, here we are again. Okay. I meant for streaming. Gosh. Golly gee, Earl, why you gotta be so difficult? Peanuts. Oh, bloody heck. Oh, bloody heck. That was a close one. Oh, Lanta. Oh, my Lanta. Gotta watch my mouth. This is a family-friendly challenge, you guys. It's a real challenge. Here we go. Mamma mia, come on now. Come on now, we're doing so well. We just have to pogo. I swear, this pogo is not normally this hard. There we go. Oh. I had it. I had it. I choked. I had it. Ah. And once you get it past there, it's relatively easy to stay up there. It's just that one jump. Ah. Lupus! Whoa! Yeah!
Lupus Stream gifted a tier 1 sub to win_Z.
Hey! Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lupus. What's that gift for? What's the gift for? Oh my goodness, Lupus, thanks so much. Ow! Yeah! Oh! Yeah! Oh! Hang on. Tawimzy! Oh my gracious. Thank you, Lupus, for the generosity, my friend. Oh! Yeah! Stupid chair! Okay, now that's what I've been trying to do this whole time, darn it. That little, not going over to the left side. Just never encountering the left is the way to do it. This game looks fun. You need it? Sparkle there, go for it. I'd love to watch you play it. You did it! Thank you. I did it. I can't just be nice. No, I thank you. Thank you, Lupus. I was mostly just teasing. A wild gift appears. The Earl asks, what the heck? What if I'm really good and it's just intimidating? What? Intimidating? What are you talking about? This game's harder than it looks, in my opinion. I mean, it just takes a lot of time to kind of get used to it. Like the way that the hammer moves is just, it just doesn't feel as natural as it looks. It takes quite a while to get a feel for how the hammer moves. Oh no, I messed it up again. It's so close. Oh, fiddlesticks. You want to see speedruns? Pretty easy, Google. Just look up getting over it world record. But it's honestly, the world record is so far off of this, it won't even make any sense. Like their technique is just, it's so much higher that it's super impressive, but it just doesn't hit the same, you know? It just doesn't hit the same if you just watch a pro do it, because it's just like, all the effort is lost. I've even watched like people kind of speedrun it here on Twitch in like 10 minutes or something, and even then you get more of a feeling of what's going on. Markiplier rage quit and destroyed his chair. I'm maybe not as dramatic as Mark. Oh, oops. Oh, dear. Come on. There's... Oh, no. Help. There we go. Yeah. Oh, it's me, Scott B. What's up, my friend? Well, if it ain't Kenny, how's it going? You incredible, amazing human being. Oh, my gosh. Sounds like somebody's been on Dogfish's channel, because you sound like a wholesome sweet bean. It's Scott B. Now I want to say it's Scott B. It's Scott B. How you doing, my friend? We're playing a frustrating game right now. I'm trying to get past this one part, and I am on the struggle bus. Cannon, what's up? It's been a while since I saw your name in the chat, my friend. What's up, Cannon? This is why I said it was easy. Why didn't I just do this? It's not even that hard. You just have to pause. You just have to stop for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, and then you can get over it. And that's the name of the game. Ow! That was scary! Yikes. Oh! Oh, yeah, baby. The thumb. The thumb of doom. All right, nice. Made it up to the church, baby. This is the farthest that I've ever made it on stream. Oh, yikes. Big yikes. Oh, God. That was so scary. Oh, no. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Didn't Ava sing that song? What's the new name of the game? This is called Getting Over with Bennett Foddy, and holy moly. Holy moly, it's a frightening game. Gosh. Oh gosh, come on. Let me get over. No, the stupid thumb. Drex, what's up? How are you doing? Drex is in the chat. Aw, yeah. Dude, we gotta crack the hammer. Oh my gosh. No. Drex, help. We're further than we've ever gotten on stream. I've gotten further on my own, but I'm so scared. Drex, hold me, help. No. Drex, help. This game would make me rage. It is infuriating. But thankfully, we're over the difficult part. Holy moly. Okay. Now it's hard to fall down. Yes! Drex. Sending strength to Kenny and patience. Thank you. It was muchly needed, and you know what? It paid off, my friend. It paid off because we're to hat. We're to where I left the game last time. Where I left, we made it past the thumb. Now it is rather difficult to fall at this point because look at this. You've got so much room to fall backwards. So I just have to remember how to do this part because I don't actually remember. I think that you use this rock, if I'm not mistaken. I will remember you. Oh, maybe you pogo. Hang on. Let's try pogoing up here. I legitimately do not remember how to do this part. Oh, that looks like that'll work. I think that'll work. That's probably the way to do it. It's just the hat. I've actually never struggled with this hat itself, but it is an annoying spot. Because it's such a leap. But the other thing is that the snow is a little bit more sticky than you'd think. If you really like jam your hammer into it, then you can actually grab pretty good. This hat up here, yeah. But yeah, if you like jam your hammer into the snow, then it kind of sticks a little bit. Not too much, but it is a little bit. Oh, you thought it was a rock? Yeah, this is called the hat, and then after that is the anvil jump. Now that I like suffered for long enough, I just looked up the names of everything. Yeah. Ah, dang it. Dang. It's all about momentum. There we go. I always forget that Kenny probably still plays his games off stream. I don't play Hades off a stream, and I haven't played this much off a stream. But I did probably play this for like an hour off stream recently. Ah, no! You really gotta jam it in there. Really gotta jam it in that snow. Arrgh! No! Stupid hat! This part I have not very much practice from. Yeah. No! Stupid hat! I wonder if the devs are working on a new one. Oh, they made tons of alternate maps of this very game. Oh yeah, I can also just slow down. What am I doing? It's good to have games that you don't play on stream for stress relief. Yeah, like games that I don't play on stream would be Apex. Oh my gosh. Wow. That little momentum jump, that's gonna bite me in the tail later, because that's the thing that I constantly do at the top here. Ah! You only go back for Hades for little bits. Still try. Oh, yeah, I want to max out the friendship with some of those people. Well, maybe I should jump here. Let's try here instead. Oh, that doesn't help at all. That's actually way worse. All right. God. No. Oh, that was the best one yet. That was the best one yet. It's always the best ones that send you back the furthest. Yeah. Ah, if you could just get like a second hammer in there, then that's how you know you're golden. This is a perfect game to play at the end of the stream, because it's way too frustrating for the majority of people, but it doesn't frustrate me too much. As somebody who loves roguelike games, frustration is something I'm totally used to. And also, besides, there's a really nice feeling in this game that it's really skill-based. It really feels like you practice the techniques and you legitimately just get better. Like if you'd watched me a week ago, I was worse, you know? I've learned some techniques. Yeah. Accomplishment. Yeah, exactly. It's a real nice feeling of accomplishment. New heights, literally. There's also a point that's a little bit later. Oh, that was a perfect one. Unfortunately, I kind of, what's it called? Like overcompensated. I did like a little extra recompensate there. I'm gonna probably just slip off the edge. No. Wow. See, it was all that overcompensation, you guys. Now the hat's a physics object, so there we go. Thankfully, don't struggle with that part. Now, the anvil jump, on the other hand, you have to... Now, don't be afraid. This doesn't lead anywhere. If I fell here, it actually doesn't matter. Boop. See? This game's nice. It's nice. That could have sent you all the way to the bottom. That could have been all the way. That could have sent you all the way to the bottom. But you know what? These devs have a little bit of a soul. It's just kind of rotten. It's just a little bit rotten, just not to the core. You probably can't swing with enough force and precision to get this far in the game. Kitty Cat, it just takes practice. If you wanted to do it, you could do it. Tayaki-san is here. Hi there. What's up? Tayaki. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. What's up? I'm glad that you caught the end of the stream. Oh, yeah. Bonus. Bonus game. This is... Oh. I was going to say, this is my Picross. This is my Mario Picross. Yeah. Oh, dang. I lost some momentum. Oh, dear. Oh, fiddlesticks. Yeah. No. No. Okay. Oh, don't fall, though. Don't swing too far. There's no reason to rush things. This is a jump that only takes one grab, and then you've got it. There we go. See, I did kind of revert a little bit, but it works. I'll just do the exact same thing that we did earlier. Except for it's actually easier here, funny enough. You just have to do a pogo up here. Now, you could do it a number of different ways, but I'm going to do it this way because it's easier. And it doesn't scare me as much. This is the less scary way. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, now we have to jump across these, which if you mess it up, then you can go straight back down to the bottom. Now, this is a spot that has that the world just goes on forever. Oops, oopsie. I'm happy that I made the mistake there rather than later. Goodness. But yeah, there's like 5 or 6 of those little snow mounds that you have to go over. And the ending ones lead all the way to the bottom. All the way down. Thankfully, I don't normally fall there. In fact, now that I think about it, I generally make it to the bucket. But I kind of give up. Bucket is a stinky spot. A stinky spot in... Ooh, that was too quick. Music's jamming. Okay. Same deal. Same old stuff, you guys. Just another pogo day. Okay, pogos are just so precise. Really not the best move, but whatever. Okay, up, down, upside down snowman. Oh dear, I've made a mistake. Yet? No! Dang it! Oh, I never fall at that one. I'm just not going fast enough. Oh, I was going too slow. I was thinking about too much. Oh, my little lemon brain. My little lemon brain was thinking about too many things. A shame. It takes focus. It takes focus and commitment. You really have to commit to that one. You cannot be caught. You cannot be caught slipping on those dang circles. You gotta go for it. You gotta go savage mode, sicko mode. You just gotta go after it. You cannot delay. Ah, stop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, dang it. It's the same thing. I just have to slow down, but it's so frustrating. Oh, that was a good landing. Oh, sucky. At least I didn't make it. At least I didn't fall all the way down, because I could have. Seem to be approaching rage territory. Yep, as soon as I actually get frustrated by this game, then that's when I quit Kitty Cat. As soon as it actually frustrates me. This is the bonus that shows that I'm practicing difficult games. This is the practice portion. And then I'll play like 10 minutes off of stream. Hammer wiggle. I know the little oh. It's great. Oh, that's not great. But yeah, how like I'm always holding the hammer out all the way. That I'll get better at. I'll get better at like minimum extension of the hammer. But for right now, it's mostly just like 100%. I'll become more nuanced later, I think. Methinks. Whoop. Also, it kind of takes a little bit more practice than this. We haven't been playing it for that long. We're also we're so high up for how little we've been playing. There we go. Goodness. Goodness, that takes way too many tries. But I guess that was kind of faster than last time. Oh dear. Oh dear. I know it looked the same, but it just wasn't the same as last time. Slid. Slippy slidey. It is, I mean, it is iron on iron. No surprise that it's so slidey. Okay. Speaking of which, my mouse pad is slipping and sliding around. Oh no, too much. Oh, too much juice. Too much juice. You just got a Duck Dance subscription and he's not even online? What the heck? Are they trying to run a hype train offline? No, too much compensation again. I pulled up and then I kind of let go again. Unbelievable. Wah. Ooh, dang it. Why would anyone do that? I don't know. They were doing it for Salty and Odie. So sweet. Okay, there we go. That's all I need to do is just hang. Why do I have to make it so complicated for myself? Just gonna scoot just a little bit because I'm a noob and I want to. All right, we're back up to these stupid, stupid ice pillars. All right, at least. See, learning slide skip is the reason why I can get this far. It's because of learning how to do that slide part. It changed my game, you guys. Oh, big throw, yikes. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, no, dang it. Ah! I did it again. I threw myself too far. Too good at this game. That's what was the death of him. The death of him was that he was too good at this darn old game, this silly old game. This dumb old dummy dumb game. It's too good at it. I threw it so well. I threw the whole game. I threw the whole run. Now, if only we could go all the way back to the bottom right now. Now that would be a stream ender for sure. Oh my gosh, I'm approaching 7.5 hours and I'm still playing this silly game. Hang on. Come on. Dang it, stupid anvil jump. It's pre-anvil jump. It's the pre-anvil. The pre-anvil to the Constitution. Little history joke for you there. Come on now. So gentle, so careful. He was, what was that? What was that? New mistakes! New mistakes being discovered! This year, 2021, some new mistakes have actually come to light. The preamble. No! Bad angle. Bad angle. Dang it. All right. Hey, generous Nat. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Can I call you Natalie with a G? Oh. Oh. Control R changes the color of the cauldron? Oh my. Who knew such amazing tricks? I know that you can get a gold cauldron if you're actually good at this game. Yeah! No! Dang it! We had it. We had it blasted all. Gold! No! Yeah, no, I don't think so, Dai. I'm not pressing any buttons, thank you very much. Very nice. Best that you press it. Trust me, it saves your progress. Saves your progress and freshens up the color. Is the cauldron forever part of him? Well, we certainly hope he doesn't fall out of it. Because it's the only thing that's holding this game together is the man cauldron combo. A man in his cauldron. Aw. It's just like all those sweet old movies that your parents used to watch. A man in his cauldron. That's crazy upper body control and strength. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, whew. That was rough. Yeah. I can imagine what Control R does. R reminds me of a word. Reset? Restart? Kind of reminds me of that. It's always the word that comes to mind. All right. Nice. Oh, stop. Too much juice. There we go. Oh, that was the word. Yeah, reset, restart. That's what it was. Okay. It starts with refinish your cauldron. You just gotta refinish it, you know? Or refurbish. Refurbished cauldrons available here. Where all fine cauldrons are sold. That's a pretty good recovery there, if I do say so my whoops. Oh, yeah. You don't want to fight Cauldron Man. Cauldron Man. If I do say so myself, yeet. Oh, gracious. That was surprisingly skillful. There we go. Boop. This is somewhat nerve-wracking. Hello there. Welcome to the Frightened Sud. Oh, we made it to Bucket. Hey! Yeah. We made it to flat ground. Wow! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I want you to be able to read this sign. Do not ride snake. That snake leads all the way back, all the way to the bottom. That leads all the way to the bottom. So if you put your hammer out like this while you're approaching the left, if you make a mistake and you like reach out your sledgehammer like no, and then you hook it onto that snake, you ride all the way back to the bottom of the level. I mean to the beginning, to like where the tutorial is, past where I went. And there's no way off of it. Once you're on the snake, you ride all the way down. And I've never ridden the snake before. Does this work in real life? How long have we been streaming getting over it? What do you mean, like, is it bad that I want to see it? I kind of want to see it too, Di, but we're not going to watch it tonight. Okay, so Bucket is a pain in the butt, but it can be done. I've done it before several times. So you're just gonna have to give me a nice little minute to get on this stupid bucket, because it wiggles around, and that the physics of that rope is really a bummer. Really regrettable stuff there. A little bit of swinging. There we go. Not bad. Okay, now there's a few ways to do it. You can technically jump straight from the bucket off to that ledge. But I'm gonna jump up this spot because this is the way that I like to do it, because I am a simpleton and this is the easier way. So now I should technically be able to launch myself over here. Yes! Yes! Now, one of the worst parts of the game. This stupid mountain. The stupid mountain. The worst. This, if it weren't for this being behind the tower, this would be the worst part. But it's so bad just because it's behind the tower. How do you climb it? Why, what a good question that you ask. There are invisible holds that you cannot see that are here in this mountain that you can tell by how your hammer sticks into them. And you can technically sit in them. And you can find them and you can slide. You can slide across them. But it is very stupid. You could go slow or you could go fast, either one. Of course, invisible holes, just like real snow. But basically, you need to wave your hammer around madly and don't give up, no matter what it looks like. No matter what it looks like, just keep waving that hammer around. Because if you don't, you're probably gonna fall off. And it'll probably be worse than if you madly flail. Because I've made it up this just by madly flailing. It's the best option, trust me. Madly flail! See? Mad flailing is the way to do it. Stupid hand is being all weird. Mad flailing. Just don't give up. That's the main thing. Don't get discouraged. You're sliding down. You think you're dead? No. You keep waving that hammer around. You keep going, soldier. Don't you slow down just because you're bummed out. No, sir. No, sir. You keep waving that hammer proud. You make the U.S. government proud. Here we go. No. You wave that hammer. I said you wave it, son. You're gonna wave this hammer? Every man in this family has waved the hammer for the U.S. And you're going to as well. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. No, this part's more annoying, but it's the same thing. It's just more invisible holds. Oh, mamma mia. This is almost it. This is almost the top. We're so close. Y'all don't even know how close we are. No. There's only a few other challenges past this. Just keep flailing. I'm telling you. I'm holding ground. I'm holding ground. No. Pause. T.O. Oh, it's so frightening up here. I hate it. Now, eventually, you would probably memorize where these holds are, and it would be way easier. You can pause here? Nice. That looks like a hold, I think. Oh, yeah, baby! Poggers! Oh, boy. Oh, well. What do we have here? We made it up that stupid snowy mountain. And this is the final test. This right here, it's the final test. This is it. And if I make a mistake, we go flying off down that stupid ice mountain and probably not recovering because there'll be too much momentum. But if you can make it past this, the only thing that can happen is that you can pogo. You can pogo off of space rock, because there's floating space rocks. You can pogo off of that and you can go doo. You can just go like boop if you do it incorrectly. But I'm not gonna do that. But this is the worst. This is the part that people say takes them like, they climb the whole mountain and this part takes 20 minutes. This is a spot that takes forever. And it is so frightening. You can go slowly or quickly. Okay, I want to get more of a oof. Okay. But I'm going to try to not fling myself. You'll be waiting at the top for me? Oh my gosh. So I think that's wrong. This would be my first victory. This would be my first time up the mountain. This would be my first one. Now, if we fall a really long way, you guys, and we ride that snake, we are done. Okay? What are we proving? What are you talking about? Prove it? Prove it? There's no proof necessary. Oh, okay, a little hasty there. Unfortunately, this is right where we have the problem with what I mentioned before, where I have the hammer fully extended at all times. Ooh, all right. That's good. That's completely fine. Just so long as I don't make any rash moves. Just so long as I make no, waving the hammer to the right side and push myself off the edge. As long as I don't do that, I'll be happy with any moves. If I can stay on this platform up here without having to get caught by that cart, I will be so happy. Okay, anything else is kind of a moot point. Because I just don't want to fall down the mountain. That's the thing. No mountain. Make rash moves and keep your hammer pointed left. Yatta! Oh dear. Okay, not too bad. Not too extreme. Flail! No, this is not the flail part. No, Sparkle Nerd. No. That was back there. That was then. This is now. Okay, I think that we can just reverse this, actually. Not quite. We might be able to actually pogo up there. I've actually never done this before. I don't know if you can actually stand here. Oh dear. Oh, mamma mia. Those are good moves though. I feel like we should just take it easy like this. Aw, dang. I got caught again. Aw, fiddlesticks. Stops flailing. Flail! Now stop! Now stop! Wait a minute. Grab my cup. Look at it. Oh! Ow! Ow! No! Okay, that was one of those moves that's too dangerous. If I did that at the top, it would have been big yeetus for me. It would have been big yeet down the mountain, which means that the stream would be over, because this is the one time that I'm getting to the tower, you guys. If I fail now, stream's over. Boop. Because we've already gone for a long time. Okay, well, apparently taking it easy at this beginning's not a bad move. Rapunzel, throw down your hair. Is Rapunzel in a spaceship? Because this goes up to space. Come on, first time over it. Could be tonight with you guys. Could be. Could be it, you guys. This could be the first time that I get over it. Get over myself, get over this mountain, you know, whatever you want to say. Oh, yeah, just push yourself right off the edge, would you? It looks so gentle. It looks so gentle and purposeful whenever you fall like that. It's just like, you know what? I think I'd like to go off the edge now. This is the first time that you've seen a full playthrough? We ain't done yet. This is the annoying part. At least, again, we're not doing anything crazy. We're not making any wild mistakes. It's such an easy thing to grab, that one. It's so nice. Can we just pogo straight up? Can I just pogo? Snake next. You could say getting to the top of this would be out of this world. Oh yeah, I would use those exact words. And you would cringe at me, yeah. How close is he to the end of the game? Oh, Echo, this is it. After you make it up this tower, then you got some space rocks to contend with. So you can choke, but this part, I don't know if you can make it past that if you don't use the momentum, actually. Not sure. Oh, oopsies. I'd never cringe at you, streamer. Oh, thank you. Splendid. Oh, splendid. That is honest. I do. Oh, yikes. It's okay to cringe at your friends sometimes. Sometimes they're super cringe, bro. Oh, I'm hitting too hard. Okay, I'm so done with the strat. I'm so done with what I'm doing exactly. It's too much. I'm actually jumping too high. We need a small pogo. I'm going savage mode. I'm going savage mode for no reason. I'm like, I'm taking my giant barbarian hammer and I'm just slamming it into the like finely carved like dwarvish desk. Oh God, seriously? Don't fall right now. Don't fall there. Make it to the top of the tower and then die. Like you at least feel good about yourself. Don't die right now. Yike. I know, you're right, KP. It is a small pogo. I'm overcooking it for no reason because I think I'm too excited. I just get too excited up there. I'm like, all right, big pogo lads, here we go. It's because every other pogo is gigantic. But this stuff actually just takes, oh crap. This actually just takes nuance. Hey, I'm a green leaf. How are you doing? Oi, hi, Paw. It's been a while. Beard's looking good. Aw, thanks. Appreciate it there. I'm Green Leaf. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. Hey, I'm still live, Pink Monster. How you doing? Oi, Monster. Did you get to catch any of this stream earlier? I'm sorry if you didn't. I don't mean to tease you. But how are you doing? How are you doing? It's nice to see you. I got this. Oh, thanks, Echo. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I just need to be patient. All right, see? Patience is a virtue. Tee. WWJD. Oh, piss. Patience. You've been at work and then you took a nap. Oh, I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself, friendo. It's okay. You see some, you miss some. I'm glad that you're back though, Monster. It's nice to see you, my friend. I am still alive. Big pogo. I just did another big pogo. That's so difficult. That is so difficult to do a teeny tiny little pogo. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. Boom, another birthday gift for my parents. Now this right here proves. Now this shows that mom really cares. Mom knows, mom cares. Domino pizza card. That's what I'm talking about. Now that is how you know that you know what the heck is up. Mom knows. I was like, man, I order pizza almost every week. Oh. Yeah, Mom. Mom knows what's up. Besides the 3 packages of Oreos. Oh, missed it. Pew. Pew. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, that looks so good. That looked really good. I can't eat cheese. My mom's like, pizza time. Did somebody order pizza, Sonny? You thought for sure sound effects would help? Hey, that Cassandra, how are you doing? Hello. This game is proof that Kitty's sunshine attitude cannot be stopped. I ain't fallen yet. I ain't had a bad fall yet, Cassandra. We're going to have to see what happens. That was not flailing. That was pure skill, but also risky. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to. If I was good at this Sparkle Nerd, then I could flail like that, and I wouldn't even feel bad if I fell. I'd be like, you know what? That's just me using the momentum. But I am just not good enough for me to be confident doing that. God, this pogo is so frustrating. Ah! No. Okay, now I'm actually at the top waiting. Like, I'm poised. I'm waiting. Boing. Boing. Pizza's easy to modify? Oh yeah, it totally is. I'm ready. I've got my hammer extended waiting to catch you, brother. Boing. Pew. Doing. Boing. Whoa. Well, you got a little bit of waiting to do if you're waiting at the top. Because I might not even make it up there tonight. You might be up there all night, and I bet it's cold up there. I bet that your pot water's going to freeze. Woo! There we go. There it is. Poggers. Poggers, you guys. There it is. There it is. Now that right there is Pog. That was the flail, you guys. That was a splendid flail of the century. Flail, 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 quickly. Whew, that was a fine recovery. That is an acceptable recovery. Just fine, you guys. Just fine. Actually, the water's fine. You thought that this bucket water would be frozen, but actually, the water's fine. Easy? I mean, yes. Yes, I completely agree. Let me just suffer a little while longer. Boing. No. We've got to be all the way up the steps of the Pantheon. Or the Parthenon. Do you think that we're... Which part do you think we're on? Oh. All right. Not bad. Not bad. I've got a new idea. It falls off. I've got a new idea. It's what I'm going to call limited pogo. It's where I use the maximum pogo to my advantage. Instead of going all the way down and trying to only pogo a little bit, instead, I do the opposite. I am fully extended, pogo style, and then, boom, I just barely flick my wrist and zoom. Just the teeniest, tiniest little pogo. You're about to be Parthic gone into space. Nice save, Sparkle Nerd. Almost a savage with Sparkle Nerd. So there I am, climbing this freaking tower. There I am, climbing this tower, and then all of a sudden a bird flies out of the air, slaps me down, calls me a loser, pokes in my eye, and you know what I said? I said, that's all right, bird. You're just an animal. I can't blame you for what you do. You're just a stupid animal. Stupid is as stupid does, as my grandma would say. She was always talking about birds. Oh, hang on now. What was we grabbing on there? What were we grabbing onto there? There was nothing. Oh boy. Okay, I'm starting to lose my mind, you guys. I'm starting to lose my freaking marbles. I'm gonna lose my marbles if y'all keep talking about Sonic this way. Definitely the easiest way, if you were actually good at this game, is to keep that momentum going, baby. But instead, I've got to slow down and make every painful jump. No, too much juice. Too much juice, and I ain't even had any G Fuel today. You want to see the space rocks? I know, right? Me too. I've never seen them before. In fact, I've only made it up here once, I believe. I bet Garrett could do it. The real streamer. I bet Garrett could do this easy peasy. This is actually just Garrett's sort of game, come to think of it. You know, now that I consider, Garrett knows exactly what the heck is going on. I feel like he look at that pose. Look at that handsome pose. Ah, it's too bad. A little bit of just a little too little, you know. Now that's gonna be a tough jump, y'all. That's gonna be a tough jump if I'm not just going quick. Should I just speed up and quit being such a baby? Should I just speed up? You know, just go pedal the metal. You know, just Garrett always ends the day with a quick ascension. Oh yeah, just a little ascension. Yeah. Oh, should we just go for it, you guys? Should we just go for broke? Let it all hang out. You know, do it because they're gonna be here for too long if I don't just like try to go sicko mode on this sucker. Oh boy, speaking of sickness, are you down with the sickness? Because I am actually choking. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep, I know about it. Yeah, I heard about this one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's okay. It's all right, you guys. My love affair with the basket is over, okay? Okay, I'm over it. Oh dear. Oh dear, he's stuck in a basket. How's he gonna climb a mountain whenever he's stuck in a grocery basket? I don't think that he's ready for this. Actually, I don't think he's ready to get over it. He should have been over it already. Why does it take you so many years to get over it? Like, I was over it on our wedding night, and then you're still talking about it years later. Oh my gosh, why do I do that? Why do I do that? You do it because you always have, oh God. Oh! No! No! Honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you can have the kids, just let me win. Just let me win the game. Just let me win. Honey, please. Flail. Oh. She took the kids, and I didn't even like them. No, I should have slid. If I'd just been a little bit nuanced, I could have been to the next jump there. Ah, ya heathen. Ya heathen in a bucket. Whoa. I was gaining some height. I was trying out a new strat. Being good. Ow! No. Yes. This has been the tensest game of the night. Even more tense than when Kenny was the imposter. We didn't even have hope in him then. This is ultimate pain. This is ultimate gaming. Ultimate pro wrestling. Flail. Ah, that sucks. That is a sucky suck. That is a really stinky hop. Boing. Brr, brr. Ah, no! No, the worst. The worst one. No, big hits. Should have slowed down. No. No. Forget that. I'm up. Mom, I'm up, please. 5 more minutes. Oh, God. I'm done. No. I'm finished. My getting over it career is over. Gosh darn it. I even made a recovery in there. Oh, no. There'll be none of that. There'll be none of that fling off the right stuff, because if I do that, I'm done. Man, I really wanted to get up that tower tonight. Oh, I wanted to win. There's also a bad ending if you accidentally hook your hammer over the tower. You can actually slide over to the other side. Yikes. Oh, there you go. Nice grab. You could technically climb out of that though, so it's not hopeless. All right, nice. Okay, do we really want to climb this ice again? We might have to call it. If I slip again, if I fall off of that icy peak, we're done. We're flipping done. Oh. Okay, this is it. If I fall down here, we're done. We're done for the evening. We got lots of excitement, you guys. Barrels, literally barrels of fun. Literally cauldrons of fun.
This game has been cauldrons of fun. Don't forget to bring the family, so that whenever Kenny snaps, there's plenty of witnesses. No. Yes, Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs, that secret formula will be mine. Gosh dang it. Gosh. Ah! No, Mr. Krabs. I've had enough from you, Eugene. Let me up this stupid mountain. Ah! No! Crabs. God. Yeah.
Okay, we didn't fall. That doesn't count, actually. That's a strat. That's a hammer flail strat. Flail. It was almost epic. It's almost epic games. Yeah. Hammer flail strat's not bad. No, God. No, corn dog Jesus, help. No, Christian nuggets. I promise only to eat Christian nuggets from now on if I can win. It's a small price to pay for victory. Help. No. Help. No. Where are you? Aha. There you are, you little rascal. I'm gonna take my time on this one. Take this, Bennett Foddy. Bennett Foddy's like, who, me? Who, me? What did I ever do to you, Earl of Suds? On twitch.tv/the Earl of Suds. Flail thine hammer. And lo, Jacob, son of Abraham, did flail his hammer. And the Lord was pleased, and he smiled upon Jacob and said, your children will not be infested with sores as the other people of the earth are. For thy flailed thy hammer muchly, and flew up to the sky and reached the clouds. Oh, God. And Jacob smiled and said, heck yeah. Boing, boing. Oh, Baba. Baba Booey. Baba Booey indeed. Oh, boy. Boing. No, please. Your dirty dishes, how are you doing? I'm trying to reach the zen top of this mountain, as you can tell by this music. Really, really nice, relaxing mountain music. Music for climbing the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a soundtrack on YouTube where they're like, music for playing Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. Good practice. Okay, Papa. Okay, Papa. Let me down. Let me down, Papa. Oh, my hammer's not over it enough. Poor Jacob. Oh no, it was clipped. Help. God. Have mercy! No! Dang it! At least I didn't flail. Mamma mia, Papa Pia, baby got the woo! Yatta! Now that is how you get the sweet moment. Oh yeah, that's how you get the oh yeah. Now that is my masterpiece. Okay. We need to recenter our chakras. We need to charge our chi. I think that we might have to do a Reiki exercise or two, but I think that we got this. Boing. Oh boy. Might have to do a little faith healing. There might be a laying on of hands. If I could get my hands on that Benny Foddy, you bet that there'd be a little bit of laying on of hands. Oh, video paused. Yes, keep playing it. Thank you. All right. Continue. Don't do a hit. A hit? Oh no. You must not commit the hit. I thought that a hit squad was just guys that would run around and punch guys for you. Thought that they just give them a little punch. Oh wait, that's literally what the Ice King said. I thought that I was playing off of it, but that's actually a whole plot in Adventure Time. Whenever the Ice King gets grounded by Finn and Jake, so he hires a hitman to go hit them, like hit him in the arm. But he inadvertently tries to get them killed. Oh, Kareem, you're going to sleep? Time for bed for me. Gotta be able to spend the night with... Oh, glad to be able to spend the night with you. Hope you get to the top, Kenny. Oh, thanks, Kareem. That's very sweet. We'll see you later, Kareem. Thanks for being here. Oi! Thanks for being here. Nighty-night, Kareem. Have a good sleep. Have the good schlep. You deserve the best of schlep. Boing. Golly, that's rough. Boing. There we go. Now that's how you do it. Now that's how you get over it with Benefati. Oh. Yikes. That was a yikes. Aw. Aw. Rejection hotline. Boop boop. You think you're gonna eat some dragon fruit? I cannot remember if I've ever tried dragon fruit, actually. I don't know if I ever have. Boing. Boop. Oh, what? Oh, there's a little bit too much push. That was strange. Strange and bizarrely disappointing. Strangely concerning. There we go. Ah! Bye-bye. See you later. I'm just so glad that I'm not hitting it too crazy. Oh, Kenny, it's amazing. You got yellow dragon fruit and it's so sweet. But what if I didn't like pineapples or mangoes? What would you say then? Would you say that I'd still like dragon fruit? Because I don't like pineapples or mangoes. And I don't like most tropical fruit. And I'm pretty sure dragon fruit is tropical, so it's closer to a kiwi. I actually don't mind kiwis, so if it's close to a kiwi, then it might not be bad. Now, kiwi, now that's pog. Oh, wow, look at that jump. Look at that leap. Holy moly, I didn't even know you could make it up there. Well, hot diggity darn. Learning new stuff. New strat. Be good. Fall off edge. Fall off edge from launch. Boing. 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 Oh, if I just did that exact motion 6 times in a row without tapping the side, I would have it. I'd be gold. That's the motion. I just don't have it down yet. And I push just a little bit on the wall. Just a little shove, and there's no room for pushing. Like a school bus that's headed to Six Flags. There's no room for pushing, because that sucker is packed. Yeah, good practice. Oh, I almost said good practice for not pushing, and then I pushed. No, it was like right here. I could like launch myself all the way up, but only whenever I did it right. Oh, that's too bad. I should have done more of a swoop. All right, you guys, we're just about done with this. I can't continue to function. I can't continue to function on this mountain. Okay, I've got limited Bennett Foddy time. All right, I can't allow Bennett Foddy to take over my life. Bennett Foddy's about to get the hammer. Cause I've been sitting here for a while. And you can bet that if I restart this, that if I log back on, I'm restarting from the bottom. That's the only thing that's frustrating, is that if I fall next time that we play, I'm starting from the bottom so that I can warm up. You can't give up. Oh, I can. Oh, it's possible. It's possible. Beep boop. That radio tower wins for tonight. Well, not quite. I've got a little bit more juice in me, just a little bit. Boop. But I can already see my senses fading. No. That could have been it. It's just you get clumsy. I get clumsy. I'm tired. I'm not ready. And I can't slow down, otherwise I'll lose all my momentum too. You gotta keep the momentum going and remain precise. Oh my gosh, the crane couple race right now! Oh my god! The crane couple! Yo! Thank you for the raid! Holy crap! 8 hours in and I'm playing Bennett Foddy. How are you doing? The crane couple! Yo! Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna be staying on for that much longer, but we are definitely gonna be raiding another friend at 100%. I'm gonna play just a little bit more. Crane couple, how are your games? You playing Animal Crossing? Were you searching for villagers? Yo, 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 yo. Everybody that came in with my friend as crane couple, thank you so much. I see you, Jane. Let me see, Katrina, let me see, KP was already here. Ninja's here. Yo, Earth the Jelly, how are you doing? Kitsune Heart, hello. Hi there, is that Cedrigs? Cedrigs, thanks for coming in here. Cat Lover, what's up? Dadly Strike, thank you for the follow. Six Fix, hey, thank you so much, you guys. I'm playing this game. It's torturous. We made it all the way up here though. We made it to this is to the tower. This is the final thing in the game, and this is not the best thing to come in during. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is that Kali? I hope that I'm saying that right. Cedrics, thank you for the follow. What's up, you guys? How was the crane couple? I hope it was great. Fifi, hey, yo, 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 yo. Welcome, welcome. You love the Pika? I've got a Pika there. And I've got a Pika bean that's up there on the shelf.
Yeah,
you guys, let me very quickly, instead of doing like, instead of saying, oh, you guys, click this button for raid, I would rather tell you guys that I am opening this Lego set tomorrow. This is tomorrow's stream, so let me just plug my own stream. Free, we're gonna be opening up this Lego set and building about half of it. Probably building half, because that's gonna take forever, but we're doing that tomorrow, so I'd love to see you there. I'd love to see you there if you want to be there. We recently unlocked it from a 24-hour stream that was done for my birthday. I'd love to see you there, but hey, thank you so much for the follows and for jumping in. And Fifi Abby, thank you so much for the sub at 3 months. Oh yeah, rated 3-month anniversary. Goodness gracious, Fifi, thank you so much for the continued support. What time is the stream? We're gonna start at the exact same time that we started this stream, so you could do the math backwards. 8 hours before now, which is 2 p.m. Central Time, and it's 12 Pacific Time. I don't know about the rest of them. Hey, Scrubscriber, how are you doing? What's up? But yes, I am. Today we played Among Us with our friends. And we played Katamari Damacy, and we actually beat Katamari Damacy. That's why I'm playing this right now. It's because we actually beat it. So I've played a lot of games today. It's been a long day, but it's been big fun. Huh? Wait, you started streaming at 2? I did. I was playing Among Us with the friendos. But this is how I decided to end. Katamari is so good. I know we completed the whole game. I technically didn't finish the constellations, But I mean, we completed the game. I mean, come on now, like, that counts, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so basically, if you've never seen this game before, it is Ultimate Pain. It's kind of a classic, like, rage quit game. And somehow I have not raged my way to the top. Right now, we're at the very top of this dang thing. And I've played this for 7 hours, trying to get over it a single time, and I have not. But I've learned a lot. And there's a huge ice cliff over to my left. Or this way, down there, there's a huge ice cliff that if I slip off, off the edge, bye-bye. If you get to the top right now, I will give you silent applause. Wow, such a big offer. I can't believe it, but Crane Couple, thank you so much for the raid. I so appreciate it. After your Animal Crossing stream, did you tell me what you were doing? You were lurking earlier for Katamari, but thank you so much for the whoops. Oh dear. For the raid. Okay, I need to calm down. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. If y'all need to get some food and some water, get the heck out of here. I just appreciate you being here. Oh my God! You're playing this? I'm so glad I popped in, Nightmare. It's horrible. It's torture. Why do you want to torture me so? I've never made it past this, by the way. Right here. That right there, up there, you see that up there? I've never grabbed it. Never grabbed it yet. Still working on it. There we go, we grabbed it for the first time. That would have been so pog if I could have beat this game while y'all were watching. Ah! That would have been awesome. That was close. That was close and super careful too. I did not, the best thing is that I didn't flail. I didn't flail my arm and poke the right of because I could have poked my way all the way down this mountain if I'd messed up. Whew. I didn't choke though. I didn't choke. Not bad anyway. You've only played Pogo Struck and that was a thing? I've never even heard of Pogo Struck. That sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. And if you've never seen this game, which I'm betting you have, we've been through a lot. We went through a huge course to be up here. And we started, oops, from the beginning. There we go, almost off the edge. And if we'd done that at the top, we would have definitely been off the edge. Who knows, we could have technically ridden the snake if I'd made a mistake like that. Pogo Struck is like this, but somehow worse, we think. Really? Worse than Ben at Foddy, eh? You won't be able to sleep till I win? Me either. I didn't, this is the thing. I was on, I was playing this after stream one day. The last time that we played this, I played it for like an hour off stream and I got so high. I was doing so good, but I was worried that I'd complete the game without you guys. Like I was worried that I might win. Now, of course, that was a silly concern. Like, of course I'm not gonna win, but I got close. I got as close as we've gotten tonight. Well, not quite. We made it one level higher than I ever have done. But regardless, the point was, I'm just glad that we're here right now, and I don't really want to play this offline anymore because I want to get my first win on stream. So that's the reason that I want to kind of play it tonight, and why I wanted to make this this is like the after party. This is the after show because I really, really want to complete this on stream. I definitely can do it. I just wanted to share it with you guys for fun. No, just go slow. Go slow? What do you mean? Yay, after show, after party, whoopee! And besides, it's Friday, you guys. It's the freaking weekend. Oh, okay, slow down. You've never heard of this or seen it before, but it looks so miserable. You would feel a lot better if I had started a little bit lower, but this is literally like the last obstacle. It's technically not, but this is like the last demon, it's like the last demonic obstacle. This is the worst thing that, like, whenever you do a speed run of this game, like, this is the part that takes 20 minutes. This is the part that ruins it for lots of people, from what I've heard. I mean, I've never even beat it, but I'm just saying. From the people that I listen to, this is just the worst. It just takes forever. And the first time that you do it, whoo, mama. I've probably spent like maybe 30 minutes total. Nope, dang it. Tired from attempting a speedrun. Yeah, oof. What's the fastest that you've ever gotten up? Oh wait, oh that's Phoenix Wolf. Whoops. So I think that's wrong. What's your fastest speed up this sucker? Oh. What speed run were you practicing, Phoenix Wolf? Oof. Oh golly. Okay. Oh dear. Oh no! Bye bye. Dead. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Holy crap. Holy crap. We've got a professional here. We got a professional here. Goodness gracious. Do you just watch these streams to watch people suffer? And you're like, I remember when I was sucked at this game. Oops. Believe it or not, Celeste. What? Oh, Celeste is great. I like Celeste. That's a good game. Yep, gotta watch the suffering. Here I am. I've never beaten this before. Midnight Palma. Oh my gosh. You're here to watch me suffer? Are you still salty about me killing you a few times? Palma, how are you doing? My Oklahoma friendo. The fine Poppy, the beautiful Poppy Palma's here. Hey. Boing. But yeah, Celeste is also a nightmare, but I still haven't finished it. I still haven't beaten Celeste. Boing, boing, boyong, bouillon cubes. Whoop. Oh, boing. Zoot. Oh. I zooted when I should have uted. Oh. Hang on. Boing. Boing. Oh, what? What is with these ankles? Why am I doing this? Why am I this way? Midnight Palma. Thank you for the 100 bits. You silly. You silly snake. You silly stick in the mud. Oh, darn it. Ooh. Okay, now listen. The deal was if I fall down this ice mountain again, we donezo. Okay, I'm not climbing this stupid old ice mountain again. So if I fall, if I should fall, then we are done and we are raiding somebody else. And I hope Oops is online. Because I don't have that many friends that stream late. All right. Oh, what? Ah, dang. I didn't even attempt to jump well enough. Boing, boing. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the one. Oh yeah, that was the one. We practically had it. What could you ever do here? I'm scared to pogo off of that. I don't want to die. I knew I was near the end of the stream. You are, Phoenix Wolf. I've been here for like 8 hours. This game makes me hold my breath and I ain't even playing. Palma, this game is so stressful. No.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh,
Alchemic Refuge gifted 6
Palma,
months
you
of
done
tier
it.
1 to
You did it.
Palma.
You made it into my
They've
chat while
gifted
Alchemic was here.
1,162 months in the
Holy
channel.
moly. Yo, 6 months. 6 months for Midnight Palma. Oh my gracious. Midnight Palma, whenever you have the time, you'll have 6 months of no ads. Holy moly. Holy moly. Alchemic Refuge. I'm gonna be honest. I thought you'd already done that for Midnight Palma. I thought it wasn't impossible. Because I thought that he already had it from you.
Yeah. Midnight Palma gifted a tier 1 sub to Nightmare 28137.
New strat. Ah, too bad. Ooh, hey, Midnight Palma. Thank you for the gifted sub for Nightmare. Yo, thank you so much. Yeah. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. Goodness, I'm sweaty. It's hot in Texas. It's hot. Oh my gracious. Okay, so there's a pogo requirement. Okay, good. What, the big flat one? The big flat one you have to pogo off of? Past this? Oops. I'm guessing, yeah, it's what, the flat one that looks like a little bit like a cylinder? The big cylinder, the one after the flat one? Oh yeah, the one after this little tough little disc. Yeah, that definitely looks like a pogo to me. Oh, that looks like a pogo. Midnight Palma, thank you so much for the gifted sub. What a sweet bean. What a sweet bean you are. Whoops. Oh my. Boing. Boing. Oh. Boing. Oh yeah, Midnight Palma. Those are my friendos. The crane couple. The crane couple. Some friends of mine.
some super duper famous YouTuber friends of mine.
Some mega famous YouTubers in your area. Oh my gosh.
Some of the finest YouTubers you've ever seen. Did somebody say famous? Cause I'm ready to meet them. Where are they?
No. Oh, shouts out for Midnight Palma. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much for the shouts out. For my friend, I was playing games with Midnight Palma just earlier, you guys. You gotta give him a follow. He's such a sweet bean. Such a sweet bean. I got to kill him earlier. It was so great. It was great to have you all there. I wish that I could do that. I wish that I could go straight.
Oh, yeah. No.
Bling. God. Gosh dang, that's tough. That's a tough jump, son of a gun. Oh, it looked nice. Oh, it looks so good. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Doo, 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 doo. Just a little. Boop, 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 boop. Kenny, he's lost it. I lost it a long time ago, Cassandra. I don't know what streamer you've been watching. But I've been watching the Earl of Suds. And he has lost it. Oh! 404. Kenny forgot how to Kenny. No. Stupid jump. I got loyalty. Got royalty. Whoa. Oh no. Boing. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how to do this part. Truly suffering. I almost just want to pogo this, but I know that I can't grab it. I just can't. You pogo this one? God, that was close. If I hadn't had what's it called? If I hadn't corrected it, I could have done that. Oh, yes. God. That was so close. There goes. Forgot to breathe. Almost died. I remember when Palma died. Oh! Wait a second. There we go. Control R to change character. Ooh. Change character, huh? I wanna turn into the dinosaur character. I wanna be the dinosaur character. And you say that's Control R? Oh, let me just look down at my keyboard and press those buttons. Beep boop, beep boop. Oh, I didn't do anything. Roberto, how dare. How dare you? You cold-hearted beast of a human. I can't believe you do it. I can't believe you do that to a poor, cute little boy like me. Woo! A cute little 24-year-old boy. Whoa! Yeah!
Hey, what's
hey!
up, Doc?
Thank you for the 15 months! Ice! And what's up, Doc? How are you doing? Yo, it's my friend, the Ice Dragon right there. Oi! Oi! OG friendo Ice Dragon, way back from the Subnautica days. How are you doing? What's up, Ice Dragon? Boing. Oh, that was stupid. Oh! Okay, take it slow. Just pogo this one. And what? Just grab it? So the strat is what? Just grabbing it nice and careful. Because I mean, I can kind of do that. But it's just so hard to stick it. So just what? Just hold it? Basically just like I was doing with the ice earlier. And if I hold it, then what? I can just like slowly pivot myself around and hopefully get the momentum in the correct direction. Ah! Yeah! Kenny, bad hammer holder. I've been handling this hammer for a long time there, Ice Dragon. How are you doing? Oi. And what's up, Doc? How you doing, Ice Dragon? Subnautica's almost out. What is it, May 10th? It's only in like 3 days. Boing. Woo. I'm getting tired, you guys. I'm getting tired. I don't know if I can handle this hammer anymore. It's getting heavy. It's a heavy hammer. Heavy lies the hammer. Oh, wait. I wasn't supposed to do that. There you go. Zoot. It's a shortcut earlier in the level. You just gotta ride the snake. Oh, that's what the snake was for. Oh, like this? Look, Ma, no brains. Look, Ma. What, and just fling myself up? We grabbed it. But at what cost? But at what cost? We've done it. Should I just fling myself upward and try to get the momentum to get into space? Can I get into space from here? Because I mean, I'll be a struggle bus to even launch off of this, but is it possible to get into space from this location? Flail! Just flail, just wave the hammer around. I don't know if it's actually possible. I've never tried. And when they needed him, he disappeared. Just try to keep this here. Waiting for a response, but maybe I should just go for it. Go, baby! Oh, baby, that's it! That's it! That's it, baby! We just got over it. How you like that? How you like them apples? Here we go. Over it, baby. Over it. That's poggers. That's it. Bye-bye, world. Bye-bye, universe. First time I ever got over it. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Yeah! Right after the crane couple rated, baby. Oh! Getting over it with Benefati. Here we go. Oi, oi, oi! Is there an ending? This is it. That's it. That's the whole mountain. That's the whole thing. It was the raid luck. 7 hours, you guys. 7 hours of playing this game. The first one was like, it was like an hour, but I played it 2 years ago or whatever. But here we go. There it is. God, what a pain in the butt. What an annoying game. Yo, we made it to the top of the mountain. Took you long enough. I bet you would think so, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? I'd like to hear how your first game went there. Goodness gracious. But I'm not here to be prideful. I'm just so glad that we're done getting over it. Yeah. First time, baby. It's been a while since I wrote anything by hand. This is making my fingers hurt. If you enjoyed this game, I bet you enjoy the game that inspired it. Sexy hiking. You might also enjoy Punishment by Desert. What? Oh my gosh. All of these scary games that I don't want to play now. Woo! Thank you for all the hype in the chat, you guys. We did it. Hey, you were here while I did it. Neko Kuru, a cat lover. Thanks for being here. I'm still waiting at the top. You didn't give up. I'm still waiting. You didn't give up. I didn't. You honestly, I'm not gonna lie. You being in the chat definitely kind of kept me going a little bit. I will admit, because you were in the chat and I knew that you'd completed it, and you gave me like 2 tips. That was enough. That was enough that I was like, all right, I can do this. I can do this. I'm so glad that I really took the time to buckle down and learn that slide skip, because that was the difference. As soon as I learned the slide skip, I was like, wait a second. It changed like the way that I used the hammer essentially. And then as soon as I figured out how to like turn the hammer all the way over for a pogo, that was the other one. After I learned those 2 skills, then I was like, wait a second, it's possible. Wait a second, I could do this. And oh, thank goodness, we did it, you guys. Oh baby, that's it. Benefati, 2017. We're swimming through the universe. Well. What a splendid evening. We got to play Among Us with friends. We got to hang out and play all of Katamari Damacy. And we got a raid from Salty, and we even got to hang out with the Crane couple after a raid too. Hooray! I solemnly swear that I'm not recording or streaming this. Welcome to the top of the mountain. If you're alone, you can come inside and say hello. What is this? I've seen this before. I'm not recording or streaming this, and I understand only those who have climbed are welcome. Am I not allowed to do this? I'm allowed to submit this, right? This is bullcrap, right? It took 6 hours and 26 minutes? Mamma mia! That's the first one right there. Okay, we're taking a picture of that one. Bennett may never forgive you. Bennett can suck it. What? Should I do the... Ugh. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. There are love signs. Boop. Hey, we did it. We win. Nice. You guys, we got over it. We got over it, which has a... What's the likelihood of doing such a thing? Let's see. Rule breaker. I can't believe it. That's a 6% chance of having that one right there. And that includes cheaters. And that includes the cheaters. We're in the 6% club, you guys. Reach the top of the mountain twice is 4.8. But once you know how to do it, why wouldn't you do it again? Also, where's my golden pot? I thought I'd get a golden pot for winning. What? I thought that you get a pot. What? Is there a button for that? I thought that you earn it. That you earn it, you get to use the golden pot. Was that because I said new game instead of continue? Well, whatever. I'm planning on beating this a few more times, but maybe not on stream anymore. But whatever. Regardless, we flippin' did it. I'm so exhausted. 8.5 hours, and we made it over. I'm so glad that y'all could all hang out. You think it's after 50? I thought that it was after 1. Yes, it's Control R. Is it actually, Lupus? Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'll look it up. But I don't care. We need to find somebody to raid because we've still probably got beans here from Salty, and we definitely got beans from the Crane couple. So we gotta drop in some love into somebody's chat, you guys. We gotta jump in with some excitement. I see the 8th recluse just got started. Ooh, maybe we should go say hi to 8th. We could go say hi to 8th, or we could watch somebody do some art. Would you rather watch art or Story of Seasons, you guys? I don't know. Yeah, just Control R. Just restart the game. You know, did he just start? I think he just started. Yeah, he's not even on screen right now. He's only on for 7 minutes. He's on for 7 minutes. You going to bed, Lupus? If you don't mind, you could come in with this raid. But hey, I understand if you gotta move on out of here and get yourself some sleep. I understand. But if you want, you can hang out for just a minute and put some hype in the chat if you wanted to. 8th recluse is getting started. We could also raid Darren if we wanted to. He's playing Noita. You just got a notif not long ago. It'll probably be a few more minutes. Yeah, he's been going for 8 minutes. So we can raid 8th if you want to do that. But I also have based art is... Let me see. What is he drawing right now? What's he doing? If he's playing games, then I'm less interested. I'm gonna admit it. I gotta admit it, you guys. Oh, he is doing art. He's doing art, character design, and more drawing. He's a cool dude. I do like based art. He drew the not my profile picture, but he did the art for the cover for my Discord icon, whatever. Not even for just the Discord itself. It's been a while since we rated him. You need some calming streams. He's doing character designs. I say we go say hi to Based. We'll give some love to 8th soon because we rated 8th like relatively recently. But 8th, we love 8th. 8th is a real sweet bean. But let's go give some love to this artist guy that he's done art. He's a real cool guy, man. Now that's a cool guy right there. He makes me wish I was a little bit cool. You know what I'm saying? I wish I was cooler. Because based art is awesome. Okay, let's go give some love to based art. I'm gonna put raid messages in the chat right now if we can, you guys. We should pump up the chat. We should get some excitement. We should get some excitement and go say hi to Based. We should go say hi to him. Put some hype in the chat. I know that y'all got plenty of hype and love, but let me just jump into the chat and let me see. In fact, I'm just gonna get the raid started, and I'm gonna, as quickly as possible, shout out all the things that have happened. Let's go give some love to my friendo. He's doing some awesome art. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what he's up to. So I put my raid messages in the chat. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much to the people that were here early, that were hanging out with Salty, Palma, and the entire gang. It was so much fun to get to play Among Us. We'll definitely do it sometime in the future. It was the most fun that I've had so far playing games with them, I think. And thank you so much, moderators watching over the chat. Jedi Aurora, Die101, Arisa Got This, and Alchemic are all here watching over the chat, being sweet beans. Please put some hearts in the chat. For my mods watching over things, VIPs, Lemonberry, Lupus Stream, Midnight Palma, the Ice Dragon, thank you so much for being here. I gotta pause this raid, you guys, because I'm gonna put the Crane couple as a VIP right now. I cannot wait any longer. The Crane couple has raided us like 3 times. And the first time I was like, whoa, hang on. And then the second time I was like, whoa, hang on. But this time, you guys, I'm done. It's too much. The Crane couple are officially friendos. We love the Crane couple. I thought that it might have been a phase. I thought that we were maybe both going through a phase, but you know what? I think that this is real, you guys. This is genuine. I really think that this is a mature relationship. I've got to slap her right. I'm gonna slap her right here. We're gonna add a VIP right here. Please, everybody, welcome our newest VIP, the Crane couple. Now you gotta show off that diamond. You gotta show off the diamonds on your hand. He liked it, so we put a ring on it. The Crane couple, you sweet beans. Thanks for being here and for being awesome. We love you, Crane couple. Thanks for hanging out. Streaming friendos, absolutely get a diamond. Absolutely, 100%. You're welcome in my chat anytime. And now you're totally immune from slow mode and all of that nonsense. But y'all know better than me. Now we can get the raid started. Thanks for all of the hype in the chat for our friendos, the Crane couple. It's just a teeny tiny thing that I can do for appreciation. Hooray! Thanks for having us always. Hooray! We love hanging out with the Crane couple, and apparently they like hanging out with us. Awesome sauce. Okay, let's get this raid started. Extra wholesome ending, you guys. This is the extra wholesome end. Here we go. Let me put in these raid things one more time so that you have them, so that you can get ready to paste them over into Based Arts chat. I'm sorry, double try for the raid. Thank you, VIPs, Lemonberry, Lupus Dream, Midnight Palma, the Ice Dragon, and our newest one, the Crane couple. Thanks for hanging out. And also, shouts out to everybody else that is in the chat, everybody that supported, everybody that chatted, everybody that just shut their mouth and just hung out in the chat and didn't say a word and didn't do a thing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the lurks. It really does mean a lot. I appreciate all of the support, and I'll see you tomorrow for a gigantic Lego stream that should be very exciting, starting early. I need to go to Walmart right now and buy some stuff so that I can actually do this. And I have to adjust like tables and stuff. But I hope to see you there. It's going to be big fun. See you guys tomorrow. And until then, the Earl's out. Now let's go give some love to Based Art. Come on, let's go. Go, baby. Oh, the raid is a success with Based Art in the chat. Thanks for watching the VODs. Nighty night.